counter-terror operations in Somalia. Relying more heavily on its partners in the region would enable the U.S. to offset the public scrutiny and liability that comes with its own direct involvement.
The Israeli regime of military occupation, settler colonialism, and apartheid was deeply allied with the apartheid regime in South Africa. The two regimes of apartheid were born the same year.
Initially, the relationship was very hostile. Apartheid's leaders, the National Party leaders, the Afrikaners, were deeply anti-Semitic. What you see change is after the 1967 war. Once Israel begins the occupation of the West Bank, once you see newly independent African states move away from Israel, you start to see an alliance build up between Israel and apartheid. You have the astonishing sight of a white South African prime minister who'd been interned as a Nazi sympathizer, visiting Yad Vashem, the Holocaust memorial. That's the point at which you can see that this relationship has become close enough that history is forgotten. South Africa was looking for somebody that was in the same boat, basically, in some ways, and was happy to play that up. Israel was embarrassed by it. Many years later, I got to ask Shimon Peres, when he was president of Israel, about that letter and about that relationship, and he just dismissed it. Israel's position, like that of the US and UK, is to then say, well, of course, we were on the side of the ANC and Mandela and against apartheid all along. And there's a quick rewriting of history. You know, the Palestinian cause was the ANC's cause. So clearly that relationship between Israel and the post-apartheid government was never going to be as intimate and is not as intimate.
The position taken by the South African government has improved rather significantly lately, with the president of South Africa saying that Israel is acting like an apartheid regime. It's an apartheid type. Going the next step of imposing sanctions on apartheid Israel, as was done against apartheid South Africa, is not there yet. And South Africa plays a very important role in its moral weight. We need more pressure.
My name is Gashehe, a coordinator with Mathare Social Justice Center and a member of Social Justice Center Working Group, which is a collective voice of social justice centers in Nairobi, Kenya. For the last 30 years, this model of economy has affected our people, that you find waste like perfumes, magazine, expensive wines, beer and whiskey that are sold in Paris, London, New York and Germany, dumped in Dandora dump site, a city of 70% population living in poverty and hopelessness.
Akunywi shilingi 2, anakunywa zaidi ya ngiri.
Niko Jameson iko beyond
iko zaidi ya shilingi 700.
So si maskini anakunywa hii.
Hapana, sio maskini. Maskini haizi kunywa hii chupa.
Haizi kunywa hii chupa.
Haizi.
Na sasa katika hii kazi unafanya saa hizi. Haya mambo hayajafanyika, si ndio?
Na yezi fanyika.
Kwa nini?
Ndio yenye napata ni.
Na umeshika kampuni kubwa dunia mzima.
Si ndio? Nimeshika ndio.
Hii kampuni ni
na sio mimi naitumia. Inatumiwa na wadosi.
Wadosi ni kusema nini comrade?
Wadosi ni hao matajiri.
Matajiri.
Hao matajiri wenye most of them wako na hizi companies.
Na matajiri ni capitalism.
Capitalism
Na ndio hii.
Ndio hawa.
Wadosi matajiri. Matajiri. Hao ndio na sasa shida kubwa wanakuja kudamp huko.
Wenyewe wanatuletea ndio tunapata kazi.
Ndio mnataka kazi.
Tunapata kazi.
Lakini wewe ukaulizwa, umefanya hii kazi, si ndio? Huwezi fanya kazi kwa hii kampuni.
Naweza fanya. Naweza fanya.
Instead ya kuja kudamp hapa. Upata kazi kwa hii kampuni sasa. Kwa sababu
ni kweli.
Si ndio?
Ama nikuulize mama, si unaweza furahia hizo kampuni kama hii Jameson ama hii Amarula imeleta ilete kampuni zao watengeneza hapa recycling project yenye wewe mwenyewe utakuwa unafaidika kama hizi chupa unajua utakuwa unapata stress, mko na mahali mnajua kuna recycling company yenye wenyewe mna recycle hizi chupa si ndio?
Ni kweli.
These companies like Unilever, Brookside and many international airlines do not care about the people working and living around the dump site. The companies are interested in profit and the humanization of the poor people.
Hii ni kutoka kwa kiwi, hii ni za kutoka kwa nylon, tuko na hizi za mafuta, hizi kutoka kwa Bidco. Hizi za Blue Band Unilever.
Hebu kwanza hii Unilever, hii ni kampuni kubwa sana dunia, si ndio? Ambayo inatoka Uingereza. Na hii ni kampuni kubwa sana, imekuwa Kenya until Kenya ikianza. Hii kampuni imekuwa na imekuwa ikidump huku Dandora, si ndio?
Kwa miaka zote.
Kwa miaka zote, si ndio?
Ni kampuni ni mingi, hii ni Parcel. Hii Parcel pia ni kampuni ya Ujerumani.
Ya Ujerumani pia.
Tuko na hii Chocolate Primo.
Chocolate pia hii pia ni Unilever.
Tuko na madawa, kampuni za madawa. Kuna bidhaa mingi sana.
Hapa kuna
kampuni ya mafuta Nivea
for Men.
Nivea for Men.
Nivea inatengeneza a lot of money. But there's no way vile wanasaidia watu wanafanya kazi hapa kwa dump site. Na nikuuliza Batoni. Kumekuwa na any company yenye imekuja ikatengeneza recycling company hapa ndani ya Boma?
Tulikuwa hapa hivi sisi tulianzishwa na kanisa ya Catholic na walituanzishia mradi ili sisi tulisaidia katika hii kazi ya recycling. Na in the course of time kumekuwa na kampuni zingine mingi ambazo hata za serikali yenyewe City Commission, County Commission imekuwa ikisema itatengeneza kitu ya kufanya recycling hapa ndani ya dump site. Lakini zimekuwa promises ambazo zikuwa zinafua dafu. Kuna kampuni moja ya nje ilikuwa inatoka huko Italia, ilikuwa inataka kuja kuanza miradi hapa hivi ndani ya dump site ili watu wa dump site waweze kunufaika na hii kazi yao ya kurecycle. Lakini hizo kampuni kuna masiasa mingi hapa Kenya, hata hiyo kampuni ilikuwa karibu kusign contract, ilikuwa inatoja karosi. Hata walikuwa wamekuja hata wameonyesha wale watafanya kazi lakini contract haikusainiwa, so ikakuwa failure. Kampuni zingine kama Jaika zimekuja huku zikakuwa hata ziko karibu sana kuanzisha hiyo recycling hapa lakini zikafail. So kumekuwa na frustration over the years ya kwamba itaanzwa na haianzi.
Umekuwa hapa kwa miaka ngapi mama?
Nimekuwa hapa for 30 years.
For 30 years. Sasa tuseme kuanzia 1990.
1990.
Na Delamere hii ni kampuni kubwa sana ambayo ilikuja na Muingereza hapa. Ina relate na ule kijana wa Lord Delamere ambao aliua kijana fulani huko Naivasha.
Nakumbuka.
Killing Naivasha. Na anatoka huko Naivasha na anadampa hapa. Miaka 30 hawajawahi wasaidia yeye. Hata hawajawahi fikiria kuja kuona Baba Chris hapa. Hakuna. Sasa hii ni kampuni nyingine pia ni ya Total. Total ni kampuni kubwa sana pia hii ya kutoka
vitu mingi sana.
Wanadamp pia huko.
Tupa vitu mingi sana tunapata kutoka za mafuta.
Sasa Baba Chris, mimi kile naweza kuuliza hivi. Unafikiriaje kuhusu matajiri ambao wanaishi Muthaiga, Karen na hao ni wanasimamia kampuni kubwa kubwa Kenya, wanadamp hapa? Ungewaambia nini?
Nafikiria kuna vitu vingi sana ambazo wanaweza fanya kujua hizi waste zao zinaenda wapi. Na hizi waste zao zikifika hapa hivi sisi tunazirudisha kwenda kufanya research. Kama tungekuwa tunazirudisha kungekuwa na environment inachafua mazingira kwa kiwango kubwa sana.
This dam site has posed a great threat to the people living around, especially health-wise. You find that most of the things that are being dumped there, some of them they come from industries. And these industries, they are producing some chemicals. So I found that when they start maybe something like burning them, the smoke, you find that we inhale like 99% of the smoke from the dam site.
Wakichoma hizo takataka, moshi inaingia shule, inaingia kwa jikoni, watu una passive smoke. Unakuwa affected na hiyo moshi.
Kuna siku yenye tulikuanga class, Sach alikuwa anafundisha and then jiko karibu na boma, moshi kaanza kuingia kwa class. Akasimamisha class, tukaambiwa tokeni nje kwanza, hii moshi at least ishaisha ndio sisi affect. Tukatoka nje, tulika like almost 2 hours tukingoja sasa hiyo moshi ipungue ndio isitu affect hadi. Then hadi kuna siku yenye zinaingia moshi inaingia class sana, unapata hadi chana anasema endeni home juu sasa moshi imekuwa mob sana.
Mathare Social Justice Center, under the social justice movement, with the concern of capitalism crisis, organized a one-day workshop in Mathare in conjunction with Africa is a Country and review of African political economic journals to spark this conversation on writing and doing documentary of struggles of our people under capitalism in my city. Tulianzisha hii park, tunasema inaitwa People's Park. Na the reason tulifanya hivyo ni kwamba tulikuwa tunasema Mathare Green Movement. Tulianza hivyo kupanda miti in memory ya victim ya extrajudicial killing. Na also tukasema tutapanda miti si tu hadi kukumbuka victims ya extrajudicial killing ama victim ya police violence ama human rights abuse, lakini pia ni to heal the world.
The reason why I become an organization is because I saw a lot of environmental conflicts, especially in the informal settlements. Vile tumeexplain hapa kuna a lot of conflicts. Basically in the dam sites kuna a lot of things that happens there. So nikaform hiyo organization yangu because I knew we have these conflicts and we need to address these conflicts. But of course including the younger generation. Juu sisi tukigrow hatu kufunza hizi vitu za environment vile tumeambiwa because of this capitalism. So sisi kama organizational relation gani, let us involve these young people ndio pia wao kuwateka pia role wajue hii si ati kitu ya watu wakubwa peke yake.
Kila mtu ana haki ya kuwa na mazingira mazuri. So capitalist imekuja ikaingia kwanza kwa watoto. Sisi kwanza tulikuwa watoto tu kufunzwa shuleni about muhimu wa mazingira, hatukufunzwa. So ndio tulikuwa kama tukikuwa bado na tunaamini flying toilets ni haki yetu. Ati acha tuishi tu hivyo. Mtu anaishi bila choo, anyolo hivyo. So it's very problematic na very serious kwa sababu capitalist lazima sasa kama sisi the way we are trying to resist against the capitalist people is this going to the children through this ecological justice campaign and forming environmental clubs and engaging the children in issues on dialogues, especially in schools.
Ungedhani panaweza kuwa maua hivi at first. So na vile palikuanga tu kinyezi hivyo na hakuna mtu anaweza kuja atoe, then tu panazidi kuwa hivi. So hiyo perspective ya kukua pia na good environment tuliona ianze within us hapa MSJC, na hapo ndio pia tuliweza kuunda kikundi tukaenda kuosha mto, na tulipoosha mto tulitoa tani 7 ya uchafu. Ilikuwa uchafu mingi sana, uchafu yote ya jamii. Tani 7 ni uchafu mingi. Kwa hiyo uchafu ya jamii pia ilikuwa action, ilikuwa pia participatory research, ilikuwa inanionyesha pia healthy hazard ya jamii, inanionyesha ile jamii tuko vile watu wana consciousness na takataka.
Na kwa hiyo vile mlikuwa mnasafisha hiyo mto, I'm sure vile umesema mnapata syringe, kuna vitu zinaweza wadunga, ndio yenyewe ni si safi. Mlikuwa na any protective gear?
Pia kwenye hiyo mto ilitufunza mambo mingi sana za kuonyesha na vile state pia neglect environment, sababu mto tulipata kuna drainage za choo. Kila drainage za choo zimeingia kwa mto.
Kama vile unaona tuko kwa hii park, and through hii discussion tumeona how in a small way how even Dandora, hiyo dump site, can be rehabilitated. Kwa sababu hii park ilikuwa dump site, ikakuja ikakuwa rehabilitated. So hiyo small step, hiyo mbegu ndogo inaweza jizaa ikuwe hiyo mbegu kubwa, na dump site kubwa ya Dandora irehabilitatike, isiwe mahali yenye inatukandamiza, so that it's not a place of injustice anymore. Na role kama ya hiyo international solidarity is also to hold into account these big companies that are the biggest emitters of carbon, because us on the ground, in as much as yes we are PRCC, we are not taking care of the environment in the best way, we are actually the smallest people who are affecting the environment. The bigger people are the Coca-Colas, the Shells, the Unilevers, who can act with impunity because of global imperialism. And they are aided by governments kama zetu zenye hazifanyi anything, na wame weaken structures that would put them into accountability kama trade unions. But still we are resisting through Madare Social Justice Center, the environmental and ecological justice pillar, and through, as well as through the green movement.
Kenya is in deep neoliberal capitalism crisis. We are in high public debt and state violence, which manifests itself in hate for the poor and greed for profit.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to a new episode of Africa's a Country Talk. I'm Will Shoki, streaming from Johannesburg, South Africa. And I'm joined as always by my wonderful co-presenter, Sean Jacobs, who's in Brooklyn, New York. And by the way, it was Sean's birthday on Sunday. So if you'd like, send him a nice little message on the chat function. He's sporting a new birthday jacket today. I think it looks pretty cool, pretty steezy. So happy birthday, Sean, from me. And what you're watching at the moment is AIAC Talk, which is a weekly interview show. We broadcast every Tuesday at 7 p.m. if you're in Nairobi, 5 p.m. in Dakar, or 6 p.m. in Johannesburg. And our show is produced as always by Antoinette Engel, who's in Cape Town, South Africa. And this is episode 33.
Thank you very much, Will, and thank you for the birthday. Are they saying Cape Town the birthday wishes? On today's show, we discuss whether, and this is like a big topic, an important topic, whether the moment is right for South Africa's left to form a new party, or as I say in South Africa, party. I say party. Niall Reddy, who's a South African and a doctoral student in sociology at New York University, and he wrote an article on Africa as a country that earlier this week. And that article is the basis for today's discussion. Secondly, Tasneem Essop, a researcher at the Society Work and Politics Institute, or SWOP, at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. And Mazibuko Jara, an activist, trainer, and popular educator, and a former national spokesperson of the South African Communist Party, who also serves on the Mandela Collective.
But if you missed our show last week, it was a great episode. We explored the intellectual activism of Archie Mafeje and Cedric Robinson, two scholars and activists who are both now late, whose efforts to challenge Eurocentrism and political thought are becoming more widely known. And our guests for that were Bongani Nyoka, who has written 2 books on Mafeje, as well as Joshua Myers, whose new book on Cedric Robinson just came out. And clips from that episode are available on our YouTube channel. But as usual, best check out the whole thing on our Patreon, along with all the episodes from our archive. In a few minutes, we're going to welcome our first guest. But Sean, I wanted to first ask you, what's been on your mind this week?
I mean, with me, mine is, I think you're going to talk about something really heavy, but for me, just quickly, I'll be quick. I'm kind of noticing that Fela Kuti is in line for the, something musical for me, in line for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which is a strange thing, and you can Google it and read about it. It was started, it's an American thing, just let me make that clear. Fela doesn't need any validation, but the American market is the biggest market. It sets, if you can be big in Poland, then you're still not big if you're not big in America. Ask Trevor Noah. In any case, in 1986, they founded this thing, and it's based, they built like a building in Ohio where they have this event in Cleveland. In the first class, they had like Chuck Berry and a whole bunch of other American musicians. The first Black woman actually was the next year, Aretha Franklin. And so Fela Kuti currently, the way it works is like they have a kind of vote where these anonymous voters that we don't know, I think it's about 600 or 700 of them. And then it is a fan vote, which they combine, and the top 5 fan vote getters, they are added to the vote by the members of this Hall of Fame, which, by the way, started out with Rolling Stone magazine, but we don't have all the I don't want to go into too much detail. The point that I just find interesting is if Fela makes it, I was amazed. He would actually be the first African to be inducted into, I mean, I'm not saying people of African descent in general. There's been lots of African-American artists. I think Bob Marley may be in there too, from the Caribbean, but he would probably be the first artist who was born and kind of lived most of his productive life and work life on the African continent. The chances are good. He's currently second in the fan vote, but I don't know who the 600 people are voting for, if they're voting for Fela. So there's a lot of debates online. It's an American thing. Why does Fela need it? He's not a rock musician. Rock can be, it's a very expansive definition. And then finally, there's some people talking about how he's being sanitized. The thing about Fela is, if you're going to judge Fela on his public life, it's very contradictory. There's progressive elements, reactionary elements to it. He was male chauvinist, etc. But at the same time, he's also like a prolific musician and he made a genre. And I think it would be interesting if he doesn't make it. if he doesn't make it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year. So that's just my item for the week. Very light.
It's very, very nice and light, and already showing us some of the politics of voting that we're going to properly get into in a little bit. But I do hope he does well. I think it would be a really cool thing, even if just symbolic and ultimately meaningless. I think it would still be pretty nice. But to talk about, what's been on my mind this week, it's been a pretty, I think, heavy last couple of days in terms of just the amount of death that we've been witnessing. I mean, throughout the whole pandemic, but I think in a concentrated period, the last 4 days have been really intense. And I think if you're a music lover, we were just talking about music, Friday would have been pretty hard for you because a musical icon for me and for many people, American rapper DMX, passed away. And DMX was just this touchstone of rap music because he was really a kind of blues musician in rap music. His lyricism, persona, rooted in this kind of existentialist posture, which, we could have a whole conversation about DMX and what he meant for the culture. But I think his artistry was really a turning point for the genre, and he passed away in an untimely fashion. He was only 50 years old. And then, yesterday, a South African writer, Pumla Gobodo-Madikizela, passed away. We've spoken about some of his work on the show before. He wrote that book, Born Freeloaders, which is a sort of critique of South Africa's young Black middle class. And on Sunday, Dr. Cindy van Zyl, who's affectionately known by South Africans as the People's Doctor, passed away. And I think what was noteworthy about her passing is that a week before, there was a crowdfunding campaign that had been put together to try and help raise funds to cover her medical bill because she had been hospitalized since the start of the year, having contracted COVID, and due to persistent breathing problems, needed to be kept on a ventilator. And this campaign was started. 2 million rand was required to settle the medical bill. Half of that was raised, and then she unfortunately passed away. And I think what it sort of just, I think, underscores, which is a message that everyone preaches about what this virus is supposed to make clear for all of us, but sometimes doesn't really sink in all the time. It's just the nature of how fragile we are as human beings, but also how fragile people are no matter what their station in life is in terms of access to healthcare. I think in South Africa, it's interesting because I think when the crowdfunding campaign was started for Dr. Cindy, I think some people reacted skeptically and were wondering, well, why do they need to go to a private hospital? What's wrong with going to a public South African hospital? Because the nature of private healthcare in South Africa is that as a for-profit system, it is incredibly exorbitant. But I think it just goes to show how the way capitalism structures our lives is that it places these impersonal pressures on all people to try and strive for commoditized services. And it's designed to diminish confidence in the state provision of services and to compel people to believe that you'll get better healthcare, better transportation, better schooling if you go for the private and marketized options. So naturally, people go to extreme lengths to try and access those services. But in many instances, no matter what their class position, those are still extremely expensive and have extreme barriers to entry. And someone like Dr. Cindy, who'd spent so much of her life trying to extend her own expertise, extend her own services to people free of charge, was now in a position where when she needed help, she didn't have a safe, quality resource in order to access that. So I think I'm increasingly becoming convinced that as South Africans, as we make the demands for universal healthcare, for example, it also needs to be universal healthcare, not just to provide provision for the people that need it most, but healthcare that undercuts the power of the private sector, that demarketizes access to healthcare, and that creates a system where people can trust that no matter what station in life they're in, they can access the vital things that they need in order to survive. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but I also think that there's a lot of people that the left in South Africa can reach in terms of the demands that it makes upon the state and the demands that it makes upon capital. So on that note, having spoken about the left, remember to hit like and subscribe, as well as follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And please, please, please subscribe to our Patreon, where you can access all of the show's episodes and help fund Africa as a country in general. And we are about to talk about the left on today's program. And we want to ask the question about whether or not South Africa's left needs a new party. We take our cue from an article that one of our guests, Nile Reddy, who is a South African sociologist and graduate student at New York University, and he's writing his dissertation there. And what he recently wrote for Africa as a Country was a post making the case for South Africa's left to start a new party. And it's important to mention that that post, by the way, is part of the inaugural series of republications that Africa as a Country has began with the South African left publication, Mandela. So, Niall, we're really excited to have you on the show. We're really excited to talk about today's topic. Is Niall around? Ah, there he is.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. You open your post by making the observation that in the last 10 years there's been this global transition towards electoral politics, and you use Panich and Ginding's phrasing, which they term as a shift from protest to politics. So first, as an introductory question, how widespread is that transition? Can you quantify it? Is it adequate? Is it something that is worth celebrating, or is it not enough?
How widespread is it globally, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, how widespread is it globally? Yeah.
Ooh, I mean, I'd have a hard time quantifying it. I guess we could try to add up all the countries in which this has happened. I mean, I think what's clear enough is that it's a pronounced enough trend to make the claim that there's some pretty historic shift that's occurred within the left globally. I think we'll all be familiar with the more famous examples within this trend. It's Bernie Sanders in the US, it's Jeremy Corbyn in the UK, it's Podemos in Spain, it was the left movement, which name I'm blanking on, in Greece. The reference points that I was drawing on were primarily within northern capitalist countries, advanced capitalist countries for these essays, and that is partly biographical, is because I've been, for the last 5 years, active in politics in the US with the Democratic Socialists of America, and so a lot of my reference points come from that, and a lot of my intellectual reference points come from the debate that's emerged around this new left in Western countries. But if we were to just extend our range geographically, but also chronologically, so we look back not necessarily in the last decade, but just before that, then we also have the pink tide in South America, where you've also had emergence of an entirely new left over there. And I think another place that holds enormous lessons for South Africa. I didn't make that my reference point because I have less expertise on that question. But I think there are many parts of the world which the South African left can look to try to glean some kind of lessons, so to try to take some kind of inspiration, because I think there are other movements
Unite! Unite! Working class, unite! 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 Working class, unite! Unite!
Mandla! Awethu! Good morning, everyone. It is absolutely brilliant to see everyone gathered here today. Thank you so much for coming here on an early and cold Johannesburg morning. To everyone tuning in on the live stream, whichever part of the world you're in, thank you for being here with us. You're very much here with us. And it's just been awesome to see everyone gather together in one room again. Some old faces, some new faces, some introductions, some faces that I recognize from a Zoom from a few months ago, but only seeing you for the first time now. And I think when we're gathered here today, our main aim is precisely to bring us all here together, to be together as we reflect on this definitive moment in South African history. So I'm going to be very brief, but before I begin, I thought it was important to extend some thanks to Claire Lester, with whom all this began, whose initial idea this was, putting out a feeler to gauge whether or not there'd be appetite to host an event, to Rosa Luxemburg, who have generously sponsored today's event, the Center for Social Change and the Center for Sociological Research, Luke and Trevor, who decided to join forces with us, and to all of you who have shown up, who are going to be here with us today, who are going to participate. I'm sure you all know the program, so I don't want to go through that as of yet, and would just like to welcome you all here. And I thought that before we began with the morning's proceedings, it would be important to remember why we're here today. And it would be appropriate to give a moment of silence, a moment of honor, a moment of recollection, a moment of solemnity to the people whom died and the people whom we hold in mind, whom we hold in heart, and whom we hold in soul. So before we have a moment of silence for the 47 people that perished, particularly the 34 miners who were killed on the copies, and also the 13 who died in the days leading up to the 16th of August 2012, I thought it would be good to read a passage from this book. I'm sure you all recognize this book by Professor Julian Brown, who I hope will be present here today. And I picked it off my shelf the other day and decided to dive back in to try and recall in as much detail what happened on that day. And I think it's important to try and set the scene, to remember that moment. I want you all to think about where you were, how you first heard the news, and what you felt. Because 10 years later, as we are going to reflect today, as we are going to discuss, nothing has happened, justice has not been served on the families, and the country that we all want to contribute to is still very much in suffering. So before we have that moment of silence, I'd like to read the following passage. On the afternoon of the 16th of August 2012, officers of the South African Police Services shot and killed 34 striking mine workers at a platinum mine in Marikana. The men were killed in two phases. In the first of these, the police officers took aim at a moving group of workers, and in the course of 8 seconds, fired 284 rounds of live ammunition at them. 17 men were killed. Most had been at the front of the group, but others were several hundred meters away, far from the police line. Many of these men died quickly. Some, though, bled to death in the dirt over the next hour, while the police denied them access to medical attention. The police then left the initial site of the shooting and followed a smaller group of workers to a nearby cluster of rocks and boulders. They surrounded these men as they hid, and again opened fire. Some police officers fired indiscriminately in the direction of the rocks. Others climbed into the larger boulders and aimed downwards, shooting at the men crouching below. Another 17 men were killed in this, the second phase of the massacre at Marikana. Again, most died quickly. Again, others bled to death in the dirt. Still others died later in custody. This was the worst abuse of power since the end of apartheid, the bloodiest display of the state's ability to do violence to its citizens in almost 20 years. we think of the 34 and we think of the 13, and we have a moment of silence in remembrance of them. May their memories be a blessing. Thank you once again, and I now would like to welcome Claire, who's going to chair our first panel, which will feature Shaeera Kalla, Nadara Munshi, as well as Ziyanda Stuurman. Claire, over to you.
Thanks so much, William. So will our first speakers join me up here at the front, please? And we can sit and start our discussion. Hi, Shaeera. Hi, welcome. So thank you very much for being here. To our speakers, who I will introduce now, but also just to echo what William said, thank you for being here. Thank you for this beautiful opening. It just makes me so happy to see that there's a child in the front here. I think that's so special. And I heard once from an elder that in Africa, we Africans, we sing when we are happy, we sing when we are sad, we sing when we're mourning. And so I think opening the session with the singing and dancing was just so poignant. Like William said, my name is Claire Lester. It's really great to meet all of you after 3 years of us really having no or very little connection due to the COVID pandemic. So when we were planning this seminar, this symposium, we really wanted to try and have this in person, and it is absolutely wonderful to see people here in the flesh, seeing people's faces with whom I've been connecting and dialoguing for some time. So that's really special. Thank you so much. So I will introduce these wonderful speakers for our first panel. We have on the far end there, Ziyanda Stuurman. She is a policy and security analyst and author of the book, Can We Be Safe? The Future of Policing in South Africa. She is an alumni of the Chevening and Fulbright Scholarship Programs and currently works as a policy manager at the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab at UCT. The article, I should probably say that this symposium had two parts to it. The one is what you're participating in right now, our in-person symposium, but we also had most of the speakers write short articles or interventions in the days leading up to the week of the Marikana Massacre. So those are on the publication, online publication, Africa is a Country, and if you would like to read them, you may do so. And the article that Ziyanda wrote is titled Confronting Police Power. We then have, sitting next to her, Shaeera Kalla. She is a former leader of Fees Must Fall and is currently an activist and filmmaker based in between Johannesburg and Pretoria. The article that she wrote and which she will be reflecting on today is her article, Dreaming of the Green Blanket. And then we have Nadara Munshi sitting here next to me. She is a project coordinator at Global Union Federation Public Service International, and she has worked in the social justice and NGO sector for some time, particularly in the labor movement, dealing with issues related to access to socioeconomic rights and work around the right to protest, and was also involved in the Marikana Commission of Inquiry. So thank you so much. The formats that we're going to be doing, we did start a bit later than planned. So I'm going to ask if that's all right with you, for each speaker to speak for about 10 minutes, after which I will ask a follow-up question, and then we will open the floor for questions or interventions from the public, and I just request that they keep relatively short to allow for as many people to contribute to the discussion as possible. So I'm going to stop speaking now and sit down. You have one, I'll pass you. There we go. We've got a bottle of water. Okay. And hello everyone online who's watching via the streaming link. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to begin with Ziyanda. I think we will move in this direction. That's okay. Ziyanda, if you'll please. I think it's just on.
We go. This should be on. Yeah. All right. All right. So thank you, Claire, for that introduction, and thank you, everyone, for attending today and joining online. As Claire mentioned, I wrote a piece for Africa as a Country for today specifically, and the piece really centered around the idea of trying to confront police power. We know that the SAPS is an incredibly large organization, employs about 186,000 people, of which are 160,000 police officers, and has a an annual budget of over 95 billion rand a year. I opened the piece by writing about the killing of Sinethemba. This was on March 10th, right here in Johannesburg, very close to this location. His death was caused by public order policing officers firing rubber bullets on a crowd of students who were protesting fee increases and shot him at close range. Despite there being material evidence and witnesses at the scene linking the actions of those officers to his death, the 4 officers who were charged with murder and attempted murder in his case were acquitted of all charges on July 5th, 2022. Ndumba's killing and the abject failure of the police to be handled or to be held accountable for the spectacular levels of violence they visit upon some groups of people when they protest is one of the most enduring legacies of the massacre at Marikana. Police training and ultimately police conduct within public order policing has never been perfect, but at the very least, it was meant to draw a hard line between what was the old South African police and the new, or so-called new, South African Police Service post-1994. The idea was that these police officers were not, were not able to or not meant to trample on the constitutionally guaranteed freedom to assemble, to gather peacefully, to protest, to picket, and to mass mobilize. Once the massacre at Marikana happened, this nascent understanding of our freedom of to protest and the expectation of the police to act with appropriate restraint all but vanished. The country watched, as William pointed out earlier, the country watched as 34 men were gunned down, 78 were seriously injured, and more than 250 were arrested. All of this on camera, and all of this clearly showing police using both rubber bullets and live ammunition. Although police claimed that the miners were aggressively threatening them, not a single police officer was injured that day. Since then, thousands of protests have taken place across the country every year, and there have been thousands of complaints laid with the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. This body is meant to be the group that performs the duty of watchdog of the police. But really, this shows a high number of police officers being charged with excessive force during protests and during crowd management situations. This includes the indiscriminate use of rubber bullets and live ammunition in these situations. There are, like I said, currently thousands of civil claims against the police, amounting to 16 billion rand to date. If we were ever under the belief that the police could learn to respect the democratic right of protest for poor and working class Black South Africans, the massacre at Marikana proves otherwise. The killing of Andries Tatane during a service delivery protest in the Northwest in 2013 proves otherwise. Police action during the Fees Must Fall and Roads Must Fall protests in 2015 and 2016 proves otherwise. And the killing of Sinethemba in 2021 proves otherwise. In the way that our entire society is set up to favor privilege and wealth, our policing system does the same. The SAPS is a reflection of our racist, anti-poor, and misogynist society, and this is often reflected in whose right to assemble and whose right to protest and whose right to air their grievance is protected. As I laid out in my piece for Africa as a Country, the SAPS is perfectly capable of policing even violent protests, so long as the people who are protesting are white farmers in Senegal, or so long as they are suburban parents in Brackenfell in Cape Town. They reserve a specific kind of gratuitous violence in almost every other circumstance, and much so we've seen since Marikana, by using rubber bullets or other so-called less lethal weapons as the first resort and not the last resort. I also want to add that the police act in this way because they are enabled by the state. This is very clearly, we saw this very clearly in the collusion between government and the owners of Lonmin in July and August 2012, and we have seen it many times since in the deaths of Petrus Michels, Elmer Robin Montsumi, and Collins Khoza at the hands of the SAPS, the Johannesburg Metro Police Department, and the military during lockdown in 2020. We also saw this again in August 2020 when Nathaniel Julies was killed by police in Eldorado Park, and the Gauteng provincial government and police tried to lie about the cause of his death. In the deaths of all these South Africans, not a single police officer or member of the military was held accountable for their use of excessive force. With the underfunding and under-resourcing of IPID and no political will to address police brutality, accountability within the SAPS is theoretical at best and treated with contempt at worst. At this point, we no longer need more commissions. We no longer need more empty commitments and promises to weed out violent police officers. What we do need are fewer armed police officers on the street who act with complete and utter impunity. I hesitate to even say that public order policing is broken, because at this point it seems to be working by design. It works to harm and cajole and kill those who threaten this capitalist status quo, and it works to suppress the freedom to protest and to organize for those who challenge state and police power. If we do not have a police leadership and rank and file that understands the situation at hand and reorients the SAPS to an organization that understands its democratic duties in our country, then the massacre at Marikana will continue to reverberate in small and big ways every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ziyanda. Shaeera, if you would.
I think now it works. Thanks so much, Claire, and thank you, Ziyanda. I've read your piece and I've been thinking a lot about this since we had our own experiences with the police during Fees Must Fall, and it's very emotional being here today because the last time I spoke at this venue, well, okay, not the last time, but the last time I spoke about these issues at this venue was actually in 2016 after the police had rounded us up in a way that is not comparable to the brutality that our miners faced in Marikana, but that really exhibited the agenda that the system isn't broken, the policing system isn't broken. It's working the way that it was designed to work, except that the legacy of Marikana and the massacre itself, you know, the historical moment that this represents is not just in that these miners were shot down mercilessly and their struggle for a living wage and for better lives, not just a living wage, for better lives, was really in that after they were killed, the movement continued. And 10,000 miners, you know, came out and the strike continued. And for me, that just represents not only the despair of Marikana and the story, but what the energy and the program of action and the strategy, the beauty in that momentum and what the miners were able to galvanize. And it gives me a lot of hope in the most difficult times. But I've been asked to reflect a bit about the student movement. And if you read the piece that I wrote for Africa as a Country, I do talk about the way in which the miners taught us as young people. I think I was maybe 19 when this happened, and I was a first year at Wits University. I won't go into where I was and what I was doing because a lot of it is much of a blur, but I do remember feeling extremely, extremely angry at what was happening, confused as well because there were so many mixed messages about what actually transpired. And now that the picture is so much clearer, and it was maybe a year after that I started reading stories. I know there was that unforgettable piece that was in the Mail and Guardian about the families of the miners 1 year after the massacre. And there was the amazing work that people like Nadira and Nomzamo did with Seri that educated a lot of us about what we needed to do following the massacre. And so my activist trajectory is very much entangled in that moment and in that education, and in seeing what civil society was able to do at that point. And it did something for us as young people. It made us believe that history is something that you create. Because a lot of the time when we read about massacres of the past, during the anti-apartheid struggle, and even before that, the Haitian Revolution even, you read about it as a distant thing, whereas this was something that we could see on television. We watched Miners Shut Down, we watched Strike a Rock, much more recently, which focused on women in Marikana. And it took me to that moment when we were singing Senzenina at the gate of Yale, at the Yale entrance at Wits University. We're singing this song. And as we were singing that song and shutting down the university, we were reverberating the echoes of history from the Soweto uprising and from the copy. And the copy was visible to us because we had seen it. We had seen the mine workers singing it there. And we had seen Joseph Matunjwa saying to them that, comrades, the life of an African person in South Africa is cheap. That word, chipile, it stuck with me. And Mamdani, in his book, Neither Settler Nor Native, he refers to 3 phases in our history that really changed the story for us as South Africans. The turn from resisting within the terms set by the apartheid government and redefining those terms. The second is a shift from demanding an end to apartheid to providing an alternative to apartheid. And the third was a shift from representing the oppressed black majority to representing the whole people. And I think for us, when we were students at that time, what happened in Marikana and what was happening at the university as well with the calls for an end to outsourcing that had been 15 years in the making through the Worker Solidarity Committee was this idea that we needed to, shift from representing just one group of people, just students. We were not just students, we were members of society before we were students. And that meant that the solidarity with workers was not just their movement and our movement, but one movement. And now, as I think about the limitations of that time, because in many ways, Fees Must Fall didn't live up to the expectations of the energy that we were able to galvanize in that moment. For me, it represents sort of a moment rather than a movement, and we can debate that. But unfortunately, as someone who was involved and left the space feeling very sad, somber about what was possible, but also in some ways hopeful, we do need to rethink how we bring people into a space, how we galvanize energy. And for me, it's not just workers and students, but it's people involved in economic and social reproduction in the informal sector, those who are unemployed, because that is actually most of us in this country. And those who are NEET, not in employment, education, or training, the 15 million people aged 15 to 64 in South Africa. And I think this 15 million figure, or 40% of people between the ages of 15 to 64, it translates to the potential that we have to really, really, really get behind goals and strategies and plans that are not just sporadic and like this is happening here and that's happening there, but actually what we have to do to build an alternative reality and an alternative vision. Because what Mamdani says is that one of the main shifts was when we stopped demanding just for an end to apartheid, but we provided a vision for what would replace it. So we went from what needs to fall to what needs to rise. And to me, that is a major thing. Even considering the issues around not just race and gender, but provincial migration and how that impacts how we organize. And finding that in our intellectual and academic spaces, we need more research that is linked to grassroots movements, because that is the exception rather than the norm where we find ourselves right now. And it's the reason why I think civil society is in such a weak position. And there are people who've done this, even during Marikana, during the protests at that time, during the strike at that time, there were people who were the minority who were trying to show the truth, right? And so are we witnesses to the truth right now? Are we doing everything in our power right now? I know for sure I'm not doing everything in my power. But the fact that we can see what was possible at that time and the impact that people had after this tragic event, after this massacre that was planned and orchestrated, and yet it didn't, that the collaboration between the state and between Lonmin and capital, it wasn't able to crush this movement. There is something really, really, really powerful in understanding how that was possible. And I don't want to drone on too long, but there's one thing that I have to also just speak to is that, Professor Kate Alexander in the book that was written collectively with other scholars, writes that the leaders were elected on the basis of their historical leadership in recreational spaces, in community and workplaces. Mambush, our comrade in the green blanket, who I still dream about, got his nickname from the Sundown soccer player named Mambush Mudau. And he was chosen since he had organized soccer games and was always resolved. He always resolved minor problems in the workplace and was particularly known for his mild temperament and for his conflict resolution skills, both in the workplace and in his home in the Eastern Cape. These were not just miners, they were not just workers, they were incredible, generous, giving, soft, strong human beings. And there's so much to embody from their characteristics, from the way that they did things, from the way that they were able to galvanize this moment. And I don't think we focus enough on that when we talk about Marikana. Often we just focus on the tragedy of it. And Koleka Putuma's poetry from Collective Amnesia, she says that, isn't it funny that when we ask about Black childhood, all they're interested in is our pain, as if the joy parts were accidental. And for me, when I'm reading about the stories of these mine workers and their families, Thabiso Telejane was 56 when he died at Lonmin, and he was an out-of-contract worker. So neither his son, Kopano, nor his daughter, Ketso, qualified for the lifetime education benefits the company promised children of the miners who were killed, right? And that, is something that we have to grapple with, we have to deal with. I know Seri is still trying to change that and trying to create, to facilitate justice for these families. But when his wife speaks about the Farlam Commission of Inquiry, her voice cracks and she says, I don't know if the truth will come out of the commission. It's still sitting, it hasn't disappeared, but they are still killing witnesses. And this was said after 1 year, right? So this is one story, but I think the message is important in that commissions in themselves and the routes that we have taken, or the routes that the country has taken to try and grapple with what happened at the Marikana Massacre, they really, if we think about the inquest of Ahmed Timur and into his murder, commissions are essentially an act by a particular class in society to maintain the status quo. We saw the same thing with the Fees Commission after Fees Must Fall. It actually recommended a structure that would center students taking on debt. It was completely devoid of any of the demands that were made for decommodification and decolonization of education. So when I think one of the lawyers who was representing the workers' families said to us that at the commission, the judge, Farlam, actually referred to the wives of the miners as unsophisticated and uneducated. How do we respond to that? What are we saying? What are we doing to make sure that we amplify the voices of these women who their strength is something I can't even grapple with. I can't even understand. I mean, just reading about how some of the wives have said that they will take the place of their husbands and work at the mines. After everything that has happened, I can't understand how someone has it in them to make a decision like that. The desperation, the poverty, and yet also the resilience that it takes to say something like that and to be willing to do something like that. And you must remember, going into the mines, even if we take away the massacre and the trauma of the massacre, just going down into a mine, the air that you breathe, the destruction that it has on your lungs, that in itself, you know, is that violence, before even the violence of the massacre, that violence of just having to do that. How are we talking about that in the aftermath? So these are the kind of things that are filling my mind right now. And I really hope that as civil society, as comrades, we can galvanize around a particular vision for what we want, instead of talking about particular issues. But how are all of these things linked? And that's where I think a lot of our energy needs to go into, because there are programs right now on the ground that are completely devoid of any progressive fiber, that are focused on division, that are focused on hate, on xenophobia, and that do not speak to the spirit of Marikana, that do not speak to the lives that were sacrificed that day. And they were definitely not sacrificed in vain. That we can assure everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shaeera. Such rich interventions. Nadira, if you will speak, and then I'll pop a question or two. But the interventions have been so thorough, I don't even know if I need to ask questions.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the panelists, because those were enriching contributions. Let's just try again. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. So thank you for inviting me. The piece that I wrote for Africa as a Country speaks to labor, and it's a little bit of a lament on where we are as a labor movement. Before I get there, the topic or the title of this discussion is on justice for Marikana. And so I want to speak a little bit to that and kind of end off with the piece that I wrote about. And perhaps it's worth following from Shaeera to speak a bit about the spirit of Marikana. Because Marikana was a labor strike. It was a labor strike for living wages. Wait 1 minute. Okay. Sure. So it was a labor strike for living wages where mine workers went out on strike. And also reflected on their living conditions as migrant laborers living in an informal settlement, so in shacks in Marikana, working for a mine that had enough money to pay them living wages, but you chose not to and refused to do so. And this labor strike led 40 mine workers dead, including 1 union leader, 2 security workers, and 2 policemen at the end of the week. And But the deaths and the ways in which the 34 mine workers, which we saw, actually we only saw 17 being killed on TV. And that was the first volley of fire within 8 seconds, 17 workers were killed. And then what we didn't see on TV, but we saw mostly through the commission, was how a further 17 workers were gunned down by the police, often surrendering. And so if you look at their postmortems, a lot of the bullets were in their hands and their elbows because they were surrendering as the police shot them. And if you listen to testimony from mine workers like Comrade Nchamba, who was at the, who gave testimony, they speak about how workers killed and how, right next to them, and they were trying to surrender. And then we saw 270 mine workers arrested, right? So there were workers who made up the injured and arrested group, and they were arrested for common purpose, for killing, for the police killing their own comrades. So this is the kind of severe injustice, but that killing and the literal loss of blood affected everyone across the country. So what we saw was workers rise up and recognize the call for a living wage, and we saw more strikes happening. But it went beyond labor. We saw communities in informal settlements rise up and also identify with the struggle and the living conditions of workers in Marikana. And as I was driving here this morning, we got news that another Abahlali member was martyred this morning. Linda Mguni died. He's the third person this year to be killed. Nokutula Mabaso, Ayanda Ngira, sorry, and Linda Mguni. Murdered for a struggle for housing. This is the dignity that we are not affording people of this country. They are dying for dignity. They are dying for a struggle. And he was killed at, I think it was 1:30 in the morning. And obviously we know that there is no justice for the murders that are happening to Abahlani members, because there's a lot of politics involved. We know our government does not care and is involved. And we know that this is a struggle, an ongoing struggle for living wages. Now, the mine workers in Marikana are also migrant labor. They live in very similar conditions in informal settlements. They are also struggling for land, they are struggling for electricity, and they're struggling for access to water. And they are also then forced into a situation where they go underground, as Shaeera said, under severe working conditions where you don't know if you're going to come out alive. First, health and safety in mining remains a concern in this country. You come out and then you're not paid a dignified wage where you can support your family. So post Marikana, we have family members, as Shaeera said, working at the mines. Now these women are working, some have gone underground. I think they're about 8, I stand to be corrected, still working underground. Many of the families are still, not many, some of them are working above ground. And they had to leave their homes to become the breadwinners of their families and continue, as Nomzamo pointed out last night, the trajectory of and the legacy of migrant labor. It just continues. We're not breaking the cycle, we're not breaking the system. And so when we talk about justice for Marikana, we need to look at the companies that are earning thousands of money. AIDC did amazing work on the illicit financial flows and the amount of money that they are skimming and just sending off to countries so they can actually afford to pay workers living wages. We need to look at the political elite who are so invested in mining, earning profit from mining companies. The founder of the NUM criminalized a labor strike that led to the death of 37 mine workers at Marikana, killed by the police, right? That's 37 workers killed by the police because 3 were killed on the 13th of August. He's not the only one who has shares in mining companies, and he's not the only one who has shares beyond the mining interest in business in general. And so he's not the only, there are many of our politicians who are part and parcel of companies who outsource labor brokers. And we know that outsourcing and contractual labor, that is, as she said, Mamtela Jani struggled because she never, the compensation was an issue. London was evading responsibility because her husband was a contract worker. He was also old. When you pay loss of support, it's based on also the age of the mine worker. As an old mine worker, loss of support, she didn't get anything really nothing that can really sustain her going forward in life. And so when we talk about justice, series like, so it was the loss of support claims that were at least paid out. We're still waiting for general damages to be paid out. For the mine workers who were arrested, we know that they were paid, but for those who were injured, we know that they're still negotiating, because obviously government does not want to pay the amounts that mine workers are asking. Mine workers like Mzankholo Magidiwana, who I hope comes later, I haven't seen him here, lives with severe injuries to his body. He was killed. He was shot, he was shot 14 times, if I'm correct. 10 to 14 times in his body. At scene 1, where his comrades around him were killed. We have, when we come back to the legacy of Marikana, we have Ntata Jokanisi, whose son was killed. He's a mine worker, and his grandson was bullied at the boarding school that Lodman put them up in, because, and again, I'm taking Nomzama's words, they repeat, he was killed because the narrative of the state and the companies at that time was that these were vigilante workers out on strike, and were violent and dangerous men. He was bullied and he hung himself. So there's like the legacy and justice for Marikana. We are so far when it's not just 44 people who were killed, it's 44 and more. There are deaths that are ongoing, you know? And then finally we have to look at the police, and I think Ziyanda spoke clearly about the failures of the police, public order policing, and the failure of Marikana was that we had no public order policing. We had the tactical response team, we had the special task force, and we have not had a single police officer who shot a mine worker on the 16th of August enter into any form of disciplinary process. We know the generals on the ground, for Mark, Kalla, Scott, all of them, they came to the commission and lied. And one of the things about the commission is that a year into the commission, we finally got to learn the depth of the police lies. And I don't know how this is not a scandal across the country. The ways in which the police covered up, presented evidence before the commission, which was fabricated, proven to be fabricated, and they basically tried to attempt to retain the story of these violent men, and hide the fact that they killed. Eventually, they didn't even give a justification for scene 2 because there is none. They should have stopped immediately after scene 1, but they didn't. And they had ordered mortuary vans in the mornings. So they knew what was going to happen. It was planned, you know. And then the commission itself. So when we look at commissions in this country, commissions are forms of inquiry that are meant to tell us and give us a truth, right? It's search for knowledge and truth about what happened. But when you look at the terms of reference, commissions operate in a framework. They are instituted by the political elite. So Jacob Zuma announced the commission. The terms of reference are decided by the political elite. So what truth we're seeking, from who we're seeking, who gets heard and seen is decided by the political elite. And in that framework, who was silenced was the mine workers, and particularly the community of Marikana who supported the 2012 strike. So we never heard from the women who were there on the 16th of August. And we only heard from the injured and arrested mine workers, not from the 3,000 workers who were with them on strike. We landed with a report that opened up by blaming the mine workers and ended by blaming the mine workers for the strike. We landed with a report that gave us recommendations that have still not been implemented, or have not been effectively implemented in terms of the public order panel. We're still landing up with justice. Now, the families have called for an apology, although they do also recognize an apology 10 years later is almost meaningless. However, the demand for official recognition from the state that what happened in Marikana should never have happened is still worth fighting for. We do need that recognition from the state, and they have to provide it. We want a monument commemorating Marikana. The site of the copy, so if you go down at scene 1, where the 17 workers were killed, that is kind of being overridden. There's a kraal, so even the site and the place of where these killings happened have been changing, and those kind of developments kind of happened very quickly after the massacre. And then families also wanted the 16th of August to be recognized as a public holiday, which Ramaphosa, and sorry, I'll round up in 2 minutes, which Ramaphosa had kind of threatened to take away the 1st of May, which is May Day. You can't take away May Day and give us the 16th of August. We want both days, and we demand both days, you know. Marikana is not a replacement for Workers' Day. It's a recognition of a massacre that happened in democratic South Africa, and that should never happen again. So I want to end off with the kind of speaking to the piece where I lamented a bit about labor. I am a trade unionist. One of the things about Marikana, which was very frustrating, especially in the years following up, was the anti-union propaganda that kind of, in the narrative from the state. There's been changes to labor law which limit the right of strike, but I spoke about changes in the labor movement. Comrade Lawrence, forgive me here when I talk about COSATU as well. So what we saw post-Marikana was, so firstly, the 2014 strike, right? The rise of AMCU on the 2014 strike is also, unfortunately, the story of the decline and the fall of the NUM. The fall of a union that really in the 80s and 90s as it rose up, gave dignity to black mine workers. Living conditions improved with the NUM, working conditions improved with the NUM. The NUM was a union that we all looked up to, that provided leadership even beyond the workplace. But post-94, we saw the rise of business unionism creep in, and we saw workers kind of no longer identify with the union or no longer have faith in the union. Workers would say things like, unfortunately, the union leaders would say that you could only strike for a maximum amount of days. That's not true. We saw union workers not have trust in their leadership to take forward their demands for a living wage. And one of the things that happened was that in 2012, it started off at Impala, then Lonman, then Amplats. Workers went to the unions, wanted a raise. It was not given, but then the category of workers above underground, like rock drillers, so the shop stewards, they were given a raise, and that upset workers, rightfully so. And they went out on strike independent of their union. AMCU was started organizing in 2011 at Lonman, and so at the time of the massacre, they were not involved in the strike. They did get called in. Matunjwa, I think, really tried to negotiate, and but post the massacre, many workers left NUM to join AMCU. And then went on the strike, the 2014 strike, right, which was one of the longest strikes, 5 months, no work, no pay. But we also saw other shifts within the labor movement, and we saw the SAFTU splitting and forming from COSATU. And SAFTU, the promise and the dream, was a social movement unionism, a unionism that would bring us a new way of being, a new kind of, a return to the proud legacy of trade unionism that we have in this country. Unfortunately, the second Congress of SAFTU was marred by leadership battles, and we never actually got to the commissions which discussed issues. So I think as labor and as an advocate for labor, this is not to say we don't need unions. This is to say we absolutely need unions. We absolutely need working class organizations. We absolutely need unions that have the legacy of COSATU, that have the strength of which SAFTU was formed out of, unions that recognize that they are working class organizations, that they provide leadership within the workplace and far beyond into communities, that connect to communities. Because these are our, as working class organizations, one of the most sustainable forms of organizing of the working class that we have, that has survived throughout history. But we do have difficult questions to ask us about the state of labor, about where we are internally as labor, but also about the challenges that we're facing: increasing automation, increasing casualization of work, the anti-unionization from the state. All of these questions we need to grapple with honestly, because we desperately need our unions, but we do need to operate in a different paradigm. And also we have to ask questions that the Labor Relations Act and the labor system in which we worked in and we pushed for 94 had a place and worked for us, but does it continue to do so? And is it giving us as labor the kind of power and strength that we hope that it would? So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those interventions, and it's always a terrible position being in a chair, because the last thing you want to do is stop someone from speaking, and so I decided not to, because in fact things that I would have wanted to ask were in fact answered by allowing that extra time. So I'm not going to ask you direct questions now, but I am going to give a sort of a general overview and some points which each of you can respond to in relation, in addition to the interventions from the audience. What I picked up in each of your interventions was this idea of violence and the multifaceted manifestations of violence. One being a kind of structural or more systemic form of violence, and then of course the direct physical violence. And this is something that perhaps you can reflect on when other people also ask some questions. But the notion of violence in relation to accountability and accountability for that violence, because as Nadira pointed out, legal frameworks only allow for a certain form of accountability for certain types of violence, right, in most cases. So I hope that you can speak to that perhaps in a bit. Another thing which happened when I was recently in a department meeting last week, a faculty board meeting, I don't know if this is confidential, but the faculty was discussing that actually for the university to be able to balance its books going forward, there is actually going to be a need for a 13% fee increase, which it was discussed, well, of course, this is going to be a problem if we consider that in relation to all the additional burdens on citizens or people generally living in this country. So here, this notion of violence comes up again, and the futures of South Africa in responding to these kinds of shifts. So if maybe for 2 minutes each, you can respond to how do you think we can then leverage the power of civil society to respond to these multiple forms of violence? I know it's a big question, but to reflect on how we can do that would be great. While you think, perhaps, I will open the floor for some questions and interventions, and then you can respond to either that or the others. Do we have a roving mic, or should I walk around with the mic? Okay. If you can also introduce yourself, that would be great, so that people can know who you are.
Amandla, I'm very disturbed. First of all, during 2012, I was an organizer of Marikana Support Campaign. It was very even difficult to transport food for the mine workers because they were not even working. Even today, it's still difficult to solidarize with our Clover sisters who are fighting at Clover. The song that says, Senzenina, I wish one day one can respond to the question of Senzenina. There is another song that says, Umtomnyama ulalangadlile, meaning as a black child you go bed hungry. And when we try to organize ourselves and unite ourselves, our government is blocking us from uniting ourselves. First of all, Ramaphosa is a black person. What has happened in Marikana up to date, when we take it to the streets, he is the one who is organizing police to shoot us. He is the one. We voted for him to be the president, only if we knew we were not going to vote for him. The slain of Marikana will be a dream for lifetime. I remember when we went down there, Nabosis Nomzamo and others who are in the room, there was blood all over in such an extent that I took a resolution that I'll never eat liver, because what I saw there, it's still in my face. And between the rocks, there were other scalps which you can tell that these people, they didn't die right. There was something wrong and somewhere, and no one cares. And even the report from the Falam Commission, it's about 800 pages and more. And I still feel even today that I wish, Sis Nomzamo, we can have a radical strategy on holding our president accountable with the police that who triggered the bullet on what has happened in Marikana. And I wish, because the second speaker mentioned that there are some widows who can't even take their kids to school. What does that mean? How do you feel? How do you sleep at night if we are stuck about these issues because for the sake of you? I think organizing ourselves and mobilizing ourselves is the way to go. If we have to be more strategic in blocking this to not to happen. If we can call police now to say here is the criminal, they won't even pitch, because they are political bosses. They direct them. They direct them to kill innocent people who are demanding for a mere living wage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can take another speaker.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Bigo Mtauro. I'm an artist. I want to ask the panelists, is there an instance in history, anywhere in the world, where the police have acted in the interest of the working class? That's my first question. And maybe just to substantiate that question, is it not the nature of police to serve the interests of the capitalists, and not just police? Is it not also, is violence not intrinsic to a state? In fact, is there a state that doesn't mete out violence? Which leads me to ask, do we need police and do we need the state? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can take one more before I go back to our speakers. Someone wave. You wave.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Palesam Pashlele from Deep Reef Zone 4. I recall very well when the incident of Marikana occurred. I was still at COPE from inception when it first started, when it was still burning, okay, as an activist. And there was this guy who was like, okay, we should do maybe an SMS radio advertisement to say people should like pop in some money to afford these people a decent living, so that while this issue is still, at hand being tackled, but nothing was done still till today. So my question is, one, we're talking about having a monument. Sorry, I didn't catch your name quite well. Okay, you spoke about having a monument for Marikana, which would be a great thing. However, I would like you to put yourself in those people's shoes to understand that if somebody is in a state of poverty, doesn't have anything to eat, what should be prioritized then? We have social servants, we have companies around those people. Was there a company that came through and said, okay, let's offer this widow a job or something? I think we haven't really done much as communities or as civil servants to unite our people, where we can be able to not rely more on government, but seeing companies like affording somebody a decent life, you understand? Because these people are really suffering. Imagine being a widow, having 3 kids who relied on someone with the little they have to survive. But now you have no source of income. You have no one to tend to, because maybe even your immediate families, they can't even provide. So it's the things that we really need to be cautious about. I think we should really prioritize affording these people a decent life before even addressing the case of having a statue to say, let's recall the events of Marikana. That's my plea.
Thank you so much. So some questions, some more reflections. So I'll ask the 3 of you to respond as well. I think I don't want to be too rigid about things, kind of making people ask questions and things. I think we should respect that it's a different kind of symposium, right? So please do respond. And then, yeah, please do respond. Yes, Ziyanda, you can.
So thank you for those comments and the questions. I'll take the first question from the gentleman in the front. The question of whether we need the state and whether we need the police is definitely one that lots of people are grappling with. I think given the mass movement after the killing of George Floyd in 2020 and the sort of resurgence of Black Lives Matter, and particularly I think the defund the police movement in the US and in other places, I think was really important for essentially making people ask those exact questions. What is the place of the state? What is the place of the police? I think in post-colonial societies such as ours, the fact that the police came out of colonial governments and their entire purpose was to protect what colonialists had stolen, by its very nature, we have to question what and how our police system works, and by extension, what and how the state works. Look, I think that there are questions we can ask around accountability within the police, not just in terms of legal accountability or liability, but also what do they do with all the money we give them? Again, we spend 95 billion rand on an enormous police service that in many, many ways, over and over again, is extremely violent to the people that they're meant to protect and serve. I think we really need to start asking hard questions about the more than 20,000 senior police leaders we have, what they do, what value they add to the organization, and why the organization even exists to the point where we're funding it at over 90 billion rand a year, which is a 66% increase, by the way, over the last decade. There's no other social service, at least that I know of, within our government that has had as much monetary investment as the police have, but have delivered so little. So I think that there's, going back to Claire's question, I think that there's also something around really specific ways we can hold the police accountable for what they do. So an example of this is banning the use of particular rifles in public order policing. There are many, many, many non-lethal weapons that the police can use, or less lethal weapons that the police can use, that they should be using and not immediately going towards rubber bullets, which are very lethal at close range. The police know that. Rubber bullets or tear gas or live ammunition itself. So I think that the role of both civil society, and I think particularly in terms of civil litigation, should really hyper-focus on how we can change the exact nature of public order policing, because I promise you now the police won't do it themselves.
Thank you so much. Shaeera, if you can respond now, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Comrade Nadra touched on it, but something that we also have to understand and deeply consider in the plans that we put together around how we respond and how we build something to galvanize the energy that exists, but I think is not coordinated in ways that, would allow it to be felt and to really shake the core of this unjust system, is that resource extraction and the violence and the greed that we have seen on exhibit, and we continue to see. The deaths continue. It's 44 and more, as Comrade Nadra said. And in that same vein, not just in Marikana, but all over the country, there's this violent status quo. So resource extraction and the violence and the greed that it's underpinned by is a worldwide issue. It's not just a South African issue. And the name platinum itself stems from platina, or little silver. And in the era of the Spanish conquest and the exploitation of South America from the 16th century, this word is actually rooted in that discovery of oppression and colonial expansion. So when we look at where we are now, South Africa is really ripe for change, but we need to understand and not be naive that this change is not predetermined to be progressive change. There's a very nefarious agenda at play as well. And we've seen societies that completely, go backwards in time and regress. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done, of course, but also it can't be in the way that we've been working. We really have to consider how we go forward. That for me is important, as going forward is how we do that and what we're building, essentially. So I've been involved in calls for universal basic incomes, but I'll be the first to acknowledge that a universal basic income guarantee is nothing without consideration of our industrial policy, without consideration of basic services, universal basic services. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is a shift away from that towards privatization. So these issues are deeply connected, not just in the issues, but also the fact that people all over the world are dealing with similar problems. If you just look at Colombia, the election of a left-wing, progressive, indigenous woman is now the biggest threat to the mining conglomerates in that part of the world. And the mining conglomerates in that part of the world are the same ones, that we have to deal with here. So I think for me, there's two pictures that come to mind in closing. The one is this ethereal picture that was taken a year after the massacre of the Kopi, and I think it was at sunrise that this picture was taken. I'll share it with any of you who want to see it, but it was a really, really beautiful picture. It touched me, and it made me think about how I felt when I saw the picture of the Earth from outside, from space, and the idea of an overview effect, which is how small and fragile the sky and the Earth look from space, but then also understanding that we really are just in a spaceship called Earth, moving constantly. And the molecules in our bodies have been prototyped in some ancient generation of stars. And this reality against the existential tenuousness of Black life and where we find ourselves now in our history, to protect livelihoods, to build livelihoods, to create justice, and to fight against the same interests and the system of extraction and capitalism and imperialism that led to the killing of our miners in Marikana, and that will lead to the ecological destruction of this place that we call home, this planet that we call home. We have to think of a much broader picture. We have to think on a galactic level around not being paralyzed by fear in the same way that Marikana miners were probably very fearful of the consequences of what was happening. They had everything to lose, and yet they were brave enough and courageous enough to do what needed to be done. And are we brave enough and courageous enough right now to do what needs to be done? That for me is what we have to think about.
Go ahead, Nadia. Thanks.
So, Comrade Cleo, and it's actually nice to end off with Shaeera, because I think it is about organizing and mobilizing. But we also have to take stock of where we are. So whistleblowers are being murdered, and so when we organize and mobilize, how do we create spaces for people to come forward, safe space to protect them when they do come forward, We have the constant arrests, and like we just saw now, the murder of a young leader. So they're wiping out a generation of leaders in Abahlali who are fighting. We have arrests. I think I saw Comrade General somewhere in the room, and he was arrested under the Intimidation Act, which is an old apartheid act, and that went to court. You know, but the point is that we have to continue to organize and mobilize. And so, for example, on the 24th, we have SAFTU and other unions coming out on a national shutdown. We have to support that, but I think that we also have to be honest about how we're building, because building also requires constant work and kind of a slow process of organizing on the ground, so that when we do these big national actions, we have actually done the groundwork and movement of building and getting people to build solidarity with one another across struggles and in different parts of the country. So we do need a national shutdown, but we also need to do that kind of slow, organized work. And I think that we do have examples. Abahlali, the work that Comrade Cleo and others are doing, Tembekile Crisis Committees, Soweto, you know, there's a lot of work being done, but how do we galvanize and increase that efforts? And so to come, I mean, I think on the question of the state, Ziyanda, I mean, the questions that you said that people were posing, I think it's important that we have these conversations. And I think she answered it well, so I'll just speak a little bit more to the state and public services. Right now we do have a state. This is the model in which we have. And so I think as we fight for alternatives, we also have to fight for what we have to work for us. And that means returning back to the public. So we're in a country that is suffering rising malnutrition. We have a health crisis. We have an education and reading crisis in this country. We have a crisis of elderly care. We have a crisis of, so many. We have a crisis of violence, right? But public services can help alleviate this. So the kind of notion that you have to be working and you are only productive and worthy of public services when you are working and when you are paying taxes, bullshit in a country where there is such high unemployment, there is no opportunities or ways to enter employment, where we have the state denigrating and kind of trying to kill the informal economy through constant harassing of traders, etc. We have to reclaim our public services and make it work for us. It's the one ways in which, and we have to use that to kind of help us to also build, to reach a new way forward, and the kind of South Africa that we do want to see. To come back to your question, I mean, it is the point that we do have women whose, and children, and brothers, and parents, and grandparents whose loved ones were murdered by the state, who takes no accountability and refuses to even acknowledge that what they did was wrong and murder in the first place. But I do think it's also about ensuring that we do preserve our history. And so the question of a monument came from the workers, from the families, and from the community of Marikana. It's something that they wanted. And I think it's important that we do put up something that says, hey, what happened here was not right. What happened here should not be repeated. We want something to constantly remind us, and also we want to remember loudly the names of the men who were murdered and the workers who were murdered in Marikana. So I think it is about balancing, and we can do both. We can demand justice, we can demand dignified lives, we can demand proper wages, living wages. We can, at the same time, also stand up and say, never again.
Thank you so much. So, being the first panel of 4, many issues have been raised, from the history and the legacy of the state to colonialism, violence, and building social power. And we do hope that all of you stick around. We have more panels coming up, which will break off onto different subjects that have been covered. The next one after lunch, we did go a bit into lunch. We will resume at 1:30, so we have 40 minutes for you to get some refreshments, especially those that arrived a bit late. Please do get some refreshments, and then we'll return for our session on labor and Marikana. We have Camalita Naicker on the panel, Luke Sinwell, Comrade Trevor Ngwane, chaired by Ben Fogel. So please, we didn't get to another round of questions, but you will have many other opportunities. And thank you so much to the three of you. I realized now that it is Women's Month, and it was really wonderful to be sharing a stage with such incredible women. Whatever Women's Month is worth, but really an honor to share a platform with you all. So thanks.
personal engagement in this process of struggle, they immediately saw through the contradictions, not just of capitalism, but of the ANC. And so this was the seedbed of a new party emerging outside of the ANC, but it was just never the case. And it was the problem fundamentally, I think is one of the reasons why these movements turned out to be so weak, is that they never managed to challenge the loyalty that most of their own members even had, let alone the community that they operated in towards the ANC. And it set them up for co-optation and demobilization and all the sorts of games that the ANC was able to play with them. So I don't think we've ever taken seriously what it really meant to confront the deep loyalty that the working class in South Africa has to the ANC. And so one of the other things that it led to was we never sought out the potential avenues that we had to try and build coalitions with whatever left factions existed within the ANC. We were the independent left. We were the ones with the right pure socialist agenda. And eventually the workers would see that and they would leave the ANC on their own terms. And that was a mistake. And so it's one of the things that we have to do entirely differently moving forward, is we have to constantly be trying to build connections with, reach out to the left within the ANC. And we have to understand that the only way we really advance is when there's a decomposition of that coalition, when workers finally do break with the ANC. And we have to take, also seriously that there are going to be some committed socialists that actually realize this in a way that we didn't realize, and that therefore understood that it made sense in a certain way to be trying to work within the ANC, to try and build a left with the ANC, and we should see these people as natural allies.
To ask a question related to that very quickly, if you don't mind me, it's a question that Shireen Hassim, who's a friend of the show and has appeared before, she asks if we can define the left, because she says SACB hasn't been on the left for a long time. We're talking that there are some factions in these formations which are still on the left. And there's another question to bring back something Sean was mentioning earlier about whether or not the economic freedom fighters is on the left. So, I mean, it might be helpful, especially in South African political discourse, where I think that a lot of these terms have become muddied and the political spectrum scrambled to understand what does it mean to be on the left at this conjuncture.
Yeah, and I guess that's a complicated question when it comes to South Africa, because often when we're trying to place a particular political formation on a political spectrum, we have to deal with the common disjuncture that exists between the ostensible ideology of these movements and their objective character. So you take the EFF, for example. The ostensible ideology is clearly a left-wing one. It's Marxist phenomenalism, whatever, changes by the week. It's clearly shifted in a much more overtly nationalist direction, but I think it's still fair to say that it's mostly an ideology whose reference points are left-wing. But objectively, is this a left-wing movement? Then also that then that becomes, it depends. What exactly do you mean? If this was if you mean by what would the EFF achieve if it came to power, then no, because again, it's anti-democratic and it's corrupt and it's led by people who are, embedded in this state party machine, tenderpreneurs, people who live off the state. And so if it came to power, what would it do? It would enrich those people, and I don't think it would benefit workers. So objectively, it's not left. But then on the other hand, what's the composition of the party? Well, it's organizing a whole bunch of working class people of the broad working class on the basis of a left-wing ideology. And that surely is not irrelevant to how we characterize this movement. And there's a lot of people who say, well, the EFF is middle class. That's rubbish. As far as I can see, its support base is more or less the same class composition as the ANC. It's large chunk of unemployed people, small chunk of formerly workers, but mostly very low income working class people who are in the EFF. So, I mean, that's I don't think it's a straightforward answer to the question. I guess it depends on your usage over here. I'm in favor in a lot of these debates in a lot of, what we're discussing now from the essay, is that what I'm articulating here, and I hope this was actually clear in what I wrote, is not an anti-movement agenda. I'm not suggesting that movements are bad or that we should abandon movements. I think it's absolutely right that the orientation of a large part of the left has been trying to build coalitions between movements and labor unions, and I think that's exactly what we should continue to do. What I was suggesting is that, or what I was arguing against, is the strategic orientation that has failed, I think, to have a realistic appraisal of what the strengths and potentials of this movement are, firstly. And then secondly, what I was arguing for was that wherever we have the capacity to do so, we should change our prioritization away from movements towards labor unions. And we can go into the reasons for that, but ultimately it's the basis for that is just the fact that these movements have turned out to be a lot weaker than we've imagined. There are, exceptions to that, and Treatment Action Campaign might be a good example, because here was a movement that won a clear and astounding victory. The Treatment Action Campaign, one could argue, is responsible for having saved hundreds of thousands of lives, maybe more, for the role that it played in reversing the government stance on this issue. But I think it's a very different thing if we're going to judge social movements from the point of view of their capacity to win specific issues, and if we're going to judge them from the point of view of being able to form the basis for mass socialist politics. And this is one of the difficulties that I think you see most clearly in the case of the Treatment Action Campaign, in that one of the consequences of the enormous victory that it won was, in essence, a movement away, I think, from its social movement character. So the Treatment Action Campaign became the movement that became a kind of standard for a new model that ultimately was no longer social movements, but it was kind of blending social movements with NGOs. And all of this then yoked to a legal strategy. So the kind of focus in the end became it's a kind of inside-outside strategy of a different kind, but the inside in this case refers to lawyers trying to win things through our very progressive constitutional system in the country, backed up by street-level mobilization. That was the formula that won this amazing victory for the Treatment Action Campaign. And then there was an effort to generalize this formula to a whole bunch of different movements. So you had a nexus of movements springing up around the Treatment Action Campaign, the Social Justice Coalition, Equal Education being the key ones in this. SJC was where I got my political start. The problem was that this formula didn't really carry so well as it did in that one instance. So you had, small victories, I think, won by these movements, certain legal battles. But what's emerged from it is that there are serious limitations in the ability to essentially legislate, or to legislate the state into doing the things that we want, to win legal battles and hope that somehow the Constitutional Court will force it to deliver the social policies that we need. That happened to work well in this one instance for very specific reasons, but broadly beyond that, wherever they won cases, I don't think it really fundamentally shifted. It shifted things substantively. I don't know how much it actually changed state policy. And then the second consequence of this was that these movements became heavily NGO-ified, because, and I think it was in a lot of ways linked to the strategy, which put a lot of emphasis on lawyers. And then you dealt with the same contradictions that happens when you NGO-ify movements, which is that however much you might be able to erect certain democratic structures and find ways of trying to create participation at the base of these movements, fundamentally, you hand control over them to people who are the ones who interface with the funders and who are able to operate in this kind of legalistic world that these movements operated in. And so my experience with them is that they're wonderful movements and they've achieved great things and they've politicized certain people in great ways, but they fundamentally have not fed in to coalescence of socialism. They fundamentally have not formed part of a bigger ecosystem of movements that could have led to a mass-based socialist politics. And that was the limitation of them. So they became successful as one-off instances, but they didn't become successful as movements that you could see as a platform for building socialist politics, essentially.
So Niall said a lot, and I think it's the appropriate time to bring on our other guests. So we would like to now welcome onto the show Tasneem Issop and Mazibuko Jara. Tasneem is a researcher at the Society Work and Politics Institute at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and Mazibuko is an activist, trainer, and popular educator, and a former national spokesperson of the South African Communist Party, and he also serves on the Mandela editorial collective. So to the two of you, Tasneem and Mazibuko.
I think we briefly lost. We've
lost
Tasneem, but she'll be back. She'll be back, hopefully.
She'll be back. And we're grateful to the both of you for joining us. Hopefully Tasneem can be back with us shortly. So I think by way of a first question, which we'll give Tasneem to answer later as well, is what do you make of Niall's argument? It's provocative. It's starting a lot of debate and conversation. And Mazibuko, what's your take on what Niall's had to say so far?
There's nothing much to disagree with in what Niall has put forward. He's absolutely correct that we need a clear left political pole that's mass-based, that's got effective strategy, that's campaigning, that's organizing, and that's also posing the question of political power and the program for socialism in South Africa. There's no doubt about the need for that. That's crucial. But what he has not said enough of is what I refer to as a broader left web of life, where the party is part of a multi-pillar strategy to build working class power, to build socialist perspectives. So, for example, I'm not surprised why people misinterpret him to think he's against movements. I think there's still a need and an importance of rebuilding mass movements to address the kind of weaknesses he's putting forward, particularly the question of what analysis do these movements have of the problems they face, what strategy, and how do they connect their strategy to a broader set of politics. You can win access to ARV drugs for HIV positive people, but the public health system is collapsing, but the budget remains committed to an austerity path. So how then do socialists find a way to work in the TAC to bring that kind of political perspective to bear to the kind of strategy the TAC follows? So I think, in my view, then the argument, the strategy of building a mass-based left party has to also concern itself in a very serious way with the rebuilding of the mass movements, very importantly, because ultimately it is the emergence of a big layer of working class activists connected to real communities, connected to real issues of the working class that can then give a mass traction to the idea of a left party. But then my fear, though, about the discussion is right now in South Africa, you've got quite entrenched antipathy to electoral politics. If you see the decline of voter participation, but also there's a big question for a new left party that it will have to face. What difference will it bring that the SRWP, that the SACP, or even WASP have not been able to bring to bear, or even the EFF? Because, by the way, the kind of activist base that this party would need has been captured by the EFF. So how Niall acknowledges that and says you cannot dismiss it. I think that's important. But then let's take it further. How do you work and connect with that reality? Because once you pose that identity of a left party, automatically people will seek to defend their EFF identity, their SACP identity. Whereas if the question is about broad left renewal, that says let us enter a pathway that says the left is weak. There's not a mass presence of the left in the way required, in a way that also wins people's struggles. So for me, in that way, then it's a journey through which still the massive numbers of people committed to socialism in South Africa can enter with confidence. So for me, I think that's my response to what Niall is putting forward.
Tasneem?
Yeah, hey everyone. Sorry, I got cut off there. So, I mean, just a few things. I'm not yet sure that the left is in a position to be discussing the best vehicle for mass social change. And I'm starting from a point of asking, what is the state of the left at the moment? And if we are where I am in my thinking about the left, I'm sort of thinking, instead of about a new left party, about a new left, right? And I'm not sure yet that the question of a vehicle is important to that, right? To that yet. So, I mean, I think while there can be agreement that a left party is ultimately, something that should be worked towards, I think we're at a point far before that, in terms of the left in South Africa, right? And I'm coming from a position that's really, where I really want to make the point that if we don't, there's various tendencies in the left, and various strands that we can talk about on the left in South Africa. But I think if there isn't a real effort to move away from previous traditions, previous tendencies, previous repertoires, ideologies, however you want to cast that, that if there isn't an effort to move away from that broadly, that even another attempt at a left party that is, grounded in democratic politics, or at least committed to democratic politics, I think another project like that will once again fall flat. So I think there's a real need to consider the kind of traditions that the left comes with, and that even goes to like what style of politics to use and so on. So that's the other thing I wanted to say. And then, I suppose our discussion will continue quite a bit from here. But I mean, just on electoral politics, I think from what Mazibuko was just saying around the kind of relationship that people have to electoral politics, is that I think we need to take cognizance of the fact that, it was mentioned earlier, the ANC is still the ruling party, but I mean, there's a lot of criticism that can be made around that as a simple point, just based on voter turnout and so on, right? But that people would rather sit at home and not vote than vote against the ANC, despite a number of options to the right and to the left that are presented, that were presented in the last national election. So I think the point that Niall made earlier around really understanding that the importance that, Congress politics and the ANC still has for many people is important for me. So I think there are questions around electoral politics, and I do wonder whether engaging in electoral politics, given the kind of things that are needed to engage in that on that level, including massive amounts of funding, amongst a range of other things, is where the left, given where it is at the moment in South Africa, should be putting its efforts, and also taking into consideration the changing, developing relationship that people have to elections. And the fact that, there are more people who are sitting at home and not voting for or against the ANC, I think is important for me to think about.
So at this stage, everyone does seem in favor of some kind of left renewal, but we're hesitant about wading into electoral politics too early, because the state of the left just is objectively weak, as well as that most South Africans are developing an antipathy towards elections. So Niall, I'm curious to hear from you. Do you think that diminishes the arguments in favor of a party? Is a party still a useful vehicle for a regeneration of the left, or are we exposing ourselves to the risk that whatever we do start might fall as flat as the SRWP did?
I do think that whatever issues that we see with the current electoral system does not yet justify a strategy that tries to go around that system. I think this is actually one of the lessons that we have to take away from recent episodes of left resurgence in different countries, electoral left resurgence in different countries around the world. Because in virtually everywhere every place that we've seen this, what's preceded it was exactly the dynamic that Mazibuko is talking about, often and actually in much more extreme ways, of what seemed to be a turning away from the electoral system by a very large number of particularly poorer and working class people, just not turning up to vote because they saw the system as not really representing them. But I think the error that we made was that we confused disaffection with the system with repudiation of the system. So we assumed that the fact that people were not turning up to vote was an indication that they were no longer interested in the electoral arena as a space for doing politics. And I think what these movements recently have revealed to us is that absolutely was the wrong conclusion to draw. Because I think so much of what has driven that disaffection, this crisis in representation that we've seen around the world, is a sense that the dominant political parties do not represent their interests. But again, it would be a massive leap of faith on the left to believe that people are going to immediately move from that conclusion to the conclusion that we need an entirely different system that's going to suddenly somehow replace this. Instead, I think what we need is different parties operating within that system that can show that they're different from all the existing parties that have so failed to represent people. And I think that is the challenge of the left, that we cannot assume that because people are not voting, that they're ready for some completely, extra parliamentary form of politics. The reason that they're not going to be is because that strategy just does not appear to be, and in fact, objectively is not realistic to anybody. So the reason why we cannot afford to forego and to abandon the electoral arena is because it is the space where power happens, right? Until we somehow have a way of setting up an entirely different parallel state or whatever, politics happens through elections. And if the left is not in those elections, if the left is not trying to put its message across in the place where mainstream politics happens, we're going to get sidelined. But the other thing that's been revealed to us, I think, by these recent movements is that operating in those spaces is not dangerous in the same way that so many people told us that it was. Because the argument from the section of the far left was that these are spaces of bourgeois politics. Bourgeois politics can never deliver things for anybody, and therefore you operate in those spaces. Eventually, you'll delegitimize yourself in the face of workers. They'll come to realize that you're not actually on their side, and that's just not what happens. And in fact, what we've seen in Corbyn and in Sanders and in so many other places is that class struggle can be infused into those spaces, right? You can build electoral campaigns that are campaigns that further and embolden class struggle, that embolden the capacity of workers to organize, that don't just subject themselves to the protocols of bourgeois politics, that manage to portray themselves actively to people as parties that are challenging the system and use the energy that they're generating from that electoral process to embolden and to build struggles, right? This is what we call class struggle elections, that they don't confine themselves to the electoral arena. They try to set up this synergistic process where simultaneously they're also strengthening movements. Mazibuko raises a different challenge. Sorry, do you want to move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask on that, which is this idea of class struggle elections, and the two examples you cited were Corbyn and Sanders. And I think to cue in Mazibuko and Tasneem for further comments, the Corbyn moment and the Sanders moment in the North Atlantic has somewhat failed, or at least maybe it's too early to say that it's failed, but it's lost a lot of the momentum that it was able to generate because the election cycles within which a lot of that energy sprang up has passed. And now there is a different government in Downing Street. It's not Jeremy Corbyn. There's a president in the United States, and it's not Bernie Sanders. So I'm interested if after those defeats, semi-defeats, we were still confident about the prospects of electoral politics to be the galvanizing force.
Can I add something to that, which is you might argue that at the national level, Corbyn and Sanders failed, but in certain locales in the US, like in certain states, in certain cities, progressives, primarily through like the Democratic Socialists, right, the DSA, they made a lot of gains. I mean, they sent people to Congress. So bringing it to South Africa, could it be that the ANC dominates at a national level, but that there are certain cities, certain provinces certain towns that you could, if you link this kind of people's local conditions to a sort of policy agenda, that you could that you could make an elect. If elections is the thing, as now points out, it's worthy to pursue them. If you cannot, if the ANC will win the national elections, are there other ways that you could do it at another level? And I just want to add this quickly: the EFF, which I've understood, we're mentioning, and I know Tasneem's worked on the EFF.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, we're about to start our next session. Thanks, everyone. Hope you all got some tea and something to eat. I just want to remind you at some point during the day to please sign the registration sheet. I've just put it outside. It is for the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, who is a very kind sponsor of this event. So please do remember at some point during the day to sign in on that register. And I'll now hand over to Benjamin Fogel, who'll be chairing this session.
Hello, comrades. Thanks for coming out. I just want to remind everyone, this is an event put on by the website Africa is a Country, organized by myself, Claire, and William, as well as the Center for Sociological Research and Practice at the University of Johannesburg, which two of our panelists come from today, with, of course, the support of the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. So this session is titled Marikana and Labor. And that's what is important about that is at the core of Marikana, it emerges as a strike, a labor issue. And that is something which previous panelists already referred to, and it's something we'll be digging into deeper this session. So I'm very pleased this session to have with me Camalita Naicker, who is a lecturer at the UCT History Department. She wrote an MA on women's organizing in Marikana at Rhodes University, and her PhD research examines migrant labor, and the Platinum Belt is one of the sites which she explores. I've also got Luke Sinwell, who's an associate professor at the Department of Sociology at the University of Johannesburg and the coordinator of the Center for Sociological Research and Practice. He's been involved in Marikana Solidarity for a long time. I actually met him in Marikana. And he's also the co-author with Sipiwe Mabata, The Spirit of Marikana, a book published, I think, a year after the massacre. We also have Trevor Ngwane, who's I'm sure everyone's familiar with, but he's a longtime socialist activist, and he's the director of the Center for Sociological Research and Practice at the University of Johannesburg. And both of these comrades are, as I mentioned, involved in Marikana Solidarity. Before we get into the panelists, I'm just going to introduce some themes for the discussion, which maybe will help us guide thinking about this. So it's now 10 years after the massacre. And one has to ask, what has changed in the Platinum Belt? What has changed in Marikana? What has changed in terms of the union movement? Which are workers still with AMCU? Are there new unions involved? Are the demands of workers being taken up by the unions? How are bosses responding in a changed political economy? We're in the middle of a commodities boom, which means platinum is profitable again, and there's new owners of the Marikana mine. What has changed in regards to the new ownership? Is there ongoing violence still that are affecting the communities? Then we also have the question of power. Has power been built to exert influence to change in both the site of the shop floor for workers, as well as the broader politics of the region and South Africa as a whole? So we're 10 years later, and our panelists are going to guide us through this question of really examining the changing political economy, labor conditions in Marikana and the Platinum Belt, and bring together this question of power. What has changed? What can we do, if the things haven't changed indeed, to build the type of movement we want to bring about real change? And I'm going to hand it over first to Camalita, who will speak for about 15 minutes. And after all our guests speakers are finished, we will go to some Q&A. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Okay, hi everyone. Molweni. Very good to be here, and very good to see the women of Marikana also here with us today. So welcome. And I'm going to be speaking about two things, and one is about the acquisition of Lonmin by Sibanye-Stillwater in 2019, and what that means in terms of the memorialization of Marikana and how Marikana is being remembered there, and how what corporates do in that space, and how they are trying to actually take over how Marikana is going to be remembered there. And then I'm going to speak about what this new corporate image and capitalist image, what does it mean for labor? And so what I want to basically speak about today is that, what does labor mean after Marikana? And I think it is about us going back to basics and to again think about the relationship between capital and labor, and trying to get rid of everything between. So, so I'm sure many of you know that Lonmin was acquired by Sibanye-Stillwater in 2019. And what that means is, and what they've been trying to do, and Nadira mentioned earlier that one of the demands, and even the women of Marikana are here with us today, one of their demands has been for this memorial and a space of remembrance. And of course, one of the things that Sibanye has done is that it's really started to focus on creating distance between itself and Lonmin. So what Sibanye has started to do is it's actually tried to portray Lonmin as its ugly big sister. And what it's doing as part of that, it's saying, oh, that's all happened in the past, and Marikana is now over, and let's move on. So I have my laptop here because I want to read, one of the things that Fritz Juster, who's the Sibanye Group Manager of Properties for South Africa, said, previously, and he's speaking about the Marikana Renewal Project, which they announced in 2020. And part of that Marikana Renewal Project actually is about building a memorial park. And they have now invited the Reimagine SA, which is headed by Mampela Rampele and a former ESCOM boss. And what they have done is, they've really galvanized, and they're using narratives of cooperation and participation, and most important, cultural sensitivity. And they're saying that, we want to make reparations for Marikana. They're using Reimagine SA to do what they call the Letsema process, which I'll speak about just now. But it's basically what Juster was saying, that, previously Lonmin's proposal was to commercialize the mountain, but we just didn't think that's appropriate. We want to co-create the space of memorialization with the families of Marikana, and we're going to do like a amphitheater with indigenous landscaping and a remembrance monument. And they're now invited Reimagine SA to use, methods of Ubuntu and what is called the Letsema process. They call it like operationalizing traditional, ancient African modes of communing and speaking together in non-hierarchical ways between themselves and members of the community. And what this means, and what I always try to tell my students is that ideas, they do a lot of work, right? They do like a lot of work, they perform a lot of work. And what this is doing, it's also saying that, here we are so culturally sensitive, but this is precisely what the mine workers were doing on the mountain that day. They were communing by themselves. They were saying, let the bosses come speak to us. They were saying, we don't want the unions here. Here, let's have this non-hierarchical conversation. And in a sense, they were shot for that, right? And the narrative in the state and in the media and even from the union itself was that, oh, these guys don't know how collective bargaining works. They're just these, rural traditionalists, and that's why they're on the mountain and in these blankets. And, therefore, we can't engage them in this way. So what they're doing is that they're saying, there's some legitimate forms of culture, and there's some illegitimate forms of culture. And one is bad for business and democracy, and the other one is good for it, So what this means is that it's also embedded, if Sibanye takes over this process, and if they actually do this, how will Marikana even be memorialized and remembered? And in this Mining Weekly article, which announced this, it's in Mining Weekly said, and they're quoting also from Sibanye, that, this memorial is going to be memorializing August 16, 2012, when hundreds of strikers armed with knobkiris, pangas, and guns stormed police lines and were shot down after non-lethal riot control methods failed. Right? And what they're doing is, even in this reparations, they're basically trying to individualize Marikana. So what they're saying is, we have pledged to do individual counseling, which the women of Sinethemba already do counseling in the community, right? They want to give individual people housing promises, right? They want to give a few people postgraduate education for their children, right? They're even paying the costs of the Bapoba Mokhale traditional authority to win back their royalties from the provincial governments. And the people they want to provide houses for are apparently people who've been left out by AMCO. So what this means, of course, is that they actually positioning themselves as better than the unions, the provincial government, and anybody else involved in that space. They individualizing these the idea of reparations. And what this means is that they're also saying, tomorrow things will be better. And that is a way, of course, of just completely deferring what are the collective demands on the ground, what are the present realities, and they actually don't have to engage that. So they are now in the process of just making Marikana seem as this past event that we can just memorialize as something bad Lonmin did, and we can get on with building this so-called, brighter future for a few. And of course, the women of Marikana are here, and they will tell you that, in fact, Sibani is not doing any of this, right? It's actually worse than Lonmin in many ways. So what does this have to do with labor? And just tell me how much time I have then.
You're still good.
Okay. So, what does this have to do with labor is that, capital is working all the time. They're working all the time. They're building big narratives. They have big money, and they're not resting. And so one of the questions that has come up, and I think this has come up very much in the last panel and even in the reflections, is that, everybody thought that after Marikana there was going to be some kind of renewal. We saw the EFF, we saw AMCU, we saw SAF2. And then, of course, things didn't happen, right, in the ways that we imagined that they would happen. And now, of course, we can talk about hope and renewal, and maybe that's important. But we also have to think about, what happened? Why did that happen? And why is it that, they all, in a sense, coalesced out of, and at least came out of Marikana, even, many of them claim we were born in Marikana, and yet they actually failed to capture and that space, right? Which in any case, they kind of grew by absorbing the power of independent worker committees or the women's movement, but actually couldn't sustain themselves. And I think that it's important we ask why. And my work, of course, is on migrancy, and I'm a historian. And part of this work has been trying to think about what are some of the narratives of how people have engaged in that space. And part of that has been looking at really the history of unionization on mines and the history of our own unions and our own union movements, and actually how embedded Marikana still is in a discourse about migrancy and about migrants. And this idea is an old idea. It's embedded in a long colonial history of how migrant workers were thought about. And that was both in the colonial modern imagination, but also within a kind of white leftist working class space, which is, these workers are neither proletariat nor peasant. They're not really fully urban. They're not fully rural. And, how do we kind of deal with that? And this actually created a lot of interventionist ideas of, first, we must turn migrant workers into real workers, and then they'll become the real working class, And that has a long history. And what that's meant, of course, is that this has only ever been solved when, Black and African mine workers and workers in general have formed unions or trade unions. And then when they appear in the trade unions, then we say, they're workers. This is the working class. But then outside of that, and we see what happens with popular protests all over the country, outside of that, and we saw what happened at Marikana, the moment you step out of that sanctioned space and the moment you step out of those union spaces, then suddenly this idea of the working class, is this the real working class, comes into question. And so that, for me, is part of some of the reason why the NUM, the state, and the media could all have the same narrative about the workers at Marikana, that these are criminals, these are, they taking muti, and they're being violent, and etc., etc. How did they all come to share the same narrative? And this is really the work of these ideas and how they've somehow survived for so long. So, I'm going to end soon, but for me, those conversations about, is this organized enough, and is this radical enough, and is this X, Y, and Z, that has somehow made the conversation very murky, and has somehow made us not see that the mine workers did constitute themselves as a collective. They had a collective demand that was for a living wage and for 12,500 rand. That is a demand that can be upheld. That is a radical tradition. I don't think it needs anything more than that to be said. And that all of these other things that are kind of trying to, as much as, it might be, we might think the conversation, should be directed towards, what has happened to the unions. And of course, we direct a lot of our conversation and our critique at the government, which is necessary and absolutely necessary. But I think that sometimes that has even exceeded how much focus we have on capital, on what they're doing, on how they're reproducing themselves, how they're ensuring these continuities, how they're making sure that these demands cannot be met. And I think that we need to go back to these basic questions of what is the relationship between capital and labor? And we need to focus on how they keep remaking themselves. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it there.
Now we're going to hand things over to Luke.
Thank you so much, Ben. So I'll just reiterate what was said in the first panel, which is that 10 years on, there's just been betrayal, no apologies, and most importantly, no one has been held responsible whatsoever for the killing of 34 mine workers on the 16th of August, 2012. And even Sabanya, the women of Marikana can correct me, but Sabanya has done nothing material to drastically improve the lives of the people living in Marikana. And we wear these t-shirts not because we are AMCU per se, but we love AMCU because it took on the demands for which workers had died for on the mountain. And it's not because we care about the leadership in particular of AMCU. We love AMCU because they died for the amount of 12,500 and AMCU took on that amount. They were born out of the blood of mine workers, and a trade union is only as good as the politics that workers impress upon it. The insurgent trade unionism, the rank and file do or die spirit that was born on the mountain when workers were shot at with automatic weapons capable of shooting 600 rounds per minute. It was born at that moment on the mountain, and then they took it forward. The union, through the workers, took it forward in a 5-month strike in 2014. But we also know that AMCU was supercharged by the independent or autonomous workers' committees that were born in the Platinum Belt. In 2012, in the lead up to the unprotected strikes, first at Impala, that Crispin Chinguno has covered in depth in January, February 2012, then at Lonmin in Curie Shaft, before it spread to the other shafts, which were then Eastern and Western. And then we'll hear from one of the Amplatz workers, hopefully today, who started the workers' committee at Anglo Platinum. So there were unprotected strikes in the what were then the three largest platinum mining companies in the world in 2012 that were led and driven by democratic workers' committees that supercharged AMCU and the 2014 strike. But AMCU effectively shut down the workers' committees in order to maintain a significant degree of control over the union in a relatively undemocratic manner. So we know that democracy failed. If one of the lessons we have is that bourgeois democracy failed the people of Marikana, but as other speakers indicated, they reminded us and they have educated us about an alternative, radical workers' democracy, the idea of a living wage, which could be centered not on what management could afford, but on what people need to survive. So the mine workers created the mine workers created a new political culture that put profit, or what they called workers' need before bosses' greed. And I want to talk to you about one of the leading mine workers, Tolokele Bele Dlunga, who survived the Marikana Massacre, but is no longer with us today. May his soul rest in peace. He was amongst the most courageous of the workers, and you can see him there in Miners Shot Down. He's from the Eastern Cape, born in 27 June 1978, and then like so many others, he went to Rustenburg to look for work. He became a rock drill operator in the early 2000s at Western Platinum, and he was one of the independent strike leaders, worker committee leaders, who was on the mountain when police opened fire. On the 9th of August 2012, many of you will know that there was a mass meeting of rock drill operators, about 3,000 rock drill operators held at the stadium in Marikana. And he helped organize that meeting and bring together the people from Eastern, what was then Eastern, Korea, and Western. So all the rock drill operators came together. And then they decided we'll march to management. And you can see Bele in some of the footage there in Miners Shot Down. He says the management doesn't take us seriously. The blood of a mine worker is the same as the blood of the management official. Then the following day, they marched to their own offices, but the National Union of Mine Workers had not been servicing its members and became too close to management. Bele and others tried to engage the NUM. They became shop stewards in the NUM. They said to the NUM, can you take on the demand of 12,500? When they refused, that's when they held that meeting of 3,000 workers. They marched to Lonmin, and then they still said, one more time, we will go to the people who could lead us. But when they got there, they were shot at. And they believed that 2 people had actually died. And this was a turning point because that's when they sought refuge at the mountain. And Bele said, we wanted money from our employer, that's all. But instead of them giving us money, they kill us. The government, police, and lawmen transformed a labor dispute into a criminal killing site. 4,000 rounds of live ammo, hundreds of police officers and automatic weapons. But as others have already suggested, the spirit of Marikana rose up. The mine workers did not back down. In the shadows of moonlight, with their colleagues on the ground, not knowing who they would see again, if they were in police custody, they searched the hospitals, but they decided that they would intensify the strike on that evening so that by the 17th August, you could still see mine workers below the mountain on strike. And so Marikana has come to symbolize the idea of reclaiming what is rightfully ours on the terms of those who have been dispossessed by exploitation. But the violence inflicted onto the people of Marikana did not end there. And Nicholas Rush Smith and I have one of the provocations in Africa is a Country called Killing the Collective, which is about the violence in the Platinum Belt that has taken place 10 years, over the last 10 years since 2012. We know that when the police held a raid during the strike of 2012, because they continued the strike for more than a month after they had killed their colleagues. The police came there and they shot Paulina Mosutlo with rubber bullets during a raid in Nkaneng. She died. May her soul rest in peace. Our police must stop using rubber bullets to disperse people. We need to demilitarize the police. They used tear gas, which choked women and children in their shacks. In September, children still die of electricity connections in Marikana and elsewhere in the country. Lonmin, now Sibanye, and the government provide electricity to take resource profits from the earth, but not to give to the people who need it to survive. On 25 October 2012, 5 policemen stormed into Bele's one-room shack in Marikana after the strike. They suffocated him with a plastic bag around his head and tortured him in the police station. For 3 days, he didn't eat. He told us later, we live in fear. We don't know who to trust. Our own union, NUM, turned against us. When you walk down the street, you must look over your shoulder because you never know when your enemy can strike. Bele became an AMCU shop steward. That was the union of the people at the time. And he was a leader of the longest strike, that 5-month strike in 2014. This strike officially began in January 2014, but he said it truly started when the police killed our brothers on 16 August 2012. With the no work, no pay policy on the brink, barely surviving, Bele and tens of thousands of others said, rather we starve as the unemployed than starve at work, which resonates with the Gauteng shutdown on Wednesday, 24 August 2022, where we say, don't moan, organize or starve. On the night of 17 October 2017, Bele was shot in his shack in Nkaneng and didn't survive. At least 6 AMCU members were killed that year, and Bele is amongst at least 22 assassinations of mine worker leaders in the Platinum Belt since 2012. And then as recently as 2022, one NUMSA shop steward was gunned down by 2 people at his home in Rustenburg. And then who killed him is not clear, but the shooting immediately followed strike action of 4,000 contract workers who downed tools over a wage dispute with Impala Platinum, where the contract workers were still making only 5,000 rands per month, reportedly. And then there are conflicting explanations of these killings. Unlike the 16th of August 2012, we know who did it. The 16th August 2012, we know the police did it, we know the government did it, we know it was lawmen. But these killings, we don't know what happens. Sometimes we find the puppet who pulled the trigger, but never those who pull the strings. What we know is that state violence and murders are taking some of our most talented organizers. Ntombi Fikile Mtetwa, may her soul rest in peace. Another one of the women who maybe would be with us today was killed in a botched murder recently in June 2012. We must see to it that those slain on 16 August 2012 do not die in vain. And our memorialization of Marikana must be kept alive and should center around the role of ordinary people fighting for their rights and what they can do to change society on their own. The slain of Marikana dreamed of a better life and stood up for a dignified future for our children. One of the activists who spent so much time in the platinum mine workers movement said, "We were brought here by the blood of the workers, so that blood needs to be taken care of." They can take the lives of our people, but the spirit of Marikana lives on today, now in you. Long live the spirit of Marikana. Long live the spirit of Mambush.
Thank you, Luke. Now we're going to hand it over to Trevor.
Udlungwane likandaba, udlungwane likamjokwane, othathe unodumehlezi kamenzi ilembe leqamele ngokukhalipha ushaka ngiyasaba ukuthi ushaka kamjokwane. Comrades, ngiyengacabanga njengoba kubekwa inkosi le kwaZulu ukuthi ngigqoke ibhluko lami lale ngakithi enquthu. Manje ke maqabane bakhona laba bangazi ukuthi ke sinomlando thina. Sizalwa amaqhawe namaqhawekazi. Onomkhubulwane. Omkabayi kajama. Osandile, ohinsa. Omzilikazi kaMashobane. Manje ke uma belapha entabeni abasebenzi baningi ababekhumbula umzabalazo wamampondo ngo1960 nango61, the Mpondo Rebellion. Angithi yabo, yeah, bathi hayi kungcono sife kunokuthi siqhubeke siqhashazwa yilabelungu bakwaLonmin. Uyabona uma ukhuluma nensizwa yakaZulu, uma ke yathi ngcono ngife, hayi kuphelile. Manje ke emlandweni wethu bakwethu, ngoba phela icolonialism isiqeda amandla, isiqeda nokuyithemba. Kuyafuneka siubheke umlando wethu, sidobe lokho okusinika amandla ukuze sinqobe lempi yama-capital, angithi? Yeah. So comrades, I just thought today, because they are put, I don't know whether this is the right king, you know. Actually, no one knows. Yeah, the king doesn't know too. Yeah, so I thought, let me start by reminding comrades that those workers on the mountain, they were drawing from a long history of heroism and resistance against oppression, against colonialism. And then there's a spirit where the people say, especially warriors, it is better to die than to betray my cause, to betray my people. Remember, comrades, after 34 mine workers were shot dead, as the panel before mentioned, they continued with their struggle. They continued with their strike. So my point is that colonialism, it does what we can say a cleanup of our history, a cleanup of our past, and then introduces ideas which keep us weak, which keep us easy to control, which make us lose the vision that things can be different. But those miners on that mountain, they drew from their past the history of bravery, the history of fighting back, the history of do or die. It is better to die than be paid starvation wages. It is better to die than that my children and my children's children should be exploited by loanmen, by Sibanye, by Anglo-American, by all these capitalist bosses. So today I've got so much time, I don't know what to do with it. So let me go to my notes. Yeah, comrade. So those workers on the mountain, they made history. And then they made history with their blood. They made history with their bravery. They made history with their strike. They made history with the demands they made. Now, their blood showed that the bosses, the capitalist bosses, the bourgeoisie, they are ready to spill blood in defense of their profits. It showed us that capitalism, I think there was a comrade here, the poet, who said, capitalism is inherently violent. It's a violent system. Yeah. In South Africa, in particular, it is racial capitalism. So apartheid was a form of capitalism based on racism. Yeah. But we also know that a major element of apartheid, of capitalism, is gender oppression. So you have racial, gendered capitalism. That is what we're fighting. The last thing, because this part is going to kill all of us, bourgeois and proletariat, this capitalism is ecologically destructive. So we are fighting racial, gendered, ecologically destructive capitalism. Now, to come back to racial capitalism, it's clear what happened in South Africa. Think of the USA. That economy was built on slavery. Yeah. That economy was built on genocide, because what they did with the Native Americans, they wiped them out. They killed them. Remember John Wayne killing the Red Indians? That is the Wild West. Let's hunt. They tried it here in South Africa. They killed the son, so-called Bushmen. Yeah, because that was the first response of mercantile capitalism. Those workers, they continued with their strike after 34 of them died. They said, our comrades have died. They must not die in vain. We must continue with the struggle. Okay? And they said, it is better to die than continue with starvation wages. It is better to die than continue with the migrant labor system, with oppression and exploitation. Their demand was 12,500. The bosses said, what? So much money? We cannot afford it. Okay? I heard some labor experts saying, oh, this is too much. Certainly, the union, the National Union of Mine Workers, said this is unrealistic. The bosses will never afford this. The workers said, well, the bosses cannot afford 12,500. We also cannot afford to live without 12,500. Okay? Now, they said, if not getting 12,500 means the mine must shut down, then shut down the mine, because we'll never continue without having our needs met. So, comrades, this is a lesson. This is what we call drawing the class line. Now, some people believe that there can be peace between the jockey and the horse. So the rider is sitting on top and he says, Hosi, let's go. Yeah. But who is doing all the running? The horse. Yeah. So some unionists even, let alone Ramaphosa and them who have crossed the line, some unionists believe that there can be a win-win solution between workers and their bosses. Yeah. But I think the police automatic fire showed that there is no win-win game under capitalism. It's a zero-sum game. What is worse is not a game. It's a life and death struggle. So, comrades, it's very important. I'm just latching on what Comrade Luke was saying about unions. So, in South Africa, in many parts of the world, you get business unionism, you get this idea that somehow there can be a world where workers can have a secure life whilst capital is making profits. That is not possible. Can you see? Yeah. So the spirit of Marikana is the spirit of do or die, the spirit of drawing the class line. My last point, if I still have time. I've got time. Good. Yeah, thanks, Ben. Marx said, the proletariat, Karl Marx said, the proletariat, the working class, is the revolutionary subject. What he meant was that workers are the people who can change history, defeat the bosses, and create a better world, a better society. Okay? So, just before Marikana, there were many ideas, especially in universities, which denied this. So the workers of Marikana reminded us where the power lies to change society. It lies with the working class. Now, Marx said, if you're a worker, without doing anything, in you, that power, it lies there because you are a worker, because of your experience. Let's take the issue of George Floyd. George Floyd was a regular guy, I don't know, where in Michigan or wherever he was, you know. He went there to buy maybe some cigarettes, can you see? And then he got strangled to death. He was no hero, he was just a regular guy. But what was he? He was an ordinary worker, can you see? And then in dying, he made history. Those workers on that mountain, when they died, they made history. They inspired millions and millions with the spirit of Marikana. But my point is that when Marx says the working class is the revolutionary subject, what he's talking about is that there is something you can call the organic capacity of the workers to confront, fight with, and defeat capitalism. Because I heard Comrade Shaeera lamenting, you know, the student movement, we lost, there's something which went wrong. Yes, what went wrong is that there was not enough mobilization of the one class which has the power to win the battle against capitalism. That they needed that. Yeah, of course, it's not the students' fault. Maybe the unions were busy collaborating. Maybe the unions were busy with their internal power struggles, but they needed that power. So, good people, workers in South Africa, workers everywhere, they have to realize their power. We have to link up with that power. The middle class, the left-wingers, the socialist group, they have to orientate themselves to that power, develop it, develop the confidence of the workers, and then we push forward behind a vision of a different society. We can draw from our history, we can draw from our struggles against colonialism, draw from all the struggles, but there is no way forward as long as the bosses control the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Before we go to the floor, I have a few comments and questions for our panel. Following Trevor's call for workers to unite and building power, I think something that we can take away from Marikana and something we can link to this wider issue of corruption in South Africa and this question of state incapacity, the state taking money from the poor, from the working class for government officials and not delivering services. One of the things that we can say is one of the reasons that all of these trials, these legal performances, including the Farnham Commission, failed to deliver justice, or it fails to change this fundamental situation in which you see a ruling class enriching itself at the expense of the the majority, is that the power of the working class is not used to discipline these officials. And in Marikana, what you saw once the workers continued on the strike is that the complicity of the state with capital was revealed for all to see. And this is something in terms of lessons of mobilization we can take going forward. And it's not just for the issues of the shop floor, it's for wider political issues such as corruption, such as the problem of basic services and other things. The second thing, which is from something Luke pointed out, that this violence on the Platinum Belt has continued. We have dozens of people who have been killed. We have no answers to who killed them or why they were killed. Official answers. I'm assuming some people have ideas, including leaders of the strike who were shot down watching football in a tavern. We have people that I interviewed back in the day who have been murdered. We have to ask this question. It's not just the police killing people. There's something else happening. And this is this economy, this new political economy of mafia and hitmen, which is all over South Africa. We can go from the construction forums in KZN, the violence last year in July, to the gangs in Cape Town. There is this collaboration between illicit capitalists and licit capitalists, the official bosses, in which they're using hitmen from the taxi industry and elsewhere to suppress workers' struggles and activists. So when we see leaders of Abahlali killed, when we see this, they are hitmen who are part of a broader political economy who are being used. And we have to ask this question, what is the threat of this privatized violence to workers and to activists in South Africa? The third thing, and I would really appreciate if we could get some comments from people who know better than I, who have been there more recently and have been more involved. What is the current situation in terms of the union movement in Marikana? So from what I understand, there's 3 unions operating, particularly in the platinum sector, which are the NUM, who is still there. It's NUMSA, who is a relatively new player, and there is AMCU. Is there tension between the unions? How effective has AMCU been at delivering workers' demands? For those of us who are not there, we don't get reporting, we don't get information about it. The news doesn't tell us what's happening. We have to rely on WhatsApp groups to work out what's going on. And this is something, if those in the audience could also contribute to help us understand something that the media is not telling us. And then the final point I'm going to make is related to Sibanye. And I would also appreciate some comments here, particularly from Camalita, in that right now we're living through, as I mentioned before, a commodities boom, which means the profits for the platinum sector are high. This is a profitable mine. The boss made 100 million last year. And meanwhile, are the workers getting more share of the money? I don't think so. What also happens during a commodity boom? The prices, including for other reasons, of basic goods are going up. We're living through a cost of living. This is why there's a shutdown next week. This is why work is demanding more. Inflation is reaching double-digit levels all over the world. Now, what does that mean for mobilization right now? It goes beyond just shop floor organizing for better wages, but this question, will capital and the state stop the cost of living from affecting everyone? Even the middle class, even those better off are being squeezed right now. And this is a social issue that is going away anytime soon. So with that, I'm going to hand it over back to our panel. And if anyone wants to start, maybe we can just go Camalita, Luke, Trevor, and then we can go to the floor.
Okay, thanks, Ben. I don't know if if there was a question there for me, 'cause I feel like
Your question is basically in terms of the relationship between Sibanye, in terms of its profitability right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I think you already mentioned it, and I think even touching what is so important about what you said, and something that has been coming up constantly as well, is that, and this is kind of what I was trying to point to, and maybe it's all kind of related, is that, yes, you have now NUMSA, AMCU, NUM, but, many people are saying, but they're actually competing over the same pool of workers. Like they haven't, what is union strategy around things like outsourcing, around, other contract workers, and, many of the, one of the biggest kind of things which actually NUMSA used to say, but now, the other people are accusing them of doing it is, other unions are coming and organizing workers to the back door. But, what that points us to is that there's something that needs to be asked of this, like, union form. Because what, the bosses are doing is that they're just casualizing and outsourcing more workers, and then that's the way, and exactly making super profits. So, how do we respond to those things? Because yes, it is a boom, and yet nobody is seeing that. And I don't know, it's not like I have a answer to your question. I'm just kind of agreeing with what you're saying, and this goes back to, this is how capital is evolving, this is what they're doing. And where, what is the union movement, are they willing to reconsider the form and the practice under which they are operating? And this seems to be pretty important right now.
Thank you. We can go to Luke next.
Thank you. So it's a bit difficult. Maybe I'm not the most qualified to talk about the relationship between MKU, NUM, and NUMSA, except to say that NUMSA has made traction, especially at Impala, with contract workers, and they have also been targeted by hitmen as well. Those are specific leaders who, so we don't know exactly what is happening, except that those leaders are being targeted. It could be, sometimes we think it's inter-union rivalry, other times we think it's the company, or some combination of that, because they're challenging the underpayment of such a huge number of contract workers at Impala, and then they've killed at least 2 shop stewards over the last 2 years at Impala, as they were in the process of organizing workers. And then just in terms of AMCU, well, I think others maybe who are at the commemoration might comment as well. But I know Nick was telling me that the numbers, are dwindling. There's not the same level of like force and punch. A lot of time has passed. The spirit of Marikana that was born in 2012 carried forth very strongly into 2014. That was the pinnacle of resistance that represented the do or die approach. We will not retreat. But then after that, there's been less support, more infighting within the trade union. But I think most importantly, the organic intellectuals, the force behind the democratic workers' committees have been long ago ostracized, which means that MKU is a shell of its former self that does not sufficiently represent the rank and file mine workers. But I hope when Comrade Makanya comes here, and Mzokolo as well from Sibanye and Amplatz, that they can give us further insight into that.
Handing over to Trevor before we go to the floor.
Okay. Well, firstly, Antonio Gramsci, that's why I like to develop this concept of racial capitalism, because within it, the violence is written, the injustice. So Gramsci said, bourgeois rule is based, or any rule for that matter, class rule, is based on consent, agreement, and force. So, you agree, so there's propaganda to get you to agree, and then if you don't, the force is ready to come out. So it's the same with legal and illegal methods of capitalists to make money. Yeah. So on the one hand, they'll take you to court. On the other hand, they'll send assassins to kill you. Yeah. So this actually, in the academic sphere, created a little debate. I think Comrade Patrick Bond is here. David Harvey talking about accumulation by dispossession and primitive accumulation. So that's the idea that in the past, capitalism used to use force, genocide, to get its way. but now it's no longer using that. So people like David Harvey says, but sometimes when it needs to, it does. Can you see? But it's not really a question of primitive accumulation or it's just the nature of capitalism that it uses force, you know. There are many forms of force. At work, the supervisor tells you, you are late. You know, is imposing their power on you. Can you see? And the force is that if you lose your job, you're going to starve, especially here in South Africa. So that's my answer to that. Luke has covered the unions. Now, Marikana, when we say those workers made history, after Marikana, we had the so-called NUMSA moment, when the workers in NUMSA said to Ivan Jim and the leaders, let us part ways from the ANC. We can no longer vote for the ANC. We can no longer be part of the ANC Communist Party alliance. So we're all excited, you know, the NUMSA moment. But we know now, you know, the leaders of NUMSA destroyed the NUMSA moment themselves. We can see today, you know, going to court. So the workers, that is the organic capacity of the workers. The workers at Marikana, they opened doors. Even Julius Malema, he formed his economic freedom fighters on that mountain. He launched it there. Now, where Julius wants to take the EFF, it's up to him. Where NUMSA wants to take the NUMSA moment, it's up to him, to them, Jim and them. So I think that, you know, workers often open doors, and then it's up to us, it's up to our organizations, which direction, where we develop it. And at the moment, you know, we're not developing towards the right way. So my last point, which is most important for me. So we've had the Occupy movement in the US, you know, in that park, starting with a Z, I can't remember. Arab Spring, Egypt, Tunisia. Now I've heard that Black Lives Matter, some comrades are calling it the Black Spring. Can you see? Yeah. And then, so here is the issue. When workers like in Egypt, they topple Mubarak, okay? Now, after toppling Mubarak, they go home and wait for, you know, free and fair elections. Yeah. But during the Russian Revolution, when the workers stormed the Winter Palace, they didn't go home. They went home to their Soviets to create an alternative power. So I think the time has come now in South Africa that after toying, we don't just go home and wait for the ANC or the DA to deliver. We have to form alternative organs of working class power on the ground in preparation for a different kind of government, a workers' government, a socialist government. So after the toy, don't go home and wait for delivery. Build structures so that tomorrow we can topple the government of the bourgeoisie and replace it. And we need structures, you know, committees, committee to replace that structure. Thank you.
Okay. On that note, we can go to the floor now. I'm going to take 3 questions at a time. If you have a question for a specific panelist, just mention them. And also, please introduce yourself when you're speaking. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to take you two, and then the back over there, and then we'll go for the next round. Just keep your hands up to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, firstly, what's happening on the platinum belt? We now know that, you know, platinum is under $1,000 per ounce. It's figures that force Lonmin to sell, but Sibanye is making making huge profits at that level of price of platinum. I mean, the Sibanye boss, Neil Froneman, earns 2,000 rand per minute, 360 million rand per year. And he justifies this, while rock drillers still earn 13,500. Just a bit on the Umku Num and Numsa. I mean, when Luke, just to spell it out a bit more clearly, and it's a bit hard to go into details when there's cameras rolling here and it's being streamed, but when we say intra-union violence, we're talking violence between unions. And then inter-union violence, union violence within the union. Now we know this has been happening, particularly in the post-Marikana moment, retaliation, but also the way the whole industrial relations set up around the mine, where the office bearers get huge perks, housing allowance, cars, security guards, drinking expense allowances, and are paid, often at the level of senior managers, and when they get national office posts, the executive management levels of earning. So when, in 2012, when Frans Beleni is complaining about his 100,000 rand per month salary, he's complaining because his chairperson, who was a miner, was earning 170,000 rand per month, and he's paid by the mine. What's happening with the unionization on the Platinum Belt? Amplats. We now know Amplats, at the end of 2012, UMCU had 91% of the workers. Now, today, it's 65%. A huge reduction. And workers are not going to other unions. They're simply not joining the union. Finally, I'm wrapping it up. AMCU president has announced unity talks with NUM, which speaks to both unions becoming very much the same thing. And then when Trevor talks about which direction, I think we've got to talk, these were moments. Black Lives Matter was unfortunately a moment. The Marikana thing was a moment. 47 unofficial strikes, millions of workers out on strike following the massacre and so on. Fees must fall was a moment. The only way we can turn these moments into a movement is if we start seriously talking about a workers' party. And we know that's not, from recent history, that's not going to come from the trade union bureaucrats, certainly the likes of what we considered the most radical trade union, the National Union of Mine Workers, or its federation, SAFTU. We've got to do that ourselves, comrades.
Thank you. Demasiado. Yes. I felt like I should greet you with my language, Chivenda. It could be a question or a comment. Yeah. For how long are we supposed to be singing this song? For how long? Even our future generation, is it supposed to be Sienzenina? For how long are we supposed to be watching our fathers, our mothers dying in strikes? Even us, our youth are dying because of these strikes, trying to take out our voices, for fighting for something that is rightfully ours. So for how long are we supposed to be singing that song of Sienzenina? What I can say in English, I don't know, what do you call this? Abasngeng. In English, I don't know, is what do they call it? Abasngeng. Abasngeng. Yeah, they don't beg us. The reason maybe, I'm not saying it's like that, the reason maybe that they are busy killing us is because of they know that they have backup. They know that if they cannot hire a South African, they know that they have an illegal immigrant that they're gonna hire, who's gonna say yes to the little amount that they will get, because they cannot say no because of they don't have a right to be here. So me as a South African who has a right to be here, I cannot say anything. I don't have rights. My rights are just in a piece of paper. They're not exercised. Yeah, we can't even express ourselves. Thank you. We can't even express ourselves. So I think the more we continue doing this, the more they will end up hearing us. The more we continue having this organization to set things right, they will end up hearing us. For our future generation not to not have a voice, because the way things are going, our future generation are not going to have a voice. That's the way I see it.
Thank you. I've got a question for you, my lady. What is the role of the royal house in terms of helping the widows, their children, and the community of Inkanel? That's the only question that I have.
Thank you. Before I just handle it over to our panel, I had a couple hands that I saw from the last round. So I had one over here, and then I've got you two over there, and then I'll come back. Just put your hands back up when we finish with this, and I'll come back to you with the mic after this round of comments. But I think we have time for one more round of questions before we wrap up at 3 and have some tea. I'm handing over to Camalita. I think we could just do one round and go to them after this. Okay. Questions. Let's just do this round of questions now. So you, and there was someone else over here, just behind you. Okay. Let's start with you.
Thank you. Bigom Saurwa, an artist again. Have comrades given thought to the possibility that the idea of a political party itself is a problem? Because a political party by nature is hierarchical. Workers are given power to representatives, and that model throughout history has proven, to be a failure, to be problematic. Number one. Number two, comrades are also seem to orient themselves towards seizing state power. Are comrades not imagining a stateless society, an egalitarian society, a society where people rule themselves and are not ruled by government? Thank you.
Okay, I remember your hand from the last round, so it's right just in time.
Thank you, comrades. In terms of the unions, when Sibanye came, it terminated a lot of people's contracts. So I just wanted to maybe know that could that not be a strategy maybe to take power away from the ruling union? Thank you.
Okay, and then we had one more question over there. Okay, maybe you've got time for 2. Good. Get her than you.
Thanks. Greetings, everyone. And again, we are still in August. It's Women's Month. Happy Women's Month. My name is Alfred. I'm from Thembelihle. I really liked the presentation from the panelists, but I heard Mr. Trevor engaging more on structures, community structures. So my question on that is that which better way can we form effective structures which will respond to this brutality, oppression, capitalist state in South Africa indeed. Then the second one is that one of the tools we need to focus on as a strategy or solution is that we have policies that guide all these departments. So as civic servants, we need to be part of these policy reviews So as panelists, can you assist us or maybe create a communication channel so that we can also be part of this policy review and participate in them as well? Then another thing it's just a solution to this. We are under a democratic state. We all know that. And currently, the ruling party has failed us, has failed South Africa, has failed youth, has failed women and children. And we're facing brutal violence. Thembelihle was over the news in the entire country not so long ago, and it just went silent again. So we need a civic political structure which will vote us this ruling government and rule the country. And thanks. Let me hold it right there. I see you are.
Yeah, so our final thing, and we can hand to the panel for just to wrap everything up.
Sure. So it's maybe more of a comment, but I would like to hear what the panel says about it. So just on the issue of immigrants being ready to take a job for less, I think we've got to realize long before an immigrant is there, there's an unemployed South African ready to take the job, and that's one of the things that's keeping wages down. But we also need to be careful of falling into an idea that we think that it's the unemployed that are causing wages to be low. The point is you have no rights in this country because you're not rich, not because you're South African or not South African or unemployed or not. You have no rights in this country because capital is trying to make as much money as possible, and because it's finding it harder and harder to keep on expanding profits. You have no rights because capital makes its money from exploiting the work of ordinary people instead of organizing production for the things that people need. But it organizes production so that Sibanye can take its profits to shareholders overseas. And those profits are not being paid out to poor children in the US or poor children in Europe. They're being paid out to other rich people, So I think it's the capitalist crisis that we have to blame. And the fact that capitalism is a system that's organized for making profits for a few instead of for looking after what people need. It's not about immigrants or people from other countries. Sure.
Okay, we're just going to hand over the panel. And then we'll conclude from there.
Okay, I'm just going to be very quick and respond to the question that was asked to me, which maybe connects with the last question as well, which is that yes, of course, the traditional authority is a big question, right, about what is the role of the king. And I think even now the chieftaincy is in dispute, which also puts this, who's getting royalties and who's actually making decisions about community partnerships, etc., into dispute. But also, I think that is part of the whole framework of the migrant labor system and the legacy of homeland. So it's not just, what is the role of the king, but the fact is that, how is the king involved is like how is that a sustainable idea that is still being upheld? And that goes to the question of, the fact that many of the rock dwellers and mine workers came from the Eastern Cape, and this is a Tswana traditional authority, means something, which means that the traditional authority says, we don't have to build houses for this community, and we don't have to do this because this is particularly defined in certain ways. And also, that's one way of looking at it, and many people want to say that, but at the end of the day, the mine must build housing for their workers. And this is the point, and this is why it suits mining companies to have traditional authorities as that partner, right? So that it can all just be this, again, back to my point about all this confusing middle layers of representatives and all this stuff, when at the end of the day, they need to pay. They need to pay wages. They need to build houses. And that's just how it has to be. Those are their workers.
So just to build on a few things that, very quickly, a couple things Camalita has been suggesting. I think the truth is that Sibanye wants to co-opt and control the memory of Marikana and eliminate any idea of militancy by the people that undermines the values of the business that they have. So I heard CEO Fronman saying yesterday at the 3rd annual lecture of Sibanye that this is not philanthropy, this is good business. But as long as the system that Trevor is talking about of racial capitalism remains, that relies upon cheap black labor to pull resources out of the ground, but then to do virtually nothing to empower the communities that are around the mines or the workers that do the work, we will not be solving the problem. And I just wanted to just add to what Gabisile, I think, was mentioning, that because you're reminding me of something that links to this, which is that they terminate the contracts to destroy the memory of Marikana amongst that generation from 10 years ago, so that soon they hope no one will be left, and all we are left to do is heal our trauma without solving the underlying processes of racial capitalism that led to the massacre in the first place, and that Sibanye, if it was put in the same position, may very well have done the same thing 10 years and 4 days ago. And then one of the students, the socialist students at WITS, he was just mentioning to me that the WITS bridge that goes next to the Chamber of Mines, which I think was formerly owned by Anglo, that bridge there, they want to call it, it's going to cost 52 million, and they want to call it Sibanye Stillwater Infinity Bridge. And they want to start a protest action so that we demand that it's called something like Marikana Memorial Bridge, and that they're beginning to undertake the actions in the lead up to around October. So that might be one good practical campaign that comes out of this meeting.
Yeah, we should do that, Luke. I support that. So the bourgeoisie, they are liars, they are thieves, they are murderers. So it's like that. And then, you know, they control governments. Yeah, so we have to vote, you know, because you can influence policy this way, that way. But ultimately, they use their money, their wealth as power to control things. So they control our lives. They decide in this room who will be employed, who will be unemployed. We can all be employed here. They decide to close down this factory, and then we finished. Can you see? Yeah. So the real struggle is to take away that power from them and give it to ordinary people like ourselves. So that's what we are fighting for that power to decide. Now, think of those workers on that mountain. They were making the decisions. They were deciding. There was no boss there. They were deciding, we're going to stay another night here. We're going to stay another night here. Tomorrow, we're going to march to the Lonmin Gate. Tomorrow, we're going to march. Can you see? Yeah. So in a way, on that mountain, there was a trade union or a workers' trade union. On that mountain, there was a workers' political party. On that mountain, there was, yes, I agree, a momentary workers' government. If there had been 10 Marikanas happening at the same time in South Africa, it would be revolution. So the point to think about is that's why I was talking about, you know, Occupy movement, Egypt, even the Black Spring. You see, because the Black Spring, it ends off, let's vote against Trump and put in Joe Biden, which was a good thing, but is not taking us forward in a great way. So basically, especially in South Africa, on that mountain, the workers, they tasted their power, okay? They had a taste of the power of workers, but their power was not tested. Because to test that power, we have to take over the state and you have to confront directly the power of capital. So the Occupy movement, you know, the Black Spring, the Arab Spring, whatever springs, it's just a taste of the power. But the next step is to test our power by actually saying, no boss rules here. We rule, we decide. That is the future. That's why those workers, they could see the future. They're on top of a mountain. Their vision was clear. Yeah, that's why they're to be killed. They were trying to kill the spirit of Marikana. But the spirit of Marikana will never die. Because workers, just by being a worker, they've got that organic capacity to resist, fight, and maybe, given good strategies, to win and overthrow capitalism. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to make one final point, and then we could go for team. We'll reconvene at 3:30. It's just a very quick point, but I think it's also worth mentioning that these big mining companies are also making money off effectively organized crime. What I mean there, informal mining, zama-zamas, the people in the news, that gold, that coal, those diamonds that come out of these mines, which are mined in dangerous conditions, run by syndicates who are forcing poor migrants and poor workers to go there and die underground with machine guns. Those resources are sold back onto the formal market through backhand mechanisms, and those profits are still being made by the same people. So when we think about this, it's not just some gangs from outside of South Africa. In fact, it's actually the same companies exploiting workers here that are doing this. So we have to bear that in mind. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks to our panelists. Thanks to everyone for their questions. And we'll reconvene at 3:30. Excuse me?
Be infused into those spaces, right? You can build electoral campaigns that are campaigns that further and embolden class struggle, that embolden the capacity of workers to organize, that don't just subject themselves to the protocols of bourgeois politics, that manage to portray themselves actively to people as parties that are challenging the system and use the energy that they're generating from that electoral process to embolden and to build struggles, right? This is what we call class struggle elections, that they don't confine themselves to the electoral arena. They try to set up this synergistic process where simultaneously they're also strengthening movements. Mazibuko raises a different challenge. Sorry, do you want to move on?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask on that, which is this idea of class struggle elections, and the two examples you cited were Corbyn and Sanders. And I think to cue in Mazibuko and Tasneem for further comments, the Corbyn moment and the Sanders moment in the North Atlantic has somewhat failed, or at least maybe it's too early to say that it's failed, but it's lost a lot of the momentum that it was able to generate because the election cycles within which a lot of that energy sprang up has passed. And now there is a different government in Downing Street. It's not Jeremy Corbyn. There's a president in the United States, and it's not Bernie Sanders. So I'm interested if after those defeats, semi-defeats, we were still confident about the prospects of electoral politics to be the galvanizing force.
Can I add something to that, which is, you might argue that at the national level, Corbyn and Sanders failed, but in certain locales in the US, like in certain states, in certain cities, progressives, primarily through like the Democratic Socialists, right, the DSA, they made a lot of gains. I mean, they sent people to Congress. So bringing it to South Africa, could it be that the ANC dominates at a national level, but that there are certain cities, certain provinces, certain towns that you could, if you link this kind of people's local conditions to a sort of policy agenda, that you could win that you could make an if elections is the thing, as now points out, it's worthy to pursue them. If you cannot, if the ANC will win the national elections, are there other ways that you could do it at another level? And I just want to add this quickly. The EFF, which I've understood, we mentioning, and I know Tasneem's worked on the EFF, but the EFF has done that for better or worse in very smart ways, like the way they tried to take over Joburg, the way they've tried to take over Tshwane, Pretoria, and a couple of other towns, the way that they play certain roles in certain provinces, for better or worse, they're showing at least that some of that is possible. I mean, is that a valid argument?
Who should answer that?
Mazibuko speaking, but he's on mute.
Okay.
Mute, there we go.
Thank you. Sorry for that. I think it's possible at local levels. If you look at a place like Grahamstown, Makanda, where the unemployed people's movement is quite well organized. However, we have experienced where an independent councillor on the left from the movements in Johannesburg got absorbed by the local government system. So for me, there has to be a number of factors that have to be taken into account: the extent of mass support, the extent of mass accountability, and the kind of political base that such localized elections, localized options has to be built around. I think the notion of class struggle elections is, for me, can be validated at that local level with some conscious organizing, because ultimately, at a national level, we still do not have the social base and the activist base that can carry such a class struggle elections perspective, but it can be built from the ground up.
Yeah, so if I can just jump in here. I mean, I'm not too attached to the Sanders-Corbyn kind of examples. I mean, for a number of reasons, which I'm not going to get into, but I will say that something that is useful to take is, a useful lesson to take is the kind of packaging of your left politics, right? And I think that's important because the way in which the left here often presents its critiques and solutions for the problems facing South African society are quite difficult to, or they don't present well. Let me put it that way, right? So I think there is something to be said for that. But I mean, that's a minor point. To be perfectly blunt, right? And I think what I was trying to get to in my first comments were, around the prospects of victory. And I think Niall mentions this in the article. Victory, not winning an election, but at least getting foot in the door in terms of electoral politics is an important thing, right? You don't jump into elections without a thought that you will be represented somehow at the end of the election, right? And I mean, for one thing, all of these failed left political parties, I think, put us further back each time, right? And that's why I wonder whether it is right the moment is right. And I think for me, if you look to something like the EFF, let's take it across the board, not just on the left, but in terms of generally parties that have tried to make it in the last 27 years, whatever it is. The EFF is one of the success stories here, right? And for me, that really comes down to, a number of things, but in terms of just organizing, they were able to leverage a base that they came with from the ANC Youth League, right? And what that meant concretely was that in communities across the country, they had at least one, cadre of the EFF that came from the Youth League. And I think we underestimate the importance of that just as an organizational base and as something from which to broaden your organizing from, right? So there was someone speaking about the EFF in various places. So they weren't starting from zero or trying to recruit from zero. And I think that's for me a very important part of why the EFF was successful, right? In those first elections, that they were able to leverage that. So, I mean, I think if we are talking about something like a left party, there's a lot to talk about, but I want to bring in like organizing and how you get to a point where you can consider victory. And that might look very, very small to start with. But it's these like practical sort of things also. And I think, sometimes there's an underestimation rather of the importance of that in South African politics. And just to get back to the Corbyn-Sanders thing, I think that in those contexts, they're not dealing with an ANC, they're not dealing with a Congress alliance. And I just can't emphasize enough how important it is, how important these structures, these political organizations are to South African political life, and any consideration of left-right politics outside of that is going to be misguided and is going to be misleading. And the last thing I want to say is that it's kind of a question that struck me when William sent me a message about this platform, and I just it came up in conversation with a friend. Is we can talk about a left party, but going into the next, let's say, national election, what do we think about a right party? And I mean, the right has definitely been for me, it's on the rise. I'm not like, I'm not trying to be hysterical about it. It's definitely tempered, but it's on the rise. And I think they're mobilizing in ways that the left is not thinking about. And that the left is not doing, right? So I don't want to take us onto a different conversation, but I just to illustrate my point about where the left is that if we had to go into election, I think most of us would have to acknowledge that a right-wing party would fare better, right? And that comes down to points about organizing, as well as other things that I've raised earlier.
To ask about sorry, Sean, I think you. To ask a quick question about organizing very quickly. I mean, it's basically we need to rebuild our base, and I'm interested to know, where do people see the routes towards that? Now, in your piece, you think that's still in the trade union movement. Which layers of the trade movement is that? Are we encouraged by the South African Federation of Trade Unions, which emerged to contest the power of COSATU? What are the routes towards rebuilding our base? Where is that in the current social formations?
Can I answer this? Well, actually, I'm not going to answer. I'm going to answer in a second, but can I just make one quick point on the previous issue? Because I think it's actually really central to this whole question of a party. Is this question of what is the yardstick for success? And in a certain sense, I think it has been a confusion around that question. Has been one of the things deterring the left in South Africa from embarking on the challenge of trying to build a party, because there's been, for some reason, this assumption that in order for party building to be worthwhile, the party that we need is going to be a party that's going to rival the ANC, that's going to immediately take power, something along these lines. And I think in part that is a legacy of a certain kind of vanguardism that the South African left has inherited, because one article of this vanguardism was this notion that when you establish a party, it is the party of the working class. Definite article, right? This is the party that represents the working class. And it comes from this whole kind of specifically sort of Trotskyist mythology about what the party is, about how it's the incubator for the, the historical experience of the working class. And so part of what came with this is that you're completely embarrassing yourself if you build a political party that doesn't actually become the party that organizes the mass of workers. And I think this has ultimately had an extremely damaging effect, because it's meant that until people see the conditions in which that's possible, they're not going to start anything. And that has been a disaster, because it's meant that we have now lost the opportunity to have actually built something that falls probably far short of what we might want it to be, but still constitutes an enormous step forward for the left in South Africa. If we had a party of the EFF size that was a dynamic left party in this country, that was getting 8% of the vote and had 10,000 CADA and was bringing 50,000 people out to rallies, we would be leagues ahead of where we are now. If we had a party a quarter that size, we would be that much further ahead. And I think this is something that we really have to realize. Even if it's true that the objective conditions we confront at the moment prevent us from building a party capable of contesting power, if we don't do the groundwork to build whatever's possible right now, then whenever the moment comes in which those conditions change, this ruptural moment that we're all waiting for, we're not going to be the ones to gain from it, because we're not going to have a vehicle that does that. And for me, this is one of the big lessons from the failure of the Democratic Left Front, which Mazibuko and I were involved with for 5 years. This effort to try and draw together all these left forces in the period kind of leading up to the NUMSA moment. And the problem was, because of the movementist ideology that I think underpins so much of what we were doing there, we never laid down any real structures. And it meant that at the end of the day, we were left with virtually nothing. Whereas if we had actually done deep organizing instead of this excessive focus on mobilization that's characterized the South African left, things might have turned out a hell of a lot differently. We might have even had the CADA to have intervened effectively in the NUMSA moment or whatever when it occurred, and maybe taken it in a different direction. So we need to not be unrealistic in terms of what we're aiming for. We need to build what we can. And I think this is also, to answer your question that sparked as well, did these movements succeed? Now, they didn't succeed in building socialism, but holy damn, the left in the UK and the US, you cannot believe the transformation that it has gone through. And I lived through that. When I got to the US, there were maybe 1,500 organized Marxists in that entire country. Now the DSA is the largest political organization that you have seen since the Communist Party in the 1930s. And it is a transformation which, again, it's hard to describe until you've actually seen it. And this is something I think, again, it's for me why there's a biographical lesson in a lot of the politics I'm trying to put forward here, is because it is 5 years of the DLF in which we were left with nothing, and 4 years in which this left has emerged out of nowhere in the US. And it tells me that we need to be building, and we need to be building something like party structures in order for that to happen.
Anyone want to comment on that and go ahead? Yeah.
But I want to start with that question you were asking, William, about the social base of rebuilding. Whilst I think the formal working class at work in the unions is important, but we cannot ignore how weak the trade unions are. But also structurally, the broad working class has been decomposed by neoliberalism, and there's actually quite a bigger set of social forces outside of employment who are fighting in various ways and who need serious left attention in terms of strategy, in terms of taking forward the struggles against mining, the struggles in rural areas, the struggles about access to public goods. I think those are absolutely important, and a left strategy has to pay attention to that in a significant way. And Niall is correct here. It cannot just be about narrow movementism. It has to be about those immediate struggles, but also to ensure that the leading cadre, the leading activists amongst those struggles begin to grapple with where to. of those struggles and beyond those struggles. I think Niall's point is important about the advantage a party brings in terms of building structures, of building social presence of an organized left force. I think we don't appreciate that enough. It's not just the DLF experience, it's the UF experience and so on, where there are initiatives to pull forces together, lots of energies spent and effort put to it. But actually, there's nothing to show for it in terms of real results. So going forward, if we are to achieve what Niall is putting forward, we cannot ignore the importance of building a critical layer of activists big enough, sophisticated enough, with the analysis, with the tools to carry the sustained long-term weight of taking that project forward. So that's absolutely crucial.
Tasneem?
Yeah, so I mean, I think just on the movement stuff, right, which has been mentioned a lot, and I understand that Niall wasn't, speaking against movements, but I do think it's important to draw those sort of lessons on why movements couldn't translate to a broader left force. And I mean, we've already spoken about, it being within the ANC or a lot of the supporters of movements still being attached to the idea of the ANC or parts of the Congress Alliance. And I think that's important. But I mean, in addition to that, and I'm not trying to diminish the work that movements and civil society have been doing, but I mean, I do think we need to question the kind of popular support now that we're dealing with in terms of movements, but also, that many movements are dealing with defensive struggles, right? And I think this was highlighted in the article. And I think the same holds for unions. So I mean, that kind of criticism of movements that are not criticism of movements, but like movements as the best vehicle here, I think holds when it comes to unions too, right? I think unions are engaged in defensive struggles amongst, lots of other problems in unions that I think have been raised here and elsewhere. But that kind of, that engagement in those defensive struggles, I think really limits the possibilities. But again, I think it was mentioned earlier on SAFTU and the NUMSA moment in SAFTU. But again, here, I mean, I do have to say that I'm not sure what SAFTU brings that's new, right? That is going to lay a new foundation. And I think that SAFTU came with so much from COSATU that for me, it was difficult to see, where they would dispense with that and what new forms could come of that in the union space, at least. And then obviously that extended to the SRWP and the party political space. So, I mean, that's sort of what I want to say there. I know there's some questions here that I'm supposed to address, but I haven't read the comments, so I'll
So I wanted to I want to ask a quick question, which is Tasneem she's right about the kind of the emergence of, like, if you want, like a South African, the new right in South Africa, which, by the way, is not necessarily always white, right? It's the anti-immigrant, put South Africa first type politics. Some of it, you might even see it in the ANC. You might see some of it in the EFF. So what I'm curious about then in that, and to your point, Tasneem, about movements, why movements not translating to a broader left force, I'm always struck now in South Africa, why, for example, there isn't, say, a mass movement that's building around, say, vaccines, like access to vaccines, like in the same way that there was a mass movement that built around access to AIDS drugs, or why there isn't a mass movement that builds around police brutality or police killings. I mean, I know in South Africa, people get also riled up by how the American police act and the reactions that people build movements around it here. Why?
Thank you so much. Comrades, thank you for all being here. I can't say it enough. It's incredible to see the turnout today, to see the energy today, to see the effort put into thinking seriously and deeply and honestly about the spirit and legacy of Marikana. We are about to begin our third panel of the day, which is titled The Future of Marikana. But before I begin, just a number of small announcements, the first of which is that somebody has lost this very pretty earring. If you are missing an earring and you would like it back before I take it for myself, Ronnie, we have to fight for it, Ronnie. But if you're missing this earring, is it yours? There we go. I'm glad you found it. Here you go. Brilliant. I also should have taken it for myself, to be honest. The next announcement is that there's a registration sheet outside. If you haven't had the chance to fill it out, the next tea break after this, please make your best effort to do so. And then just grateful to our sponsors, Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, for helping us organize today. So to get started on this panel, as I began, it's called The Future of Marikana. And the future of Marikana itself is quite an open-ended title. And I think we deliberately wanted it to be open-ended. There's been a lot of reflection today, some beautiful reflection today about how do we build an alternative politics? How do we build an alternative imaginary? How do we think about what must rise rather than what must fall? How do we think about change in this country in a way that is permanent, in a way that goes past the moment, in a way that goes past what is short-lived? And so the purpose of this panel is really to try and think as open-endedly as possible about what the legacy of Marikana is, what it can be, how can we go beyond it in a way that still retains, remembers, holds in mind, but in a way that at the same time tries to build a country where we no longer have to mourn the killing of union activists, we no longer have to mourn the political assassinations of movement leaders. An Abahlali comrade was gunned down in their house in Cato Manor this morning. So this is something that is very much with us as we speak, as we are reflecting, as we are gathered here today. And so as we continue to reflect and as we approach the conclusion of this day, I want us all to start thinking about what are we going to do after this meeting ends. There's been a lot of discussions in the middle of the panels and also outside when we're having tea and coffee about the perennial question, what is to be done? Do we need a party? Or must we think of something that goes beyond the party form? How do we organize? How do we galvanize? And so that is really what we're going to try and do collectively today in our panel. And luckily, we are joined by two fabulous speakers who are going to help provoke some of these reflections. A third is going to be joining us soon. I'm here with Nomzamo Zondo, Ronnie Kasrils, and Makanya Spipamandla's on his way. Hopefully he can join us in time. To tell you a little bit about them, Nomzamo Zondo is an attorney and the executive director of the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa. Nomzamo works mainly on housing rights cases, defending communities threatened with eviction, and litigating for the provision of basic services and the upgrading of informal settlements. And of course, we all know her as one of the lead attorneys representing the families of Marikana. Ronnie Kasrils is a South African politician, Marxist revolutionary guerrilla, and military commander. He served as a government minister under Presidents Nelson Mandela and Thabo Mbeki. And we know Ronnie for much else as well. And Makanya Spipamandla, who's going to be joining us in a minute, is a socialist, a revolutionary, a leader, and a former miner at Anglo Platinum, Amplats, which is now Sibanye in South Africa. Like at Marikana, Amplats miners, including Makanya, created their own democratic worker committees. He was a leader of one of the longest strikes in South African mining history in 2014, which included over 70,000 workers, and that was under the banner of AMCU. So hopefully Makanya is able to join us. We will appreciate his insights. So much like the other panels, each speaker is going to have 10 minutes to make their interventions, after which I will ask them some follow-up questions, and we as an audience and group gathered here today will engage together. So Mzamo, over to you.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So firstly, I'm going to start at how it feels to be in this moment. To stand 10 years after Marikana. And as someone who's worked with the Marikana families for over 9 years, I've always been someone who's very despondent about how much progress we've made. But in the last few weeks, I felt that I actually needed to count all of the victories. And so when I was thinking about what I'm gonna say today, I settled on 10 years of resistance, because I wanted to reflect how far we've come to be in this moment. So when Rihad, Amku, Jim Nichols pushed Seri to act for the families, at that time, we went house to house. We went to 26 houses in the Eastern Cape. We went, in fact, 29 houses in the Eastern Cape. And then we went to 7 houses. 4 in Lesotho, 1 in Swaziland, 1 in Sasolburg, and 1 in Sitlagole in the Northwest. So I arrive, all of that work is done. I arrive in February 2013. And I arrive at a time where Seri already has 36 clients. And I'm told that our job as Seri is to make sure that every South African remembers the miners who died, who they were, but they remembers each of these families. But I don't want to talk about the work that Seri is, and I want to talk about these families. So when I meet them, they are still in mourning. In February 2013, we're all in Rustenburg. And when I meet them, they're also at that time still building their own unity. amongst the issues that were there, I remember there were issues about the fact that some of them come from a part of the Eastern Cape that is disregarded. So when we discuss amongst ourselves, there's issues of, oh, Vele, you're not going to listen to me because I'm from this place. But a few months pass, and we have in the group widows, we have a few mothers, some fathers, some uncles, and then siblings in this group. And all of them are quite clear on what they want, which I'm happy with. We get to June 2013. At the time, the miners were pulling out of the commission. They were pulling out because they're not being funded to participate in the commission. As the family's lawyers, we said, Asia, as your lawyers, the best thing we can do is support the miners in their litigation. The families had their own meeting on the side, and then they call us during lunchtime, and they tell us we're leaving this commission. I'm like, huh? They're saying if the miners can't be enabled to participate, we can't participate. The miners are the only living people who can tell us what happened in Marikana. None of us were there. And of course, as lawyers, we try and reason with them about what is the cost of leaving the commission. At that time, they are being accommodated and fed by the Department of Justice. So if they leave the commission, it means they must all go back, be scattered again across these 36 different locations. But they say, we don't care. That's what we're doing. And I get one of the few important lessons in my life about solidarity. Because at that time, the families, I think, were funded. They were funded by Legal Aid South Africa, by the way. They had lawyers. They had the support of the DOJ. But they said, if the miners can't have the very some support, we're not interested. And while we are doing this, we are worried about what's happening in their different homes because there's no income. So at times we're engaging DSD to make sure that they receive what is called the Social Relief of Distress Grant, which is a food parcel now, that they get a food parcel. And we get called into meetings and they tell us that we are concerned. We get 3 meals a day here, but our kids don't have food. Where we come from, there's nothing that goes in the fire. And they tell us that we want you to go negotiate with lawmen to employ each of us as a replacement of the loved ones who were killed. And in the team then were 2 attorneys, a guy who's now an advocate, a guy by Thabo Mosekeli. We had the support of Nadira Kuselwa in the internal SERI team and Jim, and then there were advocates. But in this internal SERI team, we were opposed to the families going to work in Marikana. We were opposed not just because of the massacre and what it meant. We were opposed because we knew there's GBV in the mines. We knew that there's risk of rape for the widows who would eventually, in the end, go and work in the shafts. And so we keep delaying this instruction. And then we discover there's a letter that's been sent to lawmen anyway, that is written in Xhosa. And this letter says, sile mindeni yasolekelwayo besithume abameli bethu kodwa abameli bethu abathathi ntweni, which means our lawyers are poor. So they were like, we're slow because we're poor, we don't have enough resources. And they write to lawmen, and lawmen takes months to consider this request. And then it comes back and says it will re-employ 33 of the 36 families that we represent. It will not give employment to the family of the one miner that was outsourced working for shaft sinkers. That's what Shaeera was speaking about earlier. It will not give positions to 2 other families. One of them was at that time volunteering alone. I don't understand that term, but I'm sure Marikana understands what it means. But he'd been dismissed a year before. The other was looking for work in Marikana. And when that happens, during that time, the families again are consistent about what they will give to make sure there's justice. So they are here in Joburg. The 2 years ends, and in fact, it's in November 2014 when the commission stops sitting that they actually get offered these 33 or 34 jobs. And then we are fighting for the other 3 families, and we are trying to resolve that. The commission ends, and then there's a new story. The report comes. When the report comes, again, we meet at vets to talk about the report. They are clearly devastated because in that report, you don't see them at all. You can go look. You won't see any reference, open reference to the families in the report, apart from the word families, which appears in that multiple times, but not them as human beings. They are devastated because of the way that the minors are dealt with in that report. They're also devastated because in relation to 2 key things that are important to them, which is the compensation and the criminal prosecution, Falam has ignored a proposal to say he must recommend to government to compensate. He says he doesn't have that power. In relation to criminal prosecution, he says someone else will do it. The NPA will make recommendations and so on. But then they started working at Lonmin. And probably 3 years or 4 years after they started working at Lonmin, the criminal prosecutions start. And when the criminal prosecutions start, they must make a decision whether or not they will follow those criminal prosecutions. But even that comes at a cost. So at Sibanye, if you work every day in the year, you are guaranteed a bonus. But if you miss work, even if Sibanye or Lonmin at that time meets its target, you don't get that bonus. And again, the families say, we will go and follow these criminal prosecutions. Initially, the first criminal prosecution is about where one family member is, where he dies, just one. Of the 36 that we represent, just one. And all of them say, we'll go. They spend a week, they travel at times for 4 hours a day to go either to Mahikeng or to go to, I forget now the name of the place, Emukhwas. To go to Emukhwas. And during that time, right, even as we speak now, they have no hope of where there will be prosecutions for the big group, for the 34. But they accompany the one. Even now, they are accompanying the 3. And in this spirit of resistance, the one thing that has been clear to me, representing the family, is that the families want to be compensated, but more than anything, they want justice. That's why so And so I think people, when they think about what justice means, they feel like it's more important to put food on the table. But in the last 10 years, or the 9 years that I've seen the families of Marikana, the monument is important to them because they are troubled by the fact that someone is trampling over the place where their loved one's blood was spilled. They are troubled about whether there's criminal prosecutions. Even if it will cost them food on the table, they will put in that investment. Even now, in the last year, there's been a lot of talk about, for instance, I think Camalita mentioned Reimagine SA. And she mentioned the approach of Sibanye in repairing or in providing reparations to the victims of Marikana. In those conversations, even as recently as 3 days ago, the families are saying, why are the workers not here? If you are talking about repairing for the massacre, that people survived the massacre, why are they not in the room? They are saying, you can't talk to us. You can't just come and talk to Ntswele. You must talk to all 44 families. As recently as last year, they've been clear to say justice for Marikana doesn't mean justice for the 34 who were killed by police on the 16th. They are saying it means justice for the 44 miners who died in that week. And all of that is said by people who, when they started off, right, had their loved ones killed by people who walked alongside them. And I'm saying this because the police and the NPA charged the other miners. These very same families fought in that very same commission to be given a voice. And amongst the things that they fought to say what the miners told them in the week of the massacre. They fought to, the police objected to them saying they killed their loved ones. The police objected to them giving testimony about the character of their loved ones. But 10 years later, they can stand now as 34 families or as 37 families who say justice for us is justice for the 44. That every life counts. Even as government has continued with the narrative of you are to blame for the 10 lives or the 7 lives, because there's a whole misremembering of what happened. They still pursue justice for everyone. And it is that gives me hope. Because it tells me, sorry, I need some water. It tells me that even if you start with nothing, that even if you start at the back foot, even if your opponents see you as nothing, you are able, with consistency, to get a measure of justice. So in as much as 10 years might feel like a long time without an apology, without criminal prosecutions, 10 years also means millions of rands have been spent on the education of the children of the miners. 10 years means that Sibanye has been forced to do a land swap with Baba Mogale to actually build a monument on the land in Ganeng. 10 years means that Sibanye has been forced to consider that it has an obligation, not just in Marikana, but also in the Royal Eastern Cape. And those are the things that have happened because of people who were described as unsophisticated, uneducated, because of people who before never even imagined having a life or even articulating anything outside of the 4 poles in their own years in the Royal Eastern Cape or in Royal Lesotho. But those people have brought all of us here today. Because I think in as much as we've given them solidarity, if they had sat down and said, I'm not interested in that, we wouldn't be able to be here. We wouldn't be able to remember this moment. And so I really hope that if you remember Marikana, if you think of Marikana, think of that resistance. Think of that power. Not only the power that is articulated because of what the mine workers did, but how these 37 families have stood consistently fighting for justice in the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomzamo. Truly, I think it's a refreshing perspective to hear that we should think of the last 10 years as 10 years of resistance, as an ongoing resistance. I want to invite Comrade Makanya to speak next, because I think it would be good to jump off what you've just said now. But before I do, I have to make a small announcement. There is a white Audi with the number plate 8876 KHGP who has an open window in their car. So if you drive a white Audi and you BB, or is that BB? That looks like an 8 to me. BB76 KHGP. If you drive a white Audi, one of your windows is open. Sorry to put you on the spot, but at a convenient moment to you, you might want to close that window. So thank you, Comrade Makanya, for making it with us today. For context, Comrade Makanya has a night shift today. and has driven all the way to be with us. So if you would like to share some of your reflections over the years struggling in the platinum belt, we invite you to do so.
Sanibona comrade. Angikho sure bangizozwakala. Ngiyezwakala noma ufuna ngime. Okay, thanks for the time again. Comrade Makanya from Rustenburg Mines. I want to share the most of struggle that we have, possibly most of comrades, they even away for the struggle of the mining industry per se. But I will just indicate a few things, guys. The mining industry never change, and they won't even change. Either to change better, it's become worse. Simply remember our grandfather and fathers, they were going deeper, better, but as much we have to get product, we still have to go deeper and deeper and deeper. So it won't be better. Either it will be still worse, the condition of employment in the mining industry. So as employees, we still forced by the situation to unite. Normally, when you go in different sectors or people, they will tell you that, oh, mining employees, they die early. It's not like we want to go on a grave, our graveyard early, no. The thing is that showing to work every day does not mean we are well. So if we can tell that employer how we're feeling, how we sick, how we feel every day, they will definitely terminate our contract. So the real fact I can tell you, if you check the history of mining, abasebenzi bemine per se, yes, it's normal that we can't make 7 years, guys. So it's still hard, it's still difficult to us to survive on that working condition. It's just that we don't have a choice. We wake up every day, going to work, trying to put something on the table for those child, but we left them without parent in a very short space of time. Then, seriously, we are even concerned on what's happening in the mining industry, because our last hope that we have was not for government. Government have been failing us since Mandela time until today. We're just hoping that possibly AMCO will come and rescue us. So our deeply concern that we have on this day, we see the work relationship of AMCO and NUM in gold mine. And then that was the choice. Now they come in Rustenburg with same or similar mentality. We forewarn them. We will never like NUM with AMCO. In our mind, is tell us two things. It said, maybe kukhona abantu abagxothwa yi-NUM basayithanda mababuyele kuyo ke bona ayithi. Then, or it means if they want to work hand in hand with NUM, it means they start to tell us, now AMCO tend to be an NUM. So ithi lento, if bakwazi ukuphuma ku-NUM, saphuma ku-NUM singabasebenzi siyithanda because was failing us. So if AMCO want to force us to leave, AMCO will leave them either to go to join NUM, because the reason is ANC government never come at a stage to apologize at Marikana to the employees. NUM was involved on that killing, never come and apologize to NUM. So not even one person will wake up tomorrow and say, we have friendship with NUM because you like NUM. So that is a one deep concern that we want even to forewarn AMCO about it. Yes, we love them, but if they choose to pave a way, many times we saw comrades that we elect, that we groom them. Tomorrow when Banesisa is cool, like they start to change and say, now we want to go to parliament. This is not a way to go to parliament. Our struggle, our mandate, our demand, it won't be changed by individual people, that we know exactly what we want. The condition that we are working on it currently is very, we are even fear when we see those divisions, because immediately you try to divert employees to one organization per se. We start to get divided amongst ourselves, and then the employer will then take advantage for that. Then it's one thing that also concerns us in the working place. So as from today, we see on the commemoration, people, they say we are celebrating 10 years. Is it a celebration? The death of the 34 people. So back from our mind also, we said, as people, we have to understand what is a commemoration to our mind. Because we find people on the street drunk and say that this is a commemoration. And then we said, but people, they really understand how we feel, what happened, what is our concern in our life when it's come to that struggle. So community for today is like what I want to guarantee employees. Actually, we should even leave the company. We should join another company. It's not like we can't join other company as leaders or as former struggle of the 2012 workers. Some they choose to, we said we can't exist the company. It's not like we don't feel the pain, but we do understand, Guti, we are the only hope. We are the only we are the only hope to change the situation, because we monitor every movement that is happening on the mine. We even analyze that now other sector or other stakeholders in the mining industry have been neutralized. Because when times goes, the struggle of the working class is always like a marathon. Other people, they will get tired, exhausted on the way. It's not like they are bad people. They try, it's just maybe they achieve their destiny. They can't do more. So we are still staying to say, when other people get exhausted, we'll then take it from there, because the struggle of the working class will carry on and on and on. Not even one person possibly will win it. So as employees, bama mine, asikakafuni ukunikezela sithi yes, that is fine, our 34, because lapha South Africa, if you are still alive, you will never be recognized. I will just make a simple example. Our government compensates the 34 miners who died, I think it's 2 years back. They compensate those widows, I'm right. They compensate with 200 million for those families who died only, not the survivors. Then the mine also, Sibanye, or it was Lone Mill before, they also sign those women, those widows to the mine, but they never do anything to the survivors. When you come to AMCO also build houses for Mambush and other comrades who died, but they never do anything for survivors. I can mention Nomzongkolo, Madwanse, and other people. So we are living in this country where people, they cannot recognize you when you are still alive until you die, and then they see your value in the mind. So we are concerned even to say those employees are not well recognized as a hero. They always mention a hero, a feel, who cannot even see that big house, that 200 million that we pay for them. And then that is a shame, but we promise ourselves that we will fight for our right without being advertising that pain. So for today, I feel like I'm a little bit later, I should be 8, but because of home savings, because I knock off and then I have to drive and come this side. I'm very angry at the same time. I'm very excited that you invite me in that meeting. I can't be long per se. There's too much on my mind, but for today, let me say I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Comrade Makanya, and we look forward to hearing everything else on your mind as the day progresses, because I'm sure you've got more beautiful thoughts to share. And the idea of the struggle of the working class as a marathon is a very powerful one, and I think now is the opportunity to invite Ronnie to share some insights as someone who's been around, been involved in this for a long time, having heard what Nomzamo has just said and what Makanya has just said. What do you think?
Viva the spirit of Marikana, viva! Viva! Viva the eternal spirit of Comrade Mambush, viva! Viva! And comrades, what this is all about is to rededicate ourselves to them, to their struggle, to their memory, and we pay homage to them, comrades. Evermore. Please allow me to sit. I'm a Mandela now. And you see, comrades, I hope this is working. This is working. I want to tell you, it's so inspiring to be amongst you all, the speakers and Zonke here, comrades. Inspiring, and I pay tribute to the organizers. Inspiring because of this non-racism, the way this is covered here. I go to many meetings. I'm connected with Amabomvui Communist Party. Some people don't like that. And the ANC, etc. And veterans and MK. We don't see this. But we see it here, comrades, who have organized it. You involve everybody. It's so evident. And comrades, I say this as a Mandela now. You involve the youth. When I came into that door, I was so inspired when I saw this gathering and the youth. But I want to give you youth just a little word of advice. I came into the struggle in Sharpeville in 1960. I was just over 20. Trevor, you're an old man now. You're older than 20. I was always the youngest, the lighty, in everything. It seemed to go on and on and on until comrades started dying. I never thought, when I was young, that I would be the oldest in the whole group. And the energy starts going. I'm going to start sitting down. But the youth are vital, comrades. The youth, young workers, young women, young men, the students, is vital that we involve people. So all power to the organization here. Comrades, you must continue with this. You must find a way, comrades, to carry on with what you're starting here today. Because this is one of the ways in which we can go forward and create the kind of force led by, and we hear it, the working class, and we see that. Why? It's so evident. We must get involved. We must see that the working class receives the support that those of us who are in universities, who are teachers, and so on. And it's wonderful the way we see the revolutionary intellectuals involved. It's a great example because it's the working class that has the power and the ability. And we saw that with Mambush. We saw that with the Marikana strikers. That's why the state, police, and above all, the mining bosses wanted to punish them, teach them a lesson, intimidate every working person, every poor people in this country, to keep them down. So, comrades, what I've got to say today, I'll try and keep to the 10 minutes, comrade, is first of all, I mentioned Sharpeville. It shocked me to the core, and it impelled me to find the movement at that time and soon into the armed struggle. But I want to tell you, and Rihad Desai knows this, he came to interview me when I was living in Cape Town, that the Marikana butchery, the murder, the massacre, that's what it's all about. It shocked me even more. And I often have pondered, and it's not a question of which massacre is worse than the other. I was in the middle of a Bishu massacre. I know what happens in massacres and how they wait for the opportunity to fire and then try and blame it on the victims. But I've pondered, and I must tell you that I actually feel there's an element about the Marikana butchery that's actually even worse than Sharpeville. And it can shock some people that one says that, because the Boers, apartheid, colonialism is so cruel, and yet we saw a massacre under ostensibly democratic government, democratic-led country, post-94. And you know, the point is that, yes, at Sharpeville, those Boers with itchy trigger fingers were constantly waiting for opportunities to shoot down Yabantu. That's clear, absolute cruelty. In their minds, formulated by the ideology of colonialism, racism, and so on. There's an element in Sharpeville that's not premeditated. The people are protesting against the past laws at the Sharpeville police station. So the police are rushed there to protect it against, in their minds, this howling mob and so on. Actually wasn't such a howling mob there. A lot of the people went there out of curiosity, of support, etc. And at a certain point, somebody's nerve breaks and there's shooting and there's a whole fusillade. Yes, many of them just wanting to rain down murder, and people shot in the back. Comrades, nobody was pursued behind rocks to be judicially murdered on the spot. The whole Marikana obscenity of his state and Amapoyis, with the mining bosses behind them, premeditated murder. So it's not so much a question of Sharpeville and Marikana. They both absolute foul murders. But really, what struck me, and you remember, Rihad, you came to me, I had immediately, unlike a lot of my comrades watching television and thinking, because the whole atmosphere produced by the bosses and government and the media was that the miners were anarchists and out for blood. My goodness, if you're in the struggle, you know the signal is, if the bosses and the police are saying it, then the truth is the opposite. I had that mindset. So when I saw this butchery with the cameras behind Amapoyis, which made out that the miners are attacking them with their spears, attacking lines of police with automatic weaponry, of course you could see the miners were trying to get out of a trap. It was so obvious. But my goodness gracious, comrades, it took some time with investigative journalism and Greg Marinovich. But of course, again, it's not just the white guy or the reporter with the cameras, etc. It's always the people on the spot. Abasebenzi. And some of the black researchers from the universities who took him to the spot behind the big kopi. And there it became evident that the police, because they wanted vengeance, because 2 policemen had been killed in the week before, I guess, they wanted vengeance, they wanted blood, and they went there and they carried out those gruesome slaughters of half of the 34 who died, and of course 70, 80 who were wounded. And we want justice for them today. Can't go into that fact. You've gone into it, comrades, and others have. I want to just move on with some other reflections. It's 10 years paying homage, and we're fighting the narrative for the truth the dedication to the miners, the living ones and the martyrs. But it's 150 years of the mining industry in South Africa. And that dreadful, murderous, exploitative, vampire-like heritage, which we still live under and you work under, comrades. That's why we bow to you and you have to lead us. Cecil John Rhodes, butcher extraordinaire, he says over 100 years ago, when the governments of the day, because it wasn't a union, gold, diamonds had been discovered, the industry was going hell for leather in its exploitation and bloodsuckery. And they imposed the poll tax to enforce the migrant labor system, to break Yabantu, to break the people, Jikalele, not just South Africa, throughout Southern Africa, Malawi, Mozambique, all over, down with xenophobia. Those miners helped to build this country. Let's always remember it in the fight against xenophobia, comrades, rearing its head. And the poll tax is imposed here in order to break the connection of Yabantu with the land. And they have to come and sell their labor in the gold mines and ultimately in the factories and of course on the farms, etc. You know what that buccaneer, that pirate, that murderer says? I read it the other day in preparation for today. He makes a statement. Why the poll tax? Well, you see, we've got to force this idle native population to give up the life of idleness and learn about the wonderful, the wonders of labor, the dignity. They must learn the dignity of labor. And at the same time, by the way, make the state more prosperous. That's Cecil Rhodes. And what does that give rise to? Migrant labor system? Pass laws. All the racist legislation and everything about the mining industry from the whole of this region that is so despicable and has broken over 150 years. How many lives, how many injuries, how much illness, how many families broken, widows, children without fathers, etc., to grow the wealth of the bosses of South Africa and the imperialist order. That's what we have to bear in mind as well, what we have to change, and what Mambush and Marikana stood up against. And you roll on to this man, Froneman, Sibanya. Sibanya, we are one. Doesn't it mean we are one? Yeah? Can you imagine the effrontery of Froneman and Sibanya with some of their black directors? We are one. Are you one with Froneman? Are we one with Froneman? Can Labour, comrades, can Labour be one with the capitalists? We can't. We've heard you, Trevor. We've heard the other comrades. And look at them. This is what we must oppose. This is why we have to ensure the legacy of Mambush and the Marikana martyrs and the miners like you of today. That's what the battle still is about. That's what we have to rededicate ourselves about. So let me also, if I've got a little time, a woman, sorry to say that, a human being, happened to be of that gender, who had absolutely no knowledge of the police, is selected by the President Jacob Zuma to lead the police. Ria Feka. Okay, it could have been a man. I'm not pointing out it was a woman. Please forgive me for starting off by saying a woman. But Ria Feka. What does Ria Feka say? As the dust settles, the blood is still warm. And she's saying, this is not time to point finger. why is it not time to point finger? I shouted at her at my television set in Cape Town. You remember, Rio? We talked about that. Not a time to point finger. Who does she mean? She means, in the first place, Amapuyis. So she means herself in the line of command. She means those who give the orders, the ministers. She means the man on top, the president, who, by the way, 24 hours later, talk about the tail wagging the dog. Ria Theatre says that it's not time to point fingers. Jacob Zuma now is on television 24 hours later. I couldn't believe it. He says, now is not the time to point fingers. Can you imagine? Talk about the president taking the cue that way. And then, I'll have to be short here. Who do we point fingers at? Clearly, I've made the point, and I don't think it figured in her mind. The mining industry, London, the whole mining industry. And of course, those who pulled the triggers, they have to be charged. Those who gave the orders in the police line of command, they have to be charged with murder. Those in government, ministers of minerals and energy, and police, and the person at the top, they have to be charged. In terms of the move forward in relation to this, they say, and I don't quite agree with the saying, it's a bit cynical, but you hear it, the more things change, the more they stay the same. There's some truth, some element, but it's cynical, but it can apply. So you get Rhodes, and then you get Froneman of the new mining owner. And he says, actually, it's I think in 2019, that he won't be bullied by the miners. He won't be intimidated because they were calling for 1,000 rand hike in salary. He's not going to be bullied. But he's saying, we are one. And he earned that year, it's 300 million, maybe a bit more in that year. And he couldn't budge on another 100,000 for the miners in their demands. So where is this nonsense and the lies that we must constantly expose and constantly be on the offensive and constantly support the miners of Marikana, of the whole industry, of this whole country? And yes, comrades, let me say this about Ria Theatre. She had in mind herself, she had in mind the black police in the line of command and black faces in government. And it must remind us of Frantz Fanon, who already back in 1951 and then in 1961, working with the Algerian struggle, had published works, Black Skins, White Masks, and The Wretched of the Earth. And we as ANC and MK and Party of the Communists, because most of my life was spent there, we said it could never happen here, that we would have in our country people who were black wearing a white mask. But we were too naive, and we should have paid more attention to Frantz Fanon's work, because his work is all about the question of how colonialism creates neocolonialism. And in terms of independence and the creation of these new independent states, there's the emergence of a new political elite of black people, but aspiring to be like whites and actually becoming the agents of the capitalist class, the imperialist, capitalist, international, and so on. In our country, the Oppenheimers, etc., and those abroad. Comrades have made reference to that. And that's what we need to understand in terms of challenging the state and understanding what is going on in our country and why we have to support the working people, the unemployed, the women, the young people of this country in changing the situation, as Comrade Trevor and others have said. So I'm coming to my end now, Comrade, because I just want to shift it in relation to the absolute wonder that took place at Wonder Corp and by those miners. They organized under the most difficult conditions, where they were being murdered, where they were being sacked, where they were being intimidated, where their everyday life meant possible death. But to organize, to change things, meant taking your life into your own hands and having to depend on the collective. And when you read from some of the literature which has come forth and the research that's been undertaken, how the Marikana workers organized in the most outstanding manner, which has been the case with workers under capital for so many decades and into centuries around the world. And they weren't people of books who were reading Marx and Lenin and the Paris Commune, but through their own experience, the working class comes to understand through its struggles what class struggle is about, what capitalism is about, and what the need for socialist society is about. And in the methods that they used, clandestine organization of committees, of working class power, of popular assembly on the mountain, popular assembly in the best tradition from the Paris Commune and so on. And I'll just come to that as I end. The popular assembly, the working class councils, the Soviets, expressions from the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Russian Revolution of 1917 with the creation of what in Russian the term is Soviet, which simply means the council of workers, of peasants, councils of youth and students and women. This is what these days we have to bear in mind. But Mambush and the Marikana comrades, they created these councils where they discussed in secret how to oppose the bosses, how to have to deal with a union that was undermining them. And points you've already made about the union issue today, which the Paris Commune, and as Marx said, what emerges from the lessons, which is what I'll end on, comrade. So thanks for bearing with me, because we see the People's Assembly on the mountain. We see the Council of the Workers and how potent that is. That's the example. That's the heritage. And in relation to the Paris Commune, how do they deal with workers' democracy, with representativity, with countering corruption? In a very simple way, they say that in the Commune, and they were armed, of course, because this was a result of the struggle against German invasion and then a class struggle within France. So they were armed, but they said the representatives will be chosen democratically through the councils, not in dark corners. The representatives would receive a wage, not of those 100,000s and so on, the wage of an ordinary worker. The representative would be recalled like that if he or she proved not to be carrying out the position of the council. They would be recalled. That's the basis, that's the principle. And in relation to whether it's the union, whether it's whatever council, whether it's the government that's created and the representatives, this should be and must be and is, of course, it's the creation of the working class in the commune, and then later in terms of the first years of the Russian Revolution. And that's what I'm saying we need to bear in mind today. So, yes, the question arose, is it a day of celebration? Is it a day of mourning? Well, we can't say it's fully a day of celebration because there's so much that needs to be done and so much which you're dealing with in terms of the remuneration, the compensation, actually of 150 years, by the way, because the government of Mandela let the mining houses and the capitalists off the hook. That's when we should have put in our demands to the Oppenheimers and the mining bosses and the whole damn capitalist class of this country. And we missed that opportunity. And I'm guilty of that because I was there. We missed that golden opportunity. But we need now to reflect. Where were the errors? Where were the mistakes? And how do we go forward? So I started off by saying that actually what it is a day of rededication, comrades. That's what the 10-year anniversary is, to rededicate to their lives, to pay honor to them, to ensure that what they did, that the narrative, the truth, is the one that prevails, not this dreadful, poisonous way in which the mining bosses are trying to subvert what actually happened at Marikana. So call on me, please, when we go and we protest. We can't allow that bridge to rename anything other than to the memory of the Marikana strikers and Mambush and others. Well, those are my reflections. So thanks very much, comrades. Amandla!
One more thing.
Amandla! Amandla! Thank you so much, Comrade Ronnie. Thank you so much, Comrade Nomzamo. Thank you so much, Comrade Makanya. I think that is a beautiful way to now enter a conversation. How do we collectively rededicate ourselves to the legacy of Marikana? There's a slogan, I think, in American labor history that goes, don't mourn, organize. How do we organize keeping the memory of those slain on the koppies in heart and in mind? How do we move forward? How do we both acknowledge what we have achieved in the last 10 years, but then how do we strive for a society where this doesn't happen again? So I'm going to go straight to questions because I think the moment is ripe for other members of the audience to contribute to the conversation. So if you would like to speak, put your hand up, I'll recognize you, and I'll try to give as many people the opportunity to speak. I'll do 2 rounds. So I see a hand over there, a hand over there, and a hand over here. I'll take those 3 hands first, and then a 4th hand over here. And a reminder that when you speak, give us your name, tell us who you are, and try to keep it as brief as you can.
Thank you. My name is Van Dam from Tembelihle, Pumagu Community Organizing Working Group. What I'd like to acknowledge the journalist. Umsebenzi awawenzile ukexpose iqiniso. Noma singaba recognize but mele nabo siba recognize, we need to recognize them. Without them iqiniso angeke silithole. If you can look at documentary, you could see the way bakutsa amabullet nabo ngakhona. So let's acknowledge them. Sibaphe credit. Even our comrade Nomzamo, we should give them a credit. The other day, she spoke about each and every perpetrator. Labayenza bana ma attorney, bana ma advocate, bana team yabo. There are only 3 of them. Can you imagine abantu abayi-3 balwa nomphakathi we state? Fana nokuthi abantu abayi-3 balwa ne state sonke. Because they are being supported by estate. They get the resources from estate. Imali to food. So we need to do something. Even now, youth, we need to do something. Sibonile ngefees must fall. Genzakaleni. Ayigabe abazali, but parents took a decision ukuthi bawumachela uBushir instead of helping us silwele ifees must fall. youth in namhlanje, we need to take a stand nathi. We need to make a resolution with youth. Our comrade isikhathi sabo siyahamba. Thina sithini. Thank you.
Amandla, comrades. Amandla, comrades. All power. All power. Libitso la ka ke Lesego, ke tswa Sisonke Revolutionary Movement ko Orange Farm. Comrades, this thing, it's very easy. It doesn't take the whole village or the whole country or le malebanayo to just say, I am sorry. It doesn't take millions or whatsoever to just say, I am sorry. It's not even a minute. Just that, it was going to make a huge difference. Just that. Without compensation, without everything. Just to say, I am sorry. That was the first step. So for them, it's now 10 years. That word has not been said. I am sorry. So that simply means they just don't want to say those words. It's okay. But now I've realized that even if now they can come and say we are sorry, how is that going to help? Even Labanta Bashonelo, they don't need that sorry now. They are okay. They've accepted what has happened. They don't need the sorry now. So now it's for us. We won't stop until justice is been served. We won't stop until justice is been served. We need to continue to talk. We need to continue to fight. Because the SAPS, it's like a, I don't know what I can call the SAPS. But here in South Africa, the police is not for us. The police is there for the ministers, for the presidents, for the premiers, is there for that. Like the other day, we were in Boksburg. We didn't even have a spear because at Marikana, the workers, they had spears and we didn't have anything. We were just like this. But we had many police trying to stop us from only talking. The police system of South Africa. How can they stop us from talking? While people die, and when we were there, it was like 2 weeks after the people died in Orlando. Where were the police? Where are the police? Where are the police when our children are raped? Where are the police? There are no police. But when they could say, the people are striking there, they say, pay the grants, then you'll see the police. When we go, like on Wednesday, you will see the police. They will be visible. You won't miss even a single police. And they will come there fully armed. That is the police system of South Africa. Let us fight. Because if we stop talking, if we stop making noise, if we just keep quiet, then our children, I mean my children, at my age, when they get at the ages of 16, 17, then South Africa will be a no-living land. We need to fight. Because now we are not fighting the Boers. Before it was apartheid, it is no more apartheid. We are fighting against our own people. The people who said, we are going to protect you. We are going to serve you. Like Ramaphosa, for instance, if you watch the documentary, Ramaphosa was the one leading NUM. He was the one protecting the miners and everything. He was leading them for the better. But then what happened? They took him in. They gave him shares. And then he just let go. He said, Mabafela bantu. Like he's doing it now. Whether we starve, he doesn't care. Let us not stop. We need to talk more. We need to be visible. Those t-shirts, the ones. Those t-shirts, we need to have them. The Marikana Massacre needs to be known. It needs to be visible. Because in the locations, many people, they don't have the real story that what happened in Marikana. People need to know. People need to understand.
Amandla. My name is Ngobile Cleopatra Shezi. Comrade Crocs of the Marikana campaign, solidarity campaign. I have a question that is directed to you. What happened to that campaign? Because I'm very disappointed that every now and then when it's August, that is when we start in organizing ourselves to plan for the commemoration of Marikana. Why can't the Marikana be every day? Why can't, while the lawyers fight inside the courtrooms, we fight outside the courtrooms? We used to do that, Rehat. Comrade Salim, what happened to that? Comrade Trevor, and almost everybody in the room belonged to the Marikana support campaign. Let's start today. As Uncle Ronnie said, he noticed a youth. So let the Crocs teach the youth on how we were supporting workers with food, with everything while they were on strike. At some point, myself and Rehat, we were stopped not to enter Marikana. But because we are what we are, we entered the Marikana. Even now, if they can see us in Marikana, they will think that we are there to organize for NUMSA, of which that's not the case. So now we know the stand for us and the position for us to maintain the spirit of Marikana. Marikana is us. We are Marikana. And let that live with us. It must not only happen in August. I refuse on that, Comrade Trevor. Let it be every day. And let's see all articles starting from today and onwards on the follow-ups of what has happened in Marikana. Mam Tumega, let's see more of those documentaries starting from today and onwards. Amandla.
I'll take 2 more hands and then give the panelists an opportunity to engage. I see, okay, 1, 2, and then 3 at the back.
Long live the spirit of Marikana. Long live the spirit of Marikana. Amandla. Amandla. My question is, you said there are people who were given jobs and everything. Okay, I understand they were 33. So what about those who were injured? Did they get something? Did you even get sorry or anything? And then, as they said, there's no any political party that came forward. And also including our president, Ramaphosa, didn't come forward. Were there any follow-ups or to any march or anything that went to the parliament to go and ask why? That is my question.
Amandla. Amandla. Mandinibulise ke emva kwemini lo uthethayo ngoLizeka Boy. Ndisuka ke eMarikane. Ndingumama waseMarikana. Ndiyava siyaqhubekeka sisenza ezinhlangano nezindibano. Xa kungo-August njengoba umama etshilo ethi urhalela ukuthi iqhubekeke ibheke phambili. Kungathi xa kungo-August kube ngona kucingwa ngeMarikane. Zonke ezinye inyanga akucingwa ngeMarikane, kuthulekile ngeMarikane. Okay. So into endiza nayo Mam Nomzamo, andiyazi ukuthi aba bantu kuthiwa zii-NPA baya kweliphi icala okanye basebenzela abantu abathini. Ngobani ababasebenzelayo i-NPA? Bakhetha iphele emasini because ababonakali kodwa bathi basebenzela abantu. Basebenzela abantu abathini? Because into esiyifunayo ngoyi-way forward. Kudala sithetha sibhlungu sinenxeba elinzulu. Into ebangela uba sibe nenxeba elinzulu kungenxa into yoba Baphi abantu ababehlela ukubulawa kwabantu eKopi entabeni. Bahamba ngaphandle badla iyogurt badla izinto ezimnandi bahlele ezisofeni baphethe baphethe iremote babukela iDStv babukele indaba babukela ukukhala kwe-widows babukele ukukhala kwe-parents abazali abasolekela ngabantwana entabeni. Ngubani owayehlela ukubulawa kwabantu eMarikana? Ngubani owayehlele ukuthi makuziwe ne-razor wire ziyobiyelela ikopi? Ngubani owanikeza umthetho ukuthi phumani nihambe niyobavalela uze zenibafumane bonke nibabulale bonke? Ngoba abasindayo basenda nganceba kaThixo. Ngubani lo muntu? Uphi esenza ntoni lo muntu lowo? Ngoba bakhona abantu xa ingabantu bezikhulu okanye abantu aba-rich okwenzeke isahlo within 24 hours ubanjiwe lo muntu lowo. Kodwa aba sibabona ngamehlo nakwi-TV bebakhaba bebabulala phaya entabeni eKopi eMarikana akho nomnye umuntu obanjiweyo. Kodwa into enzekayo sibona aba babehlukunyezwa bebulawa bebethwa ingaba basesijele. Sibona bengarecognizwa abasindayo entabeni. Siyabuza ke ngoku singomama baseMarikana ngoba sisupporte kakhulu otata abenzakele pha. Singomama sinombuzo ukuthi uMbombo uphi? uZuma uphi? Ngoba ngabana abantu kufuneka bephendule. uRamaphosa uphi? uRia Pierre uphi? Ngoba wayikhona ibosses ze-lawn mill ziphi zenza ntoni? Because ngabantu abastrategize ukuthi makwenzeke yonke laa nto yenzeka pha. Ngubani umuntu owakhe wabulawa ezihlelele efuna ilungelo lakhe abulawe ezihlelele entabeni? Ngubani owabulawa wakhe wabulawa ezihlelele pha? Zange bavandelize isikolo, zange babethe abantu, zange bavale izikolo, bazihlalele entabeni befuna ilungelo labo. Bahlala nezandla zabo belindele umqeshi ukuthi azobahoya amamele isikhalo sabo. Ndicela ukuthi sisinomzamo aba bantu aba njengobani bathathu sikwazi ukuthi sinisupport ukuthi sibe lapha sibe zi-backup zenu ukuze nibe nawo amandla wokuthi kufumaneka le migila mikhuba. Aba bantu benze kwaphalala igazi kodwa kufuneka ntoni i-way forward ukuthi babe ngapha kwezitsixo. Mabangatyi ubusi nebisi baphile kwindawo yemana. Thina kubhlungu every August siyalila kubhlungu. Nam ndinegazi lam ndinomntana kabhuti wami kula 34 owadutyulwayo kulaa ntaba yaseMarikana. Ukhona kula 34 yabhubhayo pha kulaa ntaba. Elaa gazi lachitheka pha lakhe. Ngubani lo walidubulayo? Ngubani lo wadubula umntu kabhuti wami? Ngubani lo wabulala abantu kwintaba yaseKopi eMarikana? Sifuna lo mntu akuzinceda nto uthetha kodwa ngoku kufuneka i-way forward yokuthi aba bantu i-action yaba bantu masimabona naba bevalelwa ngapha kwezitsixo. Enkosi.
Amandla. Just gonna add on actually what Mama Pastor Boy has just alluded. I'm very concerned about leadership yethu eba ama gatekeepers to actually navigate around this issue after 10 years, because we see many people, many organizations coming to Marikana questioning and yeah, bakwala babua kama bitso gore hey Marikana we did this and that ko Marikana mare hariboni sipe rona ba re nnang ko Marikana. They become gatekeepers ko Marikana in the name of, you know, doing something in Marikana, whereas they are not doing anything. One understand? So it's been long overdue and rabaiti, and I'm always saying we cannot go out and clean other people's houses while our own houses are very dirty. So ari patlen re patisitseng le rona re le di leaders gore re batla eng, and then are we really in a revolutionary spirit to assist whatever is happening in Marikana, or we are going there to work and go back home and eat while rona re setse ka mathata go dintlong tsa rona. Ke a leboga.
And I want to give an opportunity to our panelists to engage with some of those points, provocations, and questions. I think Nomzamo, some were specifically addressed to you.
Sure. I mean, I want to start somewhere because Comrade Makhanya, he raised this issue. Recognition. Ati government recognizes those who passed away. I want to be clear. Government doesn't recognize even those people. Kaban. Ungabina ilo confusion. Government doesn't recognize the widows. The widows did not get paid because government felt sorry for them. They got paid because they took government to court. And it still took 3 years for them to be paid. Yeah, exactly 3 years for them to receive that payment. And for some of them. So even now, the Mpumza family hasn't been paid. And we have to fight for them to be paid. So there's no recognition from government. But I was going to say, just in terms of just giving the specifics. So government has paid 200 million Kulumangai. They haven't paid 200 million yet to even all the victims together. Government paid, the first time they paid 3.8 million to one family. And then they paid 71 million to 34 families. So to the families of the deceased that were killed, government paid in total 75 million. And then government paid 104 million to the arrested minors. The 200 plus that we were talking about. And that's why then there's a figure at 200 million. It's adding those two figures together. But I'm concerned we must know there isn't a recognition. Even Isbanye, probably if the families were to look at who's acting, the families might feel Sibanye and Lomin recognizes them more because they see what they are doing in their lives. Government, they've not gotten that kind of recognition. The reason, for instance, someone raised the issue of the apology, which has been outstanding for so long. Should we even still care about it? We care about the apology because we want non-repetition. We want a guarantee of non-repetition. We want our government to acknowledge that if it was a mistake, a mistake. Of course, for us, they must recognize the massacred workers. But they can say we've made a mistake. Then we want to ask them, if you made a mistake, how are we going to make sure you don't do it again? That's why there must be an apology. That's why there must be an official recognition by government of what happened. And that's why there must be a public holiday. On the issue of resources, Comrade Van Dam was raising this and Mom and I asked the same thing. So when I was speaking about the 3 lawyers, Comrade Van Dam, I was speaking about the NPA. The NPA has 3 lawyers who are working on the Marikana case. The Marikana case has, I think at least from what they've explained to us, 4 aspects. There was the issue of Khalala where police officers got acquitted. It's over, it's done. There's the issue of the 5 murders of the 13th, and people were arrested then. There's an ongoing trial where there are 93 witnesses. And then there is the case of those who killed and we saw on TV in Scene 1, and then those who were assassinated in Scene 2. And those 3 prosecutors are working on all 4 of those cases. They're working on all 4 of those cases, plus other big cases, including the Ahmad Timol inquest, for instance. One of them is working on that. It means the resources that are available to ensure justice for the 37 families is very, very limited. That's why you can EPNPA, ayiko. The NPA is response to us because that team, when they are in court, we are with them, the families are with them. They tell us that they are the unwanted stepchildren of the NPA because they don't have the support of the NPA's leadership to run those cases. Because if you remember, the NPA did charge the 279 workers of killing the 34 in the beginning. So they know they don't have the support of the NPA leadership. So of course, and we are grateful for ICAO because ICAO did this. On the 15th, they had a protest outside the NPA to tell the NPA, you must put resources on Marikana. We want justice for Marikana. The reason why we want events to continue happening about Marikana in August, every month, every year, is because there are people who are sitting on top of information. Ubabu Ukazochilo, the police expert for the police in the commission said the executive knew. And we want the people that are going to give us the receipts, right? We want the evidence. We want to know who made a phone call to who, beyond what we already have. We want those people not to have peace, wherever they are. That meeting that happened on the 15th of August, the people that were sitting in that meeting, they must tell us who said what, who gave what instruction, why they decided the next day is D-Day, come what may, even if it's bloodshed. And that's why these events must continue to happen. And we are grateful, Sis Cleo. You can't see the Marikana Support Campaign. I was in East London on Thursday morning. The Daily Dispatch has a picture of crosses on the N2 in Cambridge. I don't know if you know that place, in outside Cambridge. And it's because of events that were being organized in East London for the commemoration of Marikana. And we are asking the people who are here, if you are able to, please arrange an event any time of the year. In fact, in June of this year, the Marikana families were in Durban, in Abatali's office. And the next day they had a march to the Human Rights Commission. Because they say the brutality of policing in South Africa is not just an issue of 2012. It's an issue of 1976, and it's an issue of every day.
Bathi uyimbokodo. Qina msebenzi qina. Okay, comrade. Uyibekile usisinomzamo. Let me say it. We used to discuss this issue, Sharpeville massacre or the apartheid government, as employees. At some stage, Ronnie, I used to say, apartheid government was better than the current government, because that government were not put in power by us, and they were shooting us. On their sense, they were right. But what is wrong with this government? We vote for them, we put them in power, and then they turn and kill us again. So between the two, I end up saying, not one supposed to die, but how can I put you in power and then you come and kill the same person who put you in power? That kind of government that we have. If you go down on the mining, I'm almost 16 years experience working on the mine, guys. I never see any woman going to the retirement and said, I reach 60 years in mining and then I go home. I'm trying to tell you or to indicate the position of the harmful or of the cases that affect us underground, that they can't even make 60 years on the mine. They die early than us. So those silica dust, those explosives that we always breathe on it minimizes our lifespan. And then we know that if you want to influence anything now in this country, you must touch mining or you must come to Marikana. It seems like it's just a popularity place where people, like I said, oh, we go to Marikana, now people, they will have to know you. But the real fact is that even in Marikana, employees themselves, they stuck on something when I can say it is a democratic oppression, because they choose AMCO. But now some of them, they are even scared to move away from AMCO after the killings that are happening. That is a fact. After the killings that are happening now and then, I can mention Comrade Bai, I can mention Tatu Kaiser. I can mention the guy that possibly he could be here today, Obaba Opele. We all know he used to be there. But those comrades that they were killed there, they were killed because they were raising voice and said, but we are not recognized. We are not even expecting such treatment from that. There are many killings that are happening and then we have been hiding it. And then we seems like we are stuck and said, if I can raise up my hands, I may possibly be killed also. I can be the next one. So the situation would never been better. As Njoba Umama Asha, people they were raised and said we do that in Marikana, but Abanda Batlale Marikana, they still staying on the shacks. That mountain Ogafela Konama comrade, even today I got fence or about Clonishwe. Today Utalabalu Selekoningo, Mabanyu Talaba Puzela Kona. So not even one respect that place per se. we were expecting to by these 10 years, maybe indlela eMarikana would be a route to show that iya kule ndaba. But even today, not even one person, but we do understand the reduction lapha South Africa, capture Ramaphosa. Not even one judge esazothola Ramaphosa are guilty because I know Raymond Zondo on the top. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thanks. So, comrades, the Boers from colonial times to apartheid were frightened of the people, dead scared. The government today and the ruling party are dead scared. But there is a change. There is a change. So when we say upi ama police, and we're asking, will the police come and serve us and not the bosses or the gangsters and the rapists? There is a possibility today. Call it reformism, and I'll come to the revolutionary answer. But actually, we do have possibility. That's why we're here. That's why we're discussing what to do about Marikana. That's why we can go to the courts, as frustrating as delays can be. So what can we do at present? And then we'll come briefly, I'll mention the Paris Commune and that point. But yes, it's the mobilization, the organization with working class power from the streets and the communities and the points of labor to people's power in the broader sense of United Front. The more organized we are, the more they will jump. The more Cyril will jump and ministers will jump, and Amapoyes. If we're weak, then they'll ride roughshod over us. It's the case in any society where there's some aspects of space and mobility in the Gramsci sense of movement and so on. The openings, there are the openings. And the more we organize our strength, the people's strength, and particularly working class strength, the more we will make the gains and the more they will be quick to jump. Apologies and so on. Justice for those who have died and the widows, etc. Which is why on day of dedication like this, we should, comrades, have a resolution here, as small as this might be, but important, to demand the justice for the widows and the Marikana dead and the memorial aspects, and spread that wherever we can. It must become part of the mass movement of our people. So under governments of this kind, everywhere in the world, where there's possibilities of reform, we must utilize that and build up our forces with the aim, obviously, in the end, if we're talking about the working class, of a democratic working class-led society. So you see the final point going back to example of Paris Commune, or any revolution from Russia of 1917, China, Vietnam, Cuba, and so on, before bureaucracy's heavy hand comes in to control, etc. That the power of the working class, through its ways of organization, the popular assemblies, the working class assemblies, the councils, the Soviets that the Paris Commune gave us as an example, that's where the revolutionary tide comes in. And when we have a socialist revolution, which is the ultimate objective, that's where the Paris Commune principles of who represents you, the recall factor, the question of state officials, the army, the police, they then serve the working class democracy, which of course we don't have in a partial bourgeois democracy, national democracies of the kind that we have in the world at present. And that's what should be our goal, the future goal, what we work towards. But because we don't have it, and on the way to it, we must see the openings in terms of the possibilities that I've referred to. And that's what gives us hope and strength and the will to organize and mobilize in the way that we've been discussing in the symposia. Thank you.
Amandla, aware too. Thanks, comrades, and thank you so much to our panelists. I think, unfortunately, we will have to close it there. And if you want an opportunity to engage with them, I recommend that as you get tea, as you get coffee, approach them. Everyone here must talk to each other. Everyone here must rebuild the connections and rebuild the networks. I'm sorry for shutting you down, but we do have to get moving on with our program. So we're going to break quickly for tea, coffee, snacks, and we can aim to be back here at 25 for the next panel, which will have Jim Nickel, Mam Gabisile Khanyile, and Nkolo Madigwane. That will be the final panel of the day. So thank you. Sorry? Until 25 so if we can get back here 25 stretch your legs, freshen up, and I'll see you in a bit.
We really have to realize, even if it's true that the objective conditions we confront at the moment prevent us from building a party capable of contesting power, if we don't do the groundwork to build whatever's possible right now, then whenever the moment comes in which those conditions change, this ruptural moment that we're all waiting for, we're not going to be the ones to gain from it, because we're not going to have a vehicle that does that. And for me, this is one of the big lessons from the failure of the Democratic Left Front, which Mazibuko and I were involved with for 5 years. This effort to try and draw together all these left forces in the period kind of leading up to the NUMSA moment. And the problem was, because of the movementist ideology that I think underpins so much of what we were doing there, we never laid down any real structures. And it meant that at the end of the day, we were left with virtually nothing. Whereas if we had actually done deep organizing instead of this excessive focus on mobilization that's characterized the South African left, things might have turned out a hell of a lot differently. We might have even had the cadre to have intervened effectively in the NUMSA moment or whatever when it occurred, and maybe taken it in a different direction. So we need to not be unrealistic in terms of what we're aiming for. You know, we need to build what we can. And I think this is also, you know, to answer your question that sparked as well, did these movements succeed? Now, they didn't succeed in building socialism, but holy damn, the left in the UK and the US, you cannot believe the transformation that it has gone through. And I lived through that. When I got to the US, there were maybe 1,500 organized Marxists in that entire country. Now the DSA is the largest political organization that you have seen since the Communist Party in the 1930s. And it is a transformation which, again, it's hard to describe until you've actually seen it. And this is something I think, again, it's for me why there's a biographical lesson in a lot of the politics I'm trying to put forward here, is because it is 5 years of the DLF in which we were left with nothing, and 4 years in which this left has emerged out of nowhere in the US. And, you know, it tells me that we need to be building, and we need to be building something like party structures in order for that to happen.
Anyone want to comment on that and go ahead? Yeah.
But I want to start with that question you were asking, William, about the social base of rebuilding. Whilst I think the formal working class at work in the unions is important, but we cannot ignore how weak the trade unions are. But also structurally, the broad working class has been decomposed by neoliberalism, and there's actually quite a bigger set of social forces outside of employment who are fighting in various ways and who need serious left attention in terms of strategy, in terms of taking forward the struggles against mining, the struggles in rural areas, the struggles about access to public goods. I think those are absolutely important, and a left strategy has to pay attention to that in a significant way. And Niall is correct here. It cannot just be about narrow movementism. It has to be about those immediate struggles, but also to ensure that the leading cadre, the leading activists amongst those struggles begin to grapple with where to of those struggles and beyond those struggles. I think Niall's point is important about the advantage a party brings in terms of building structures, of building social presence of an organized left force. I think we don't appreciate that enough. It's not just the DLF experience, the UF experience, and so on, where there are initiatives to pull forces together, lots of energies spent and effort put to it, but actually there's nothing to show for it in terms of real results. So going forward, if we are to achieve what Niall is putting forward, we cannot ignore the importance of building a critical layer of activists big enough, sophisticated enough, with the analysis, with the tools to carry the sustained long-term weight of taking that project forward. So that's absolutely crucial.
Tasneem?
Yeah, so I mean, I think just on the movement stuff, right, which has been mentioned a lot, and I understand that Niall wasn't, speaking against movements, but I do think it's important to draw those sort of lessons on why movements couldn't translate to a broader left force. And I mean, we've already spoken about, it being within the ANC or a lot of the supporters of movements still being attached to the idea of the ANC or parts of the Congress Alliance. And I think that's important. But I mean, in addition to that, and I'm not trying to diminish the work that movements and civil society have been doing, but I mean, I do think we need to question the kind of popular support now that we're dealing with in terms of movements, but also, that many movements are dealing with defensive struggles, right? And I think this was highlighted in the article. And I think the same holds for unions. So, I mean, that kind of criticism of movements that are not criticism of movements, but like movements as the best vehicle here, I think holds when it comes to unions too, right? I think unions are engaged in defensive struggles amongst, lots of other problems in unions that I think have been raised here and elsewhere. But that kind of, that engagement in those defensive struggles, I think really limits the possibilities. But again, I think it was mentioned earlier on SAFTU and the NUMSA moment in SAFTU. But again, here, I mean, I do have to say that I'm not sure what SAFTU brings that's new, right? That is going to lay a new foundation. And I think that SAFTU came with so much from COSATU that for me, it was difficult to see, where where they would dispense with that and what new forms could come of that in the union space at least, and then obviously that extended to the SRWP and the party political space. So I mean that's sort of what I want to say there. I know there's some questions here that I'm supposed to address, but I haven't read the comments, so I'll
So I wanted to I want to ask a quick question, which is Tasneem she's right about the kind of the emergence of, like, if you want, like a South African, the new right in South Africa, which by the way is not necessarily always white, right? It's the anti-immigrant, put South Africa first type politics. Some of it, you might even see it in the ANC, you might see some of it in the EFF. So what I'm curious about then in that, and to your point, Tasneem, about movements, why movements not translating to a broader left force, I'm always struck now in South Africa, why, for example, there isn't, say, a mass movement that's building around, say, vaccines, like access to vaccines, like in the same way that there was a mass movement that built around access to AIDS drugs, or why there isn't a mass movement that builds around police brutality or police killings. I mean, I know in South Africa, people get also riled up by how the American police act and the reactions that people build movements around it here. Why is it that that's not, for example, the basis? If the left has to become creative, and to Now's point, like in terms of like, this is the golden rule or the verse and chapter, and you're presented with these opportunities that clearly point to these inequalities, to these, what do you call it, like these spaces in which you can build movements and organize people around. Why hasn't that happened in South Africa?
Can I just quickly say that I think, and this kind of goes to your point, Sean, or your question, but I think also we need to recognize that when movements do actively and openly oppose the ANC and start playing in that space, that they face, violence and repression and harassment of all kinds. And I think that's something to keep in mind. But it did also strike me when Mthokozi Sinethemba, for example, was murdered by the police, why we couldn't, or why there wasn't any serious mobilization around that. And I mean, even now there's a sort of nascent campaign around something like the Universal Basic Income Grant, and that's been around for a while, but there is a new campaign around that. And it is a question in terms of why none of that takes off. And I think there are different reasons, but it definitely has something for me to do with the really defensive nature of these the struggles that are ongoing, and just a general sort of fatigue with these issue-based like things that get taken up by movements. And if you look at the student movement, for example, there are now efforts to, and there have been efforts to bring together like broader working class politics, the unions and so on, and the student movement. But I think there's real difficulty with where that energy and impetus comes from, and a general like fatigue. It's the same people, right? And I think it's something that we need to deal with, is that when we talk about left politics, when you have these new coalitions, the C19 People's Coalition, for example, and these new alliances, it's the same people, it's the same faces, it's the same organizations. So I mean, that obviously will lead to problems of fatigue and difficulties with organizing and difficulties with bringing up new ways of organizing, new ways of doing politics, right? And like ultimately, and this sounds maybe broad and really like flimsy, but it does come down to how on the left you capture the popular imagination and how you build a new political imagination about where South Africa can go, right? And I think the left broadly has really, really struggled to sort of do that work, that popular political work. So I mean, it's a roundabout way of speaking to Sean's question.
So if I could add, yeah, I mean, I think the thing is Sean's asking is an enormously important, question for the left, and indeed, I think it's a gigantic sociological puzzle, as I think a lot of people have sensed in South Africa, is why we haven't had anything like a kind of Tahrir Square kind of moment in this country, when this has been happening seemingly so frequently, so many different places around the world, and when there are so many indexes that would seem to make South Africa so ripe for that kind of movement, you know, the neoliberalism, the degree of social deprivation, the inequality, etc. So I think it's a puzzle that I don't think yet has a firm answer, and I hope somebody does a dissertation on this sometime soon. If I could venture a couple points, I think two of them are this. One is that these kind of mass struggles have emerged in context of social crises. In South Africa, we face a difficult condition where we're in a permanent situation of crisis, and in which we've had punctuated moments of crisis within that. But there's a potential that essentially this permanent condition of crisis has built up a certain resilience in the population, that they're so used to dealing with these extreme conditions of deprivation, and there are all the kind of institutions and survival networks and whatever sprung up around it, that every time you have a new economic crisis and we lose another 700,000 jobs, it doesn't generate the same kind of social upsurge, because there's an extent to which this is a marginal change in conditions of extreme depredation for most of the population. The second thing is that I think part of it has to do with ANC dominance in this country. Part of it has to do with the fact that there are so many people still articulated within ANC politics that the base for that kind of uprising doesn't exist in the same way. What's driven it in so many other places is this complete rejection of the political class. Because the ANC is still such a factor in people's lives, I think it's less easy for that to be the outcome when you have these moments of social crisis. And instead what we have is this kind of slow burning, like constant bubbling up, social fermentation, rolling service delivery protests, etc., that often are kind of contained within ANC structures. And so this is important, I think, is relevant for the questions that we're asking here, because, again, so much of left strategy, or independent left strategy, for the last 25 years in this country is hinged on awaiting this ruptural moment, this Tunisia moment, as Moletsi and Mbeki called it. But that simply hasn't happened. The conditions for it have not existed. And it's one more reason why I think we can't place all our bets on it. It's going to happen, I think, at some point. It's going to happen, I think, particularly when there's a crisis within the ANC, when its own base starts to fall apart. That's when you'll start to see something like this happen. But we need to be prepared for that moment, and we can't wait for that moment to do the work for us. If we're not prepared, then that moment's not going to get us to where we want it, where we want it to get us to.
Mazibuko, you're on mute, Keda.
My apologies. I agree with both Niall and Tasneem in response to Sean's question about why we're not succeeding to build mass movements around such concrete issues, which are real. There's one reason I want to add. The right is better organized. Religious essentialism, cultural essentialism, even to the point of being ethnic and tribal about it. And it's better inserted into the state so they can get the food parcels and pray over those food parcels. They can get the local chief and build some tribal identity around the crisis of social, of call it service delivery for lack of a better phrase. That's the one thing I want to add. Unfortunately, I have to step off. I just want to put forward one concluding remark. Whilst Niall has put forward quite a provocative and useful document, I think it should be a mistake, though, to go on into a rush of now starting a left party process. I think there's still quite a lot of work to do in terms of this reflection that we have to undertake. But what I like in what Niall has put forward is the need to build in a way where there's actually clear evidence of what we can harvest down the road in a way that can respond effectively to political opportunities and moments that can arise going forward. But for me, that has to be thought through in a very careful way as to how you do that.
I think that's exactly the right moment for us to end. Should have known that if you put a bunch of left-wingers in the room, one thing they won't be able to do is agree. But I think one thing that I think has come away from this that everyone agrees on is that we're going to have to fight real soon. We're going to have to fight very hard. And I think I'm encouraged by how much conversation is already starting to brew with this provocation from Nile. I mean, there's tons of comments that everyone has submitted. I wish we could have gone to all of them, but I think this is an impetus to take the conversations elsewhere. And I look forward to seeing how those develop. But just wanted to extend my deepest gratitude to Nile, Mazibuko, and Tasneem for joining us today. I think this is definitely going to be an ongoing conversation. And thank you very much to you, our watchers, for joining and participating and adding your inputs. Apologies, we couldn't get to all of them, but by no means is this discussion end here. And thanks, Sean Jacobs, who had to run off, as well as Antoinette Engel, our wonderful producer. And we'll see you next week, as always, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
Everyone, we need to. We're going to start now, so we have to. We are starting, comrades. First, we have to my left, Jim Nicol. He is a socialist comrade and lawyer, resident and from the UK. He is the son of an underground mine worker, and he gained experiences in commissions of inquiry, including the Bloody Sunday Massacre in Northern Ireland, and then was lobbied to come here as the advisor to AMCU and the victims of the Marikana Massacre. He spent 3 years here on his own dime. He flew himself back now. So he was here from 2012 to 2015, almost that entire time. He dedicated to and put his mind into the Marikana Judicial Commission of Inquiry. And then he flew himself back here now, just now, and reunited with the families of the deceased. And then, as you, I'm sure, are aware by now, the commission blamed the mine workers for the massacre. He is a pioneer of victim-centered justice and says that the commission might have reported differently if the evidence from the strikers, the victims, were taken first. And we also, I'm privileged to be next to Mbeki from Elliotdale in the Eastern Cape, moved to Inkaneng, the settlement in Marikana, to look for work. And in 2011, he got his first job. It was at Lonmin. In 2012, if I'm not mistaken, he was 23 and had been at the mine for just 1 year. And he is a survivor amongst the workers who were on the mountain in Marikana exactly 10 years and 4 days ago. He took 9 bullets, but is still standing and has become the spokesperson for the injured and arrested. And we also have Gabisile Khanyile, the mother. Khanyile. Sorry about that. Gabisile Khanyile is the mother of 2 sons born and bred in Marikana, and she has been working as an activist since 2011 and seeks to raise awareness about the social and environmental injustices caused by the mines. She's involved in psychosocial support for the community and is secretary of the Sinethemba women's organization in Marikana. Yeah, in fact, this is the second time the comrades from Marikana, from Sinethemba, have come here to Johannesburg at an event that's been organized, and they are very well organized, and we just appreciate the camaraderie. And yeah, amazing that we have been able to stick together for a decade. And they also teach hand-to-hand handwork to sustain women, since it is seen that neither the government nor the mine are doing anything to help the community. So we'll start with Jim, then go to Umzokolo, and then Gabisile. Thank you very much. Are you guys debating? Yeah, you start.
Do I sit there? Sit down, I don't have to stand up. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, so I was in South Africa for the commission for those 3 years, and as I say to people, of a lot of things that I learned, and I did learn a lot of things. I did learn one word of the language. I'm so ashamed of myself, but I did learn one word, and it is this: Amandla! Amandla! What a marvelous word to learn, isn't it? Hey, I use it back in Britain. They don't know what I'm talking about, really. Now, let me tell you about the commission, really. It's an important part of my life. But the first thing you need to know about the commission is that it was utterly and completely hostile to the families and to the shot and injured. When Judge Farlam took to his stand-up day, and during the course of the commission, He referred to the widows as being unsophisticated and uneducated. He attempted to start the circumstances which justified them in defending themselves and their colleagues. I mean, can you believe such a conclusion could come out of someone like Farlam? But it did. And I want to ask, why did it happen? Why did that happen? Now, there is a theory which was again put forward by the Commission and adopted by a large number of people, that it was the cock-up theory of history, that really it shouldn't have happened, and it was all a real terrible mistake, and it was a result of poor planning, poor communications, poor leadership, poor this, poor that, anything other than that it was deliberate. My argument, and I say that the evidence overwhelmingly supports my argument, is that this was a planned attack upon striking workers seeking to improve their wages and their conditions. Why do I say that? There were two plans. Plan A was a really sensible plan. I mean, if you were a police officer, let me put myself in the position of a police officer for the moment and say, look, it's looking bad out there. There's been a big fight on the 13th. We've lost 2 police officers, 3 miners. People have been shot. We've had some miners go to work. They've been killed. We as the police officer could have stopped that, right? Being a reasonable police officer. So they had a reasonable plan. They said, what we'll do is that one morning at about 6:30, we'll surround the copy. There's only about 10 or 15 or 20 people left overnight who've got sharp sticks and perhaps a panga. And with all the forces that we've got there, 718 men and something like 80 inyalas, we'll soon take those sticks off those 20 or 30 people. Anybody who comes along after that says, drop your pangas, drop your sharp sticks, you can go back onto the mountain and continue your protest. From a police officer's point of view, I mean, that's pretty reasonable, isn't it? So why didn't they do that? Why was it Plan B that ended up with everyone being killed and people being shot and people being arrested? I'll tell you why. Because Plan A did not end the strike. It merely took away the sharp sticks. The strike would have continued. They had to stop the strike because it was London who was organizing the stopping of the strike. If the strike didn't stop, the person who was really hurt, or the company that was really hurt, was London. And that's why they adopted Plan B. London, from the outset, orchestrated what had happened. For profits, of course. I mean, every day the strike takes place, then the profit takes a dip. And they organized the police. They organized NUM. They had people like Cyril Ramaphosa. Now, I'm not saying that all the police, when they took action against the strikers, said, oh, we'll help London profits. No. I don't think that was on their mind. They probably thought we're going to give these people a good hiding. These strikers a good hiding. We're going to teach them a lesson. We're going to teach them some discipline. They may have had their own reasons for doing it, but the overall reason for doing it was that London wanted the strike stopped, and they orchestrated it through their liaison officer, who was Cyril Ramaphosa. He's the man who rang up Mtetwa. He's the man who rang up Susan Shabangu and said, look, we've got to call this strike a criminal strike. It's no longer just an industrial dispute. He organized that. He organized it through the various calls that he made, and if I can find it, I'll tell you some of the things. But just to go back to the London position, what could be more clear than an email that is sent to the Minister of Mines, Susan Shabangu, than this? They say, the state should bring to bear on this crucial sector of the economy, using all the resources at its disposal, to resolutely bring the situation under control. The police and the army presence needs to be planned. So what's that about? That's from a private company. What's that about, instructing the government how to operate and how to break a strike? It's about profit. It's about getting those people back to work and taking out the leadership. I've got 2 minutes. So Sekwana, from the NUM, he says, I personally telephoned the Minister of Police and requested the army and the police in large numbers against these criminals, the strikers. So you can see where it's all coming from. It's all to do with the profits of London. So that's what happened there. Now, I won't deal with Cyril Ramaphosa because I've mentioned him. He's the liaison officer. He does it. I just simply want to come to this if I have to finish in 2 minutes. You know, people had different reasons for trying to end the strike. The government wanted to support the NUM, who were losing members. The government wanted to support Lonmin in its profits, but the government wanted to damage the independent workers' movement. And when you look at the strike committee, it was a strike committee that was independent of any trade union. It was a strike committee that was elected by the people on the ground. It was a strike committee that went back to the copy and reported its decisions. It had full support. This was a democratic strike by workers seeking to improve their own conditions. They were frightened of that, and the government thought that they could cut that dead and stop anyone else in the country from doing it. They did not. Immediately following that strike, there were 41 unofficial strikes involving tens upon tens of thousands of workers, and they took their cue from the striking miners. He's looking at me anxiously, but I do want to say this. Sorry, I've got to say this. You see, they fought for a living wage. What could be more appropriate today as we sit here than a fight for the living wage as we see prices rise, fuel prices rise, and bread prices rise? You've heard that I've just come from the UK, and I can tell you that having spent some almost decades in the doldrums of people not fighting for better conditions, it's changing. People are out on the streets. There are strikes on the railways. There are strikes in universities. There's strikes inside the post office, and they can't stop them. And the strikes are being won. So if there is a spirit of Marikana, it's a fight for the living wage. It's a fight for self-respect. It's a fight, and there is only one fight really, a fight in the world, and that is the problems that all workers face, and we can fight for a better living. So it's the old slogan, workers of the world unite. We've got nothing to lose at all. Let's get on with it.
Thank you very much, Jim. And now over to Mr. Kolo.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Ndingumuntu othetha, ndingathetha kutshona ilanga ndithetha. Ngakumbi ngento yaseMarikana. Maniqala apha kuqala. Nditsho yekungcono sigudu. Sibophe imithwalo ye. Angeke sime. Yekungcono sigudu. Sibophe imithwalo ye. Angeke sime. Yekungcono sigudu. Sibophe imithwalo ye. Angeke simele. Yekungcono sigudu. Sibophe imithwalo ye. Angeke simele. Amandla. Xa ndibona abantu abaninzi ndiye ndifikelele usizi. Xa ndenzi ngoba ndithanda, ndenza ngokuba ababoni ngaphambili apho baya khona. Ndityiwa inhliziyo yokuba abantu abaninzi abasenabo ubuntu. Kuba buhlungu engqondweni yam ngoba ndiyayazi ukuba ekugqibeleni le nto isisiganeko yaphinda-phinda. Bendingazi futhi nam. Futhi bendingayicinganga ukuba ingathi nayiphinda iphinde ngam. Nam futhi andiniblame ngoba beningayithatheli ingqalelo ekuqaleni. Benisiva ngondiva. Ngo-1960 makwenzeka isiganeko saseSharpeville, sahlukumeza abantu abamnyama enhliziyweni nabantu abamhlophe bahlangana. Bathi ukuhlangana kwabo kwakunabantu ababengalali ubusuku nemini. Kwakukho abantu abathi nabehleli bahlale becinga ukuba bayothi baze bayiphumelele lempi, bayiphumelele kanjani. Eneneni enyanisweni umntaka Mandela wacingisisa. Kwalile pha nge-16 ngoDisemba 1961 yavuthwa imbiza ngakuye. Safika isiprofeto sokuba makakhe iMK. Leyona yabangela ukuba ikwazi ukuqokelela iANC bekule ndawo ekuyo. Namhlanje abantu balibele ngenxa baba kwi-ANC. iANC ifumene yona into beyifuna. Yathenga ivoti yaze yathenga nokuthula koobhishophi abakhoyo kwelizwe. Abebekade bethi nxa bethetha bathethele ukuba intoni lento ngumntu, intoni lento ubuntu. Ndiyothuka sukela ngo-2012 utata nepicture yakhe emile uMadala eme ngento yoba kunyanzelekile abantu abenze ububi eMarikana batshutshiswe. Andizithetheleli, ndandisithi nandithetha nam ndithi if ndim ndibambeni futhi nithathe isikhiya nisijule elwandle ngoba ndiyobe ndilimoshile ilizwe. Kodwa kube buhlungu nxa ndibona nditshutshiswa, izitshutshiso zingabekwa ngaphambili ukuba ndenzeni. Nanamhlanje ndisaya ezikhoti langa nelanga nakunyanzeleke kufika ideyithi yokuba ndiye ekhoti ndiyovela ekhoti, kodwa ayikho into ethi Mzoxolo Magidwane wenze ntoni. Ndizocela undivumele le 2 minutes uyinike utata ulanto, kuyinike mna lonke ixesha elide ndikwazi ucacisa ngale nto iyandiyitya le nto. Kubuhlungu apha entliziyweni kum, ndophela ngaphakathi nxa ndibona abantu besathetha ngento yaseMarikana. Ndijonge umzimba wam, ndiphinde ndicinge ukuba ndandingekho nje, ndandingumntu owayekwazi uzidlalela ibhola, ndikwazi ukudlalela inqindi. Kodwa namhlanje sendiyinto kwabanye abantu yokuhlekisa. Ngoba nxa ndithi ndiyinto yokuhlekisa, bakhona abantu abandizamayo ukundivala umlomo ukuba ndingathethi. Futhi bakhona abantu abebefuna ndingabonakali. Kodwa ngenxa yentlungu yam yiyo endikhuphayo. Ibe bendibahlala ndibaxelela ndithi akunceda nganto, ningazama ukundifihla. Kodwa yona inyaniso mna ndiyayazi ukuba ifana nelanga. Ilanga ungayithatha iumbrella uthi ukhusela ilanga, kodwa uzoliva ilanga uba liyatshisa. Nenyaniso injalo. Kubuhlungu apha ngaphakathi ngoba ndinemibuzo kurhulumente. Ndithi ukuba ngaba sasingabantu ababe-athekha amapolisa, yintoni na ebangela ukuba sibaleke amapolisa ahamba kufitshane nale nyala isiphosa ngamanzi? Siwayekeleni wona kanti sinobungozi? Kutheni le nto sibaleka ihiphu enamanzi sibaleke namapolisa wayo? Ndiphinde futhi ndibuze umbuzo uba ngapha kwesibaya kunendlela eyayivaliwe phaa, ivalwe ngamapolisa ngeehiphu eziyi-2. Nxa sizogqitha ngakuyo kulapho kwaqala khona kwawa omnye wethu nxa sizovela. Sabaleka kulandela sazovela kwindlela kulendlela sekukhalela. Sibaleka amapolisa endiqondayo noba yi6. Sabaleka esibetha futhi besingazi noba asibetha ngomphu umhlobo kodwa sisiva uba le nto ayasidubula. Sajikela sesimbonile nowethu futhi uwile. Nasijikela ngelitshwa nangebhadi kanti bayayazi into bebeyifuna bafole iline kwabe sekukhala la. Ubuhlungu endinabo nabo ke njengoba kukho abantu abarhalela ukuba ningathethi ngento yaseMarikana. Into yaseMarikana itya mna. Into yaseMarikana mna ndilali. Nxa ndilele kubakho imibuzo efikayo kum ubuthuleleni. Imiphefumlo yaba bantu ndiye ndinive nihleli nikhwaza ngayo langa nelanga. Ndiye ndinibuze ndinijonge ndibone uba niyazi le nto niyithetha qha niyathetha ngenxa yokuba nenzela le nto niyenzayo. Abanye benu benzela imali. Mna ndenzela intlungu yokuba le nto yenzeke kum ingaphinde yenzeke eSouth Africa. Ndingaphinde ndiyibone futhi komnye umntu isenzeka kweli lizwe imbi ilihlazo ngexesha lenkululeko. Ngoba imiphefumlo yabo noba banganinika abanijongileyo umambushi lo kuhlele kumwe ngaye. Ndim umuntu wokuqala wambonayo uba ufile. Akekho futhi omnye umntu. Ndilele ngelihlobo ngesisu. Naye ulele ngesakhe isisu ujongise ngakum nam ndijongise ngakuye. Ndibhodlela kuye naye ubhodlela kum uyaphuma umphefumlo wakhe. Ndiyayazi ukuba zange ndiye esingcwabeni sakhe. Ndiyayazi uba ibhulethi eyamngozayo yona imbumbulu engene apha ebunzi. Ungena kwayo ilwimi lakhe lavela ngaphandle. Nabefika kum bafika lo bathi uyaphila. Bamenza unothanda. Bandithatha bandiphethuphethula. Bebetha kule ndaba ayifunayo. Kodwa ndabe ndimile ndisithi ndenzeni. Kuthi umncinci kangaka ufuna nto ndithi imali. Bendithetha nabo. Kangangoba basibhala istatement abafuna ukuzibhala ngendlela abathanda ngayo. Into eyayindikhathaza iyi-1 kukuba bade bafikelele kule ndawo isebomini. Ngoba ndathi nandizijonga ndisophana kumhlaba ongezantsi ndathi ndiyekele ningandigqibezeli nje ngoba nindigqibile. Buphelile obam ubomi ngoku nandinje. Kwabe ndisiva ukhona okhoyo ofikayo ehamba ngebhaki emhlophe emkhulu wathi hayi umntu nxa esethetha kanje akabulawa myekeni uzozifela. Imistake yabo ke babhala kakubi ngam. Futhi ingqondo yam sele ifika ndithi abanye babo babengandazi ukuba andinguye lo mambushi uyitarget. Ukuthi umambushi wayevele eyitarget. Ndinxibe i-tracksuit ihoodie uzu egreen. Umambushi ekuqaleni bekade enxiba ibhayi egreen. Ngelalanga akayinxibanga la akayombethanga la bhayi. Nabefika kumbe ndidonsa kuthi hayi nanku lo bakhona batsho bathi nanku lo besimfuna sefile vele already yena. Beza kum bathi lona kanti besithi sicinga uba nguye kodwa hayi nguyanga lo. Ukundibetha kwabo babendibethela ukuba sendifele endleleni okanye ndizofela kwapha ngoba babathathile abantu ekubonakalayo uba abalemalanga kakhulu. Babaleqisa esibhedlele. Kwaze kwafika abantwana abangoosisi ababini babengamapolisa ndiyabavuma. Bekhala iinyembezi bathi kodwa not kanje. Bamthatha bancediswa ngabantu beambulance bandifaka emotweni. Ndiyava ndiyacinga futhi ndiyakwazi ukuthetha. Kodwa ndiyavuma umoya wam uyahamba ngoku. Ndawufika esibhedlele. ungena kwami esibhedlela Andrew Safi babe negama elithi Zoxolo ulimele kakhulu ngeke sikwazi ukunceda ngoku siyakuthatha siyakugqithisa sikusa esalingile kulapho kukhona kwacima khona izibane kum ndiyokuthuka emveni kwenyanga ndandifile ndiyayazi lonto ndandifile kangangoba kwasekhaya kwakulindele ukuba ndingcwatywe kuthe ngelanga ecaba kwakuphikiswana ngalo kwakucikwe imitshini kuzocikwa imitshini ngoba kuthiwa ndandikhost imali eninzi 2 million endayispenda esibhedlela kwakulapho evuka khona ugqirha Mqubulu uchama nophumela lapho ke ndiyaxoza umthondo ngoba kwasabantu azibika amahlabo nonangu nangombethe ngamanqonjo ashakwazi ukususa kungcono nimiyeke emadini makwedini ngoba ngeke nimenze nto ndithe uvuka kwami ndavuka ndifana nje nenyoka eqhawula umsila esenobungozi obuphindaphindeneyo kodwa engeke sike balume nje ezobaluma ngalandlela benabo bebeyiluma ngayo kulapho ke kubonwe khona uba ndibukhali manivalwe lembizeni ningalinge ninyakaze futhi into endikhathazayo abantu abenza lonto basondele kakhulu kunami mna ndicinga uba bafila le ntlungu nam ndiyiphilayo kanti bona bangapha kwam ngengqondo endityile loo nto kodwa ekugqibeleni uThixo behlele endinika amaqhinga okuba ndizohamba kanjani kule ndlela ngoba ayiyonto yabo le yinto kaThixo ukuphalala kwegazi lam okanye kwegazi lama-comrade kufana nje negazi elachitheka likaYesu efela izono zabantu nithi ke nina wafa wavuka kodwa umuntu owafa wavuka ndim ndedwa ndafika ndatshutshiswa ndisaphila namhlanje ndatshutshiselwa izono zabantu abafileyo nezam and ndiyayazi yinye into endiyitshutshiselwa kukuphila emhlabeni buphile kanjani ndathi nalivuka ibhubesi bathi bonke hey uyaphila babengabhelieve babengena bengenile esaningini ngakwazi ukuthetha kuthiwe hey uyaphila nyani istatement ababezibhalile ngam andizazi bazingaphi abanye bathi ndandiphethe isibhamu abanye bathi ndaze ndayocengelwa ngumbombo eMedicare Rustenburg ukuba vuma uthi wena nguwe ububudubu lamapolisa ndathi ngeke ndiyenze loo nto uba niyathanda ndibulaleni azange ndivele ngaphambili kwinto ekuthiwa zii-IPT zintontoni ndathula ngenxa yesizathu sokuba ixesha belingakafiki lokuba ndiqhubeleke nale nto ndiziva namba le ayikabiyo yam isalingene abangxamileyo ukuyenza liyeze lami ixesha kodwa ndifuna ukubulela kulo tata okokuqala bambalwa abantu abathi notata uSiyoka noba akekho kule ndawo bambalwa abantu ababelwela inkululeko abasathetha into efanayo nangoku eyokuba umuntu omnyama okanye umntu lento ngumntu ngabantu makangahlukunyezwa umntu ngendlela ngoba wena uzibona ungathi right ndiyayithanda into ayenzayo ngoba ufundisa abantu abaninzi futhi ingangakuba uThixo ekugqibeleni kuchiyeke abanye abantu abafana nayo Tata Ronnie Kasrils apha kuni yenze uba ingomso lwakusasa lethu lingapheleli nje emoyeni nakuyo uTata uSiyoka ngoba uTata uSiyoka usayibambile naye kwicala lecawa abantu becawe ngoba basathembakalanga abananyani ngoba babribe kakhulu iANC kungako bengenanyani kangaka ndizothi into engamandla abantu abaninzi abanye babo benza into yobangela ukuba kube nzima ukuba singayazi sifanele basithini apha eSouth Africa yeyiphi indlela esinophumelela ngayo elidabi ndibaxelela qho kungoba umuntu nomuntu wenza into ayenzayo uthe wenze ntoni kodwa ndiyaqonda uba emveni kwexesha uzoxabana nogxa wakhe ngenxa yemali bengawulwanga idabi lokuba belwela abantu into yokuqala emosha abantu ukuba abantu bayenza into ngenxa yemali abenza into ngothando lokuba befuna ukukhulula abantu naba bafundileyo abantu ufunda elazi usizi ebesuka kulo elazi futhi isizi labantu abaphila naye abacanga kwakhe kodwa after efundile into ayenzayo kukucingela isisu sakhe akasasicingeli isizwe ndike ndathi ke exesheni nandithetha namaqabane ezipati zonke ndathi ayikho ipati ezokhipha i-ANC tu ayikho ayikazalwa i-ANC izokhitshwa yilanto sasiyenzile thina singabasebenzi sathi siyahlangana sityiwa inhlungu yokuba asikwazi ukumaneja impilo nge-4,000 fanele sifundise abantwana emakhaya siphilise wonke umuntu nge-4,000 sifana namakhoboka isizathu sokuba sibethwe kwakubonwa into yoba sivula amehlo ezinye imayini ezifana nezikude kunathi and injongo yabo babesitrita njengamakhoboka ukuba ze singaphumeli sibonwe ngabanye abantu lento siyenzayo ngoba iyokhula and ukhula kwabo abanokwazi ukuyimaneja ngenxa kaThixo emveni uba sibethiwe lento yaspreda njengoba nisitsho nani nonke ukuba nezikolo za-endapha zisithi nazo zifuna imfundo yamahala abahleli besithi bona bayaninika kodwa abaniniki kwaqhubeleka izistrayikha ngezistrayikha toti yoma ngegold besithi bafuna le mali sayisiyibethelwe azange iphele into yaseMarikana ngenxa bakubethwe thina kodwa ingxaki esijongene nayo ngoku lilizwe ilizwe lethu alinoba right lingakhange ipati ezikwazi ukucinga ezizoba nenjongo zokuba zisizele abantu zikhuphe i-ANC elawulweni lanto yayenziwe yi-MK ngaphambili ilwele ukuba ikhuphe ntoni umbutho wobandlululo bahlanganisa uba ungabali i-ANC yathi izifumane kanjani ivoti yokukhipha ilando zininzi into ezahlangene kupha kuyo futhi isazi ukuba even i-NUM zazisenza sure ukuba ivoti yazo yilahle zivotela ntoni i-ANC mistake yethu kukuba sinabantu abanyolukileyo abacingela isisu zabo and then bazenza ubongeke ngajonga ngokapha eSouth Africa ipati ezikhoyo mhlawumbe is more than 200 and something kodwa na uthatha ucinge uthatha ubuyisele kwemazweni angaphandle kwa-America ungenzeka uba ayi-2 why bona banenjongo yokubuild isizwe sabo hayi ukuyondla ifamily zabo okanye ndenze into ngoba nani nemali ndibona uba ndizo-investa ngani.
Kamran.
Enkosi.
Thank you. Nkosi Kakulu. We're just going to have to hand over in the interest of time. Thank you so much, Mzoxolo, Gabisile.
Amandla comrades. Amandla comrades. Ngenkani, ngawethu ngenkani. If I had powers, I would say let's stand for the fallen comrades and let us honor the fallen comrades. Let us honor the comrades who are still here to tell the story of Marikana. If it was up to me or if I had the powers, I would ask the house to stand just to remember and to say we give respect to the comrades who paved the way for us. Amanda comrades. Long live the spirit of the fallen heroes of Marikana, long live. Long live the spirit of the comrades who are still here to tell the story, long live. Ngiyabonga my comrades. I don't believe that when the comrades woke up on the 16th of August and went to that copy, they were paving a way for political parties to use them as step ladders to get in parliament. I don't believe that the comrades anticipated what was coming to them on the 16th of August when they went there and spoke about what it is that they want, the living wage. When the comrades went to the copy, they didn't take any mine's property, nor did they ask anything from the mine. They just went with their hands, their labor. That is what they were killed for. Their hands. Because the mine, when it sees them as the machine to make them money. That is what Sibanye is still doing today. When Sibanye looks at the mine workers, they see them as nothing. They are one with who? Sibanye is one with who? When they came, they terminated the contract of workers. They chased them away like dogs. No notice, nothing. You went home for December. When you come back, you no longer have work. The government was silent. The government was silent even when, what is the business of the police in a strike that concerns mine workers and mine management? Why do we just justify the presence of the police at the COP? What were they doing there? What was their business there? Those are the questions we should ask. But the people of South Africa voted Ramaphosa in power. They put him in the presidential office. And we sit here and we ask ourselves, we say, let us talk, let us shout. We have been shouting, comrades, for the past 10 years. Now it's time for action. The comrades, they put a landmark. Where do you start? That is where you started. They talked. They saw that talking was not enough. They withdrew their labor. They went to the copy. The government followed them there. They did not go to the government. The government followed them, categorizing them as criminals. What it is that they have done, which crime have they committed when you say they are criminals? Give me proof, show me what it is that they have done. When Falam says these people, they are criminals, what it is that they have done? Falam, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Did you receive the envelope from Ramaphosa? The brown envelope, you received that brown envelope. Hence you have the audacity to name our fathers, our uncles, our brothers criminals. We live with these people in the community. Why did they not do those criminal acts in the community? Who are you to come into our community and tell us that we are living amongst criminals? You are the criminal. You are the criminal who want to exploit the work of our fathers. You are the one who's treating our fathers like nothing, like dogs. They were mere asking for 12,500 rand. How much are you getting? They were asking you to come and negotiate. They were not even saying 12, say come and negotiate with us. Instead, you shot at them. You send live ammunition to them. Today, you want to come and say, I'm compensating the people of my... Compensating for what? For what when you have killed my father? I'm fatherless because of you. You are put in office today because of the blood that you shed in Marikana. You send bulldozers, Sibanye, to come and bulldoze. Sibanyas, they are not there to make life better for the mine workers. No. Which private sector has been managed by one company in South Africa, in the whole of South Africa? South Africa is a banana republic. And then there are people who say, long live the spirit of Comrade Mambushi, when they know that they are being fed by lying and saying they are moving the struggle of the people who died in that copy. When there are lawyers who go to court, 3 of them, when there are political parties who say we are supporting that, is there any political party that's ever asked you, Guti Comrade, how are you today? Which political party leader has done that? Because they claim the struggle of Marikana, but they know nothing about it. Here are the people who tell the story today. Let's give honor and respect to these people. Those ones who go to the TVs, they lungisa ibhaki zabo when they're about to talk. No, down with those people, down with the capitalists. We are tired of capitalists. Come to the people of Marikana, come to the surviving people, ask the stories, they will tell you. They will tell you. They will tell you what it is that they were fighting for. They will tell you what it is that has happened. They will tell you how they were assassinated. Who ordered the assassination of the mine workers of Marikana? Because that was pure assassination. Massacre what? Massacre what? That was an assassination. You justify it by calling a massacre. What? Go to the people who are there, who were there. They will tell you the stories, the truth and the honest stories. Not these television thing, portray things. Go to the people who were there. They will tell you. Go to the widows of Marikana. They will tell you. Go to the community of Marikana. Those who are still not bought, those who are still not captured, they will tell you the truth. Because people, they push their agenda. They no longer push the agenda of the struggle of the fallen heroes of Marikana. I thank you, comrades.
You must be concise. So we're going to take a round of about 4, so you can have a maximum of a minute. If you need 2, at least the women of Marikana, they do get 2 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you, Comrade Luke. I am Tumega Magwangana, the founder of Sinethemba Women's Organization. The commemoration saddened me. The killings of the people, the killings of the mine workers for asking for increase. It makes me very mad. You can't kill a person for asking an increase. You can't kill a person and don't answer to their plea. Instead, you just kill them. We are living in fear because the people are being killed every day. But the government do nothing to protect the mine workers and the communities. Where is the better life for all? Or where is the security and safety they are talking about in their constitution? Or their constitution was there just to serve them, not the communities. We are people that are rendering services in the communities without any payment. We are doing counseling, we are doing everything in the community to help the people with our services in the community. But we are not recognized. We are not recognized as women. We were forgotten from the first time the massacre was happening. We were not recognized. But through the films, through Striker Rock, we have the time to raise our voices so that we can be recognized, and then we can be heard by the government. Our government is very selfish. Even the president of South Africa is very selfish. He had the shells in the mines. He had the shells. He was having shanduka, but he was not having a remorse when he killed in Marikana. I'm still saying Ramaphosa was the ones who killed in Marikana. He doesn't even recognize us. He doesn't even look at the conditions we are living in. We are living in poor conditions, where we are living in shacks. Not all the mine workers are living in those houses that they built. And those houses they built, they rent, they pay rent. Not all the miners can afford to pay rent in those houses. Where is the better life for all? Where is it? They are shouting every day for better life for all when we must come and vote. But we never had the better life. We are still living in shame.
Thank you, Tumeka. Can we just, the last couple of questions here, I've noted 1, 2, 3. You just have to be quick if you don't mind.
Good afternoon or good evening, Sanbonani. Igama lami uThembisile Zwane. I want to talk about something about this Marikana thing. To be honest, I did not know anything about Marikana. The first time I saw the film or heard or gathered all the information that I have now is on the 15th when we saw the film. So I have a belief that many people do not know the truth about Marikana. Siyabonga, we thank the guy who gave us the videos. So please, there's one comrade who spoke about making noise. Let us make noise by posting those videos so that those who are like me, who do not know anything or who does not know the truth about Marikana can know. And after that, we become Marikana, all of us. We go back to the mountain and demand to get response from the government by staying right where the workers were killed until we get response. Because I feel that we have discussed a lot. We know everything about everyone who has done what, but there's no action. It's time we went back to the mountain and we demand action, we demand response from the government by staying there, just like the mine workers who stayed there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you be quick, please, Patrick?
Hi, I'm Patrick Bond, University of Johannesburg. Amandla. I think, dear comrades, I've just heard from Comrade Zwane how we are giving solidarity and how it might even just be passing this information on. And Comrade Tumeka has made such an obvious statement of our responsibility to give solidarity. Could I also ask our comrades from Marikana, can you give solidarity because there are other Marikanas with Cyril Ramaphosa's fingerprints now? One is the Democratic Republic of Congo. 5 million have been killed in the resource wars, and Ramaphosa on Thursday in Kinshasa said he was pleased, even though the 1,000 SANDF troops that are there have been the subject of protests by the citizens. And over 24 were killed last month, protesting SANDF and the other MONUSCO, the other UN troops that are there for multinational mining capital. Sound familiar? The second in Cabo Delgado, Mozambique, 1,000 SANDF troops killing local people on behalf of the French company Total Energy and ExxonMobil and Eni from Italy and China National Petroleum. More Marikanas, 4,000 dead the last 2 years, as the SANDF does there what it did to you. It is doing peacekeeping on behalf of multinational capital. Your solidarity to keep telling people that the man in charge of the SANDF, the commander-in-chief, has blood on all these corpses. That solidarity will bring us to an internationalism we are so desperate for in post-COVID times.
There's a question or comment back here. Was there? Anyone else who wants to be quite quick? Then I'm going to hand over to Rihad for 2 minutes. I'm counting for you.
Amandla. Unomxolisi lo kaMafolwane suka eMarikana. Mna bethunana ndibhlungu into yaseMarikana kakhulu. Singabantu baseMarikana sisonke sisene-anger. Futhi ayikwazi ukuphela. Ngenxa yento ijustice asikayifumani eMarikana. Kudala isenzeka ndiyabona kuyenziwa yonke ne-commemoration yonke into but eMarikana thina asikabikho right ezinhliziyweni zethu. Because nendawo ehlele imiphefumulo yabantu bakuthi eMarikana iseyindawo yokudlala abantwana nokudlala ibhokhwe yonke into akho nento ezafensa amapolisa ayekwazi ukuthi avale ngazo ukuthi abulala abantu bakuthi kodwa akakwazi ukayobiya ngazo laa ndawo yaseMarikana ukwenzela uba ibaluleke. Into ayaziyo ayefuna ubiyela nje ukuthi abulale wonke umsebenzi waseMarikana. Ibuhlungu kakhulu inhliziyo yami into eyenzeka eMarikana. And singomama baseMarikana thina besifuna besithanda ukuthi nike nisupporte. Umthetho wakhona sifuna uyaphi eParliament. Sifuna kuRamaphosa siyosibuzela imibuzo eParliament ngokunokwethu sibomama baseMarikana. So thize senele siyosibuzela imibuzo ngoba into eyenzeka eMarikana ayizange ibe right. And okubalulekileyo mina anyani ngayabla ubhuti Mzoxolo into yaseMarikana abanye abantu benza imali ngayo bafumana imali but abayicingi ukuthi la ndawo benza xa besiya abantu every day bebona pha la ndawo bayithatha kanjani bayibona injani la ndawo kodwa kaphalala amagazi nami ndina i-relative yami pha i-cousin brother yami yatshone lapha uMphumzeni Nqande ngomnye we-cousin brothers zami watshone lapha. So la ndawo yaseMarikana sifuna ukuthi ihlonipheke bantakwethu. Abantakwethu abanye basahamba ecourt till today even uMzoxolo abasihlala sibasupporta every day sisiya ecourt basahamba ecourt nangoku akukabikho nto ibhadlileyo namatyala sometimes angathethwa nothethwa because abazazi babazawuthini abakwazi ukubakhulula ngoba bayayazi ukuthi xa sebebakhulule kufuneka bekhuphe le mali bangafuni ukuyikhupha urhulumente.
Thank you, comrades. So we will take someone very quickly, and then it's up to you guys. I'm going to come to you, sir. But if you don't mind, we won't have a normal. If you have anything urgent after Rihad, maybe suggests a little bit of a way forward, we will take them. But maybe we don't have enough time to go into a long thing. All right, so this comrade hasn't spoken yet, so we give him about a minute and a half.
I'll leave. I need much shorter time than that. I wish, Ronnie, I wish you were still on stage because I would have liked to pose a question to you. But I'd rather pose it to people who have been on the front line, in the trenches. There was a comment around not holding people to account that were in the struggle, that understand what we faced against the apartheid government. We have people who are part of MK right now who are living on the brink of starvation. My question is really, do you believe that those MK cadres and others are holding people like Cyril Ramaphosa to task in terms of getting to the bottom of this? Because I don't believe they are.
Thank you very much. And now we will just have Rihad for a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, we've got more important things. People of the South are going to entertain us, and we're going to celebrate our resistance. My name's been mentioned a few times in the last couple of hours, and I think I need to respond to a couple of things. The Amandla.Mobi, working with the 10th anniversary committee of the Marikana support work, solidarity work, have managed to organize and facilitate and promote 40 events. Let's give them a round of applause. We know there are many others that have happened over the course of the last 10 days, and I've been to a number of them here in Johannesburg, and something's crystallized, particularly today, and I think today, for me, has certainly been the best event, and we've got to give a big round of applause to Africa as a Country and University of Johannesburg. And I think when we come to the way forward, comrade professors, Trevor, our new director, comrade Luke, Professor Luke, you've got to pull those who have historically done the solidarity work for the last 10 years together to chart a way forward. And I want to say a few things about what that way forward could possibly be to get people thinking. When Comrade Ronnie spoke today, It triggered something in me. It is about the rededication to the struggle, but more specifically, it's a rededication to a specific sort of struggle. What did they break when they held those? What did they attempt to break when they opened their machine guns on that day 10 years ago, on 16th of August? It was workers' democracy, the workers' assembly, our democracy, the way we make decisions, the way we attempt to control and assert some control over our daily lives. What were they breaking in the Fees Must Fall when they stopped them meeting on the university campuses? It was our assembly. It was our democracy. And I think we certainly have realized, and this is my last point, that there's a new generation of people, the young, the militants, the most militants among us, the young people who do not know about Marikana. And we need to use the film and continue to use the film. And we are committing ourselves to make sure that that continues to happen and that we can facilitate that in communities around the country. And we are committing to a process where we actually take this work forward. And every August, and this is my idea, every August 16, we go into our own assemblies, whether it's Soweto, Davidson, Everton, all around the country, and we determine what our course of action is. And we know what the course of action is over the next few days. It's for the living wage, general strike, 24th of August. And we've got to make noise, and we've got to bring our townships to a stop. It's the 24th of September, the global climate strike. And we've got to build for that too. And we've got to be disruptive, we've got to take direct action, and we've got to follow the example of Marikana and the Fees Must Fall. We've got to go into mass assemblies, people's assemblies. Forward to the people's assemblies, forward.
Thank you so much. Just a last thank you, especially to Africa is a Country. Again, thank you so much, Africa is a Country, for coordinating all of this. And then can we just thank the women of Marikana one more time, because they are here with us every time. And then can we thank Seri, because Seri is always here with us every single time. So can we just thank the legal supports? And can we also thank Sounds of the South, because they came here themselves on buses just to be here with us today to commemorate Marikana. And then we'll be having them now. And can we also just thank Tumi Mokhorosi as well, although you guys will be introduced. And I think the comrades from Anglo former Anglo Platinum, we'd like to thank the Workers' Committee. Thank you. So I think we'll be starting up with the sound, William, in the next few minutes. Do we need to say anything?
Just to add to the thanks, one more shout out to give us to Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, who generously sponsored this event, made it all possible. Thank Luke and Trevor, the Center for Sociological Research and the Center for Social Change, to Ben, Claire, who were instrumental in organizing this, and to thank all of you for coming out here today on a cold Joburg morning, for being participatory, for contributing, collaborating, for the opportunity to build the networks again, and to everyone who joined on the stream, who we haven't given enough love today. From whichever part of the world you are at, thank you for joining us on the stream. I don't know which camera to look at. I think over there. Thank you to everyone who's joined us on YouTube. One minute. Okay, so the scholar wants to say a word.
Yeah. Nam ndifuna ukubulela man ngesintu sakuthi kaloku. Ongavanga kuyonyamezela. Kodwa ke endifuna ukutsho ukuthi njengoba nilapha nonke ndiyarhalela ukutsho ukuphinda nditsho ndithi lento akumelanga iphelele lapha kuni njengoba nani nisitsho umlando wethu ke thina ke sihlala siwubhala ngegazi into endikhathaza thina abantu bamnyama. Lento ofuneka iphelile yokuba sikwazi ungasifuni into sahlale sithina sibhala umlando ngegazi kufiwe abantu ukuze sikwazi ukuzuza into kumele sinikele ngegazi. Iyandikhathaza mina umuntu wakachithekela legazi. So ndiyarhala ukuthi unixelele ukuba now lento angeke iziphele kungabanjwanga mntu pha phezulu. Noba banganinikeza malini imali angeke ibuthenga ubomi bami. Iyona nto endiyishile apha kweni ndifuna ndinishiye niyazi. Mhlawumbe abanye abantu bazoshiyeka besithi kahle kahle noba yena ufunani. Into endiyifunayo ndifuna uRamaphosa neqela lakhe libheke ejele. And loo nto leyo kungekudalanga izokwenzeka. Nizoyibona kungekudalanga uThixo sephendule. Ndicela into eyi-one isupport yenu ze ningathi ke nasesiye court nina nihlale ezindlini. Ze nihambe nami niye nami phi ecourt. Nantsi into endiyidingayo.
So if you want to stick around, we're going to have two performances from Sounds of the South and Tumi Mokhorosi. So stick around. They're just going to set up the sound in the South where we are. And yeah, it should be beautiful. And a reminder, if you haven't yet done so, to sign the register outside. We would be very grateful. Thank you so much, everyone.
joina, joina ngekani, joina, joina, joina umzabalazo. Batuzo joina, joina ngekani, joina, joina, joina umzabalazo. It's a sound check. Mic check 1, 2. Power, control, hate, they'll drag us down, 'cause it's all for the profit. It's all for the profit. For power, control, hate, they'll drag us down, 'cause it's all for the profit. It's all for the profit. For power, control, hate, they'll drag us down, 'cause it's all for the profit. It's all for the profit. 25 years of a democracy, but it's nothing but reform policies. Enable the rich man's greed. Capitalism that crushes the spreading disease. Neoliberal policies, privatized healthcare services for rich minorities. Neglected health facilities for working class majorities. Now truth be told, millions will die from this health pandemic, and all they care about is capitalist interest, while the poor continue to plunge into a dark hole they build to bury us, but they never knew we were seeds. We don't die, we multiply, we rise to set ourselves free from the bondages, from the bondages. We rise to set ourselves free from the bondages, from the bondages. We rise.
Hola.
I don't know what to do with this.
Okay, so that was just a brief teaser of what you're about to hear, because there was a sound check. And thank you everyone for sticking around. It's such a privilege to have Sounds of the South and Tumi Mokhorosi in the building. Round of applause for them, absolutely. So just to tell you a bit about them, Sounds of the South, abbreviated SOS, is a hip-hop collective made for the people, by the people, of the people. And they are working to create a culture of music that is anti-authoritarian, anti-racist, and anti-sexist. They have produced several albums, including Freedom Warriors, Volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. We look forward to Volume 5. And their latest single, released in 2022, is called the Doi Doi Vibrations Remix. Based in Cape Town, they've performed in Stockholm, Paris, and Berlin. So ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you heard, let's hear some more and give it up for Sounds of the South.
Amanda! Amanda! Wethu!
Mandla.
Awujoyinena ngumzabalazo. Silwelimbi lwengcono thina. Awujoyinena ngumzabalazo. Silwelimbi lwengcono thina. Asilwelena kwamandla ethu. Kulohulumende osiphethe kwezinja. Asilwelena kwamandla ethu. Kulohulumende osiphethe kwezinja. Yem 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 yem. Awujoyinena ngumzabalazo. asilwele nangwamandla ethu kulohulumeni osiphethe kwezinja To hell with the RTP, the PE, the RET. All I wanna see is my people free. Be the change we fight to see. Nowadays it ain't safe to sleep. Police are in the streets, turning our homes into prison, preventing us from fighting against lengthy. They're using girl to silence we, keeping us trapped in the belly of the beast. They're raping and killing Mother Nature. Are we in danger? This is our home, but we're treated like strangers. We know already the God of the angels to save us. It's only fair we take a stand and rise and defend ourselves, protecting our children's legacy. It's a fight to the death till we break free from the chains. Till we break free from the chains. We'll break free. Ooh. Yes, Simanga Zulu. Lengo takalo. La chone mililanga. Subraula magyatanga. Utete ubumnyama. Uvele ukukanya. Zulu. Yes, Simanga Zulu. Lengo takalo. La chone mililanga. Subraula magyatanga. Utete ubumnyama. Uvele ukukanya.
Where do I start this? Best where the heart is. A story of a brother from the hood with empty pockets. You can see his pain as it shades his eye sockets as the tears roll down like clouds releasing droplets. His situation was harder than concrete floors. To try to change that by knocking on every door, but what he got was no answer, like voice no tones, and that's the kind of response that can make you lose control. See, here's a brother broken down by the system. Trying to do with these words is to assist them, J militant. I bust rhymes that rack systems, and in the process direct my brothers and sisters who believe in Christ and not their ancestors. It's sad enough, they wrapped around St. Paul's scripture, who are written in Europe without Africa in the picture. Compare the rand to the euro and see the bigger picture.
Break free from the chains. We'll break free from the chains. Break free from the chains. We'll break free from the chains. Break free from the chains. We'll break free from the chains. Zulu. Yes, Simanga Zulu. Lengo takalo. La chole mililanga. Subraula magyatanga. Kutete ubumnyama. Kuvele ukukanya. Zulu. Yes, Manga Zulu. Lengo takalo. La chole mililanga. Subraula magyatanga. Kutete ubumnyama. Kuvele ukukanya. Yeah. One. Baza bekilana besitembile beyimbumbuthela bezospeak together. Two. Basula ngamaxwebhu amaphepha nosiba bathi masiyikikele bazosiza. Three. Basolela masibavotele bazolungisa ukuhlala nomphakathi bayasiza. Four. Baphuma baphele emehlweni abazange baphinde babuye bezosiphuhlisa. It's a struggle. Asikhonela yokuphila ngemida yesihlele bumnyameni. We go testing for days. Sisebubayibeni sisele emqopozweni emqopozweni. Unqale enhloko babuya basiganga take easy basinqunu take easy basikhomba ngeminwe hayi bosenzeni. The community rise fighting for equality. This is reality. Inxeba lendawo bathumela umkhosi basixhokonxa basikhomba ngomkhonekati. Ewe kaloku lenzi libala yinkathazo yincindi yekhala sikwanti. Zulu. Yes, Manga Zulu. chains. We'll break free from the chains. Break free from the chains. We'll break free from the chains. Ooh, oh, na 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 na. Ooh, oh, black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to find your keys that will shoot you down. Try to tie your shoes that will shoot you down. Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to raise your voice that will choke you out. Try to take a stand that will knock you down.
My stating is, we don't talk about not the killing of the people who put up the fight. When the capitalist system try to break us down, and they keep us in the ghetto to control our life. That's why I'm fighting every day just to stay alive. They use life bullets. It don't matter if you're young or you're older. You're a man, you're a woman, it's the same to them. Marikana babula wanchenge zinja, but tubula, it's a game to them. And the president is quiet because he gave the order. Don't you let them come and break you down. Fight back. You need to take the power. You need to strike back. My stating is, we don't talk about like the killing of the people who put up a fight. When the capitalist system try to break us down, and they keep us in the ghetto to control our life. That's why we're fighting every day just to stay alive. You're a man, you're a woman, it's a game to them. Marikana babula wanchenge zinja, but tubula, it's a game to them. And the president is quiet because he gave the order. Don't you let them come and break you down. Fight back. You need to take the power. You need to strike back. Don't you let them come and break you down. Fight back. You need to take the power. You need to strike back.
Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to find your keys that will shoot you down. Try to tie your shoes that will shoot you down. Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to raise your voice that will choke you out. Try to take a stand that will knock you down. That will knock you down. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Good evening, comrades. We are Sounds of the South. We are a political arts collective based in Cape Town. We create music as materials of awakening in the fight against patriarchal domination, against capitalist exploitation. We are very much delighted to be here. Our music is sending out a call that no matter where you are, no matter who you are, as long as capitalism still exists, we will find ourselves in the grave. They will do anything to protect capitalism, including kill us all. So we are saying, long live the spirit of Marikana, long live! Long live! Long live the spirit of Marikana, long live! Long live! Oh, bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to find your keys that will shoot you down. Try to tie your shoes that will shoot you down. Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to raise your voice that will choke you out. Try to take a stand that will knock you down.
Ra-ta-ta-ta, pa-sha-la-la. Down on the ground, we die like flies. They say lay down, we stood up. They shall freeze, we step up. We have no weapons, they shooting it out. Pop, black bodies falling down all over the place. Blood spitting on the ground, police brutality. No more running. I'm throwing the stones, I'm taking the power back. They throw tear gas, I can't breathe. And we cough, where's my freedom? Hey yo, bam, fuck the flag. Crush capitalism with the people, fighting for justice, building a new world. We say free from domination. 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 Free from domination. We say free from domination.
Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to find your keys that will shoot you down. Try to tie your shoes that will shoot you down. Black bodies everywhere, bloodshed every day. Try to raise your voice that will choke you out. Try to take a stand that will knock you down. That will knock you down. So, so we always have a chant that we like to learn together, which goes like, this is Doi Doi Hip Hop.
Aluta continua.
This is Doi Doi Hip Hop.
Aluta continua.
Aluta continua.
This is Doi Doi Hip Hop.
Aluta continua.
This is Doi Doi Hip Hop.
Everybody in the house say F the police.
Hey. F the police.
Down to the three.
Hey. What? Hey.
Hey.
What?
The police.
Attacking you, coughing you, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who? I said we scarred and bruised, locked in zoos, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who? I said attacking you, coughing you, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who? I said we scarred and bruised, locked in zoos, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who?
Operation Fiela, umphakathi bawujikela, umgcini kwango, kudala wabaluchaba, sasaziwe mpakadolo neziyobise kuhlaleni, babulala ikamba lenzana, kudala bakhusela ngqowankulu, ukuze baqhubeke nengcinezelo, izikhalo nenyembezi zamaqhobo kube sifana nokulilizela. Hey, kudala sibokhela umkhanya, waqa kujinga abantwana bedlala, sekwanele ngokuphalala kwegazi elinganatyala. Kudala sibokhela umkhanya, sekwanele ngokuphalala kwegazi elinganatyala.
Thabo besiza bekontasana, basibetha ngemvubu, vumbu emqolo kubuhlungu yakhisa le nduku. Phithi basifaka kwivanye isikhalo nesijila sipheli, abanakuthina bazala ngumbilili, qinga ezintsha ziluma izenze ikrathi nene zibukhali, basivalele eseleni ikazi senzeni, uncuthekiso ngapha nangapha basoze bakuyeka ungekathethi, umbombo uhlinyembeza iphasa lale emzimbeni likazi, bakubiza ngamagama ophenduli, bakubethela ukubulala khonhlungu imizimba emzimbeni, amehlo agcwele yinzondo kwazi bani, bakubophelele ngamatheni baphela imandla, isinqala wakhala okogqibela, inxeba lendoda lihlekwa, zakhonkotha izinto zakhala izikhova, lacima ilanga wathula wathi tu, kwabe kuphelile bambulele yo.
I know there's a leakage in the pipe system, but the piper ain't coming to apply wisdom. He came to apply pressure to all of you prying peasants. The Christmas came early, but Santa forgot all your presents. Now holidays is in session. How many blessings you catch it? It's forthcoming. Everyone here should be forthright as we acknowledge the limits that come with these forthrights. We gotta be cautious, always trust in our foresight. Always knew one day really was one mic so I could vent. What got me vexed up in one night, I couldn't stay silent no longer like some of y'all might. Had to bright the spark like a torch, shed some raw light. There's a war going on outside. Open your eyes and there's casualties all year around on either side. Cross your fingers, do realize we on the rise. Society that's gas in the air, the methane's out.
If you look at every angle of the system that we live by, never meant for me and you and not for our protection. The enemy of the working class is what we see in them. Shoot first, ask later what their bosses tell them. They come in numbers, divide and beat the leaders. Let's look up with the markers. The Marikana Massacre, who took the blame for that? Let them shoot to kill, we've been moving with the masses. So push umzabalazo tekuvuke nabaphansi. I said so push umzabalazo tekuvuke nabaphansi. I said so push umzabalazo tekuvuke nabaphansi. So push umzabalazo tekuvuke nabaphansi. I said attacking you, coughing you, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who? I said we scarred and bruised, locked in zoos, thugs in blue, protecting and serving who?
yes.
Yeah.
SOS.
It's so unfortunate that not all of our members are here due to unfortunate incidents. But we just wanted to give you just a hint of our new music, and this is how it goes. Yeah. You got the power to break down the borders, keep on resisting. We got the power, for as long as we live, they can stop us from breathing. We got the power to break down the darkness, keep on resisting. Generations of my people up in arms, defending our rights to decent and meaningful lives. We never chose struggle chose us. Yeah. Many years of freedom, God was in a sister pile sizini. Best pipes and daddy sewage, sitya konuke zindlini. Education no longer the key to success. Young, black and unemployed with the #1 suspect. Ring the alarm, it's a matter of emergency. The time has come for us to plant the seeds, be the change we fight to see. Even if they shoot us down, we don't die, we rise. And if they push us down, we push back and we rise. We got the power to break down the darkness, keep and resist together. We got the power. As long as we live, they can stop us from breathing. We got the power to break down the darkness, keep on resisting. We got the power to break down the borders, keep on resisting. We got the power. For as long as we live, they can stop us from breathing. Amanda,
wait, too.
Zabalaza, Zabalaza, sees me seletina, sees me geletina. Iminyaka, sibochiwetina, sikonkliwetina. Zabalaza, Zabalaza, sees me seletina, sees me geletina. Iminyaka, sibochiwetina, sikonkliwetina.
Check, we've been colonized. It's not a lie, working class, let's start to organize. I believe the masses will arrive. Revolution will rise and decolonize. It is time to mobilize. Inyawas no takam zabalas is a solution. Starvation in our faces, corruption. Mautatilum hlabawe to see jongile. The battle goes on, the struggle moves on. I'm telling you, hell to the system. It is time to break those chains and liberate our minds. Hell to the system. It is time to break those chains and liberate our minds and minds. Liberate our minds. And minds, liberate our minds and minds.
Zabalaza, Zabalaza, sees me seletina, sees me geletina. Iminyaka, iminyaka, sibochiwetina, sikonkliwetina. Zabalaza, Zabalaza, sees me seletina, sees me geletina.